Today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, something that we in the North unfortunately find ourselves faced with all too often. It is sobering that this phenomenon is so widespread that it justifies a worldwide day of acknowledgement. The United Nations decided to focus on it and it gave a commitment to end it, with a particular reference to digital abuse. That should be heartening for us all, and something that I'm sure that everyone in this chamber can support.
I am glad that the focus of this year's Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is on online abuse, a conversation that I know we will all agree is needed. Social media has become a platform for torturing women, and obviously that causes emotional harm to every victim. But I would argue that the lessons that it is teaching our young people is what is even more harmful in the long term. And it's not just social media, this is mainstreamed. We recently elected a new president in Ireland, and in the days following her inauguration, the national broadcaster thought it appropriate to run a piece on what she was wearing. What does that teach the young girls of Ireland? You can literally become president and still all they'll care about is what you look like. We're teaching our young women that they are lesser, that their value is measured by their appearance. And then these online trolls and bullies attack women for when they make an effort with their appearance. And it's in that context that the abuse of women is allowed to flourish. Women are deemed subhuman, lesser, disposable, expendable, and this mindset murders women. It murdered 37 women in the past 5.5 years here in the North. And most of those women met their death at the hands of someone that they knew, a partner, an ex-partner. None of these women sat down during a first or second date and accepted terms that would see them killed. But you would think by the online commentary that they had. Victim blaming is rife on social media as well, and until we deal with this, we're going to see a continuation of this problem. The online bullying, the abuse targeted at women, and then the post-mortem that sees them responsible for their own death. I would tell this House that until we deal with our words, we're going to keep losing women, and that's something that we all need to address.
The comments yesterday from the Public Prosecution Service that they would not be bringing charges against a former Sinn Féin employee for an attack on a portrait at Belfast City Hall has all the hallmarks of yet another Republican cover-up and raises serious questions about the accuracy of statements made in this House or by Sinn Féin to the Police Service of Northern Ireland. On the 24th of October 2024, the First Minister said the following: "A Sinn Féin employee who worked in the Assembly made the Chief Whip aware of their involvement in an incident regarding a portrait in Belfast City Hall." The PPS then went on to confirm that an email received from the Sinn Féin Chief Whip advised the PSNI of the resignation of that employee as a result of that incident. However, Mr. Speaker, come February 2025, Sinn Féin's rewriting of the past began, and I'll quote directly from the PPS statement. "A witness statement subsequently made in February 2025 by the Sinn Féin Chief Whip, who had spoken directly to the individual on the 24th of October, recorded that in fact they made no admission to being at the event and denied any knowledge of damage." Within the space of 6 months, Mr. Speaker, the Sinn Féin Chief Whip confirmed that either they were not telling the truth or the First Minister misled this House. The statement then goes on to read that attempts to obtain a list of attendees from the external group who ran the event at City Hall were unsuccessful. Mr. Speaker, when a group is in receipt of public funding, there is a moral and legal requirement that they cooperate fully with police investigations, and why they did not provide a list of attendees to the police is a very serious matter. I have today tabled a number of questions to both the First and Deputy First Minister and the Minister for Communities, seeking clarity on what public funding that organisation receives. The statement went on to confirm that the police were unable to identify any individual who witnessed the events. Now, Mr Speaker, we know when it comes to Sinn Féin being able to identify former employees right in front of them, they're unable to do so, but they're now claiming that they were unable to identify one of their employees at an event at City Hall. Mr Speaker, there is an attempt here by Sinn Féin to cover up the fact that one of their sitting MLAs, their son, attacked a portrait of a former Lord Mayor of this city, costing ratepayers of this city £2,500. The truth will come out, Mr Speaker, and we will ensure it does.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I rise as the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence begins. A reminder that we must maintain momentum in our collective fight to end violence against women and girls once and for all. The theme of these days for 2025 is no excuse for online abuse, and brings into focus the need for lawmakers, social media companies and other regulatory bodies, including Ofcom, to keep pace with our unwieldy and ever-evolving online world. The internet can of course be a fantastic tool for connection, curiosity and learning, but we cannot ignore the data in front of us about the real, tangible dangers that it poses. Research has found that at a minimum, 1 in 10 women and girls in Northern Ireland have experienced online violence. Overall, between 2022 and 2023, the amount of deepfake pornography created has increased by 464%. Online abuse is now so prevalent within the fabric of our society, and we must all take action to prevent it. The dedication of vital charities and grassroots community groups to build a safer world for all, whether teaching about what healthy relationships look like, debunking myths on abuse itself, or giving refuge to those in crisis. This should only be commended, and it includes groups doing work in Northern Ireland like Nexus, NSBCC, Hourglass, Women's Aid, Men's Advisory Project and local women's centres who are often at the coalface of this problem and seeing first-hand the needs of women in their communities. I think on from where we were 18 months ago. We now have the strategic framework to coordinate a cross-governmental approach to gendered violence and a complementary domestic and sexual abuse strategy. Ending violence against women and girls is a key strand of our programme for government. We have new data and new funding, including the release of the local and regional change funds. However, we can still see that Northern Ireland is one of the most dangerous places in Western Europe to be a woman. Our rate of femicide is deeply distressing. My thoughts are with all the women who have lost their lives to gendered violence and their families and loved ones. Since 2020, 28 women have been violently killed in Northern Ireland. And on top of that, the PSNI have reported that there were 29,740 domestic abuse incidents between the 1st of July 2024 and June 2025. The actions that I outlined will have some impacts now, but we're also building towards a future, and we cannot lose the speed and focus on it, a future where every woman and girl is safe online and in our society. Thank you.
Dr. Aiken.
It is now 11 years since the West first turned a blind eye to Putin's aggression against the Ukraine. In February-March 2014, his little green men invaded Crimea. In April of that year, Putin then annexed the Crimea and increased his military presence in the Donbass, again with minimal responses from the West. We have talked of the parallels of the mid-1930s on both sides of the argument, from those well-informed observers like Timothy Snyder, who wrote the seminal history of Eastern Europe in his aptly named book, The Bloodlands, to the rather less informed musings of the current Irish President and Sinn Féin MEPs like Maria Walsh, whose Putinist view of the world is only mirrored by fellow travellers in Iran, North Korea, China, and that paragon of democracy, Venezuela. Either way, the full-scale war in Europe has now reached the point that both sides have reached a blood-stained stalemate in the Bloodlands. This is a war of ferocity and savagery that has received little coverage as the world, obsessed by 60-second storylines and is distracted deliberately by anti-Semitic tropes and wokeism, ignores the plight of the Ukraine. This is ironic because the Ukraine is fighting our wars for us. If Ukraine is forced into capitulation, the Baltic states, Poland and others, including ourselves, will be next. We know this because just as Putin told us that he would take Ukraine, and he has told us he will take his Russian Europe. An outright liar in many things, he has a remarkably consistent approach in telling us the truth on this. Right now, Mr. Speaker, a peace in our time moment is being confected. History tells us just what happens when the aggressor is appeased. Let us hope that the supportive rhetoric shown by the vast majority of the right-minded nations, particularly in the European Union, standing fast, the Republic of Ireland, is followed up by resolute action to defend the Ukraine and Volodymyr Zelensky. Failure to do so will be catastrophic, not just for the citizens of Kiev, Odessa, Kharkiv and Lviv, for all of us. Thank you. Slava Ukrainia.
Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, and today I rise to talk about the importance of road safety and to reflect on one of the lives of my constituent which was sadly lost on our roads. The tragedy that is the passing of Katia Watson, who died after a road traffic accident outside Ballymena and sadly died on the 13th of December 2023. She was a beautiful, smart young lady with her whole life ahead of her, and she is remembered lovingly by her friends and her family. A beloved daughter of Eamon and Angelique, and a loving sister of Gabriella, Francesca, Aurora, and twin sister of Lucia. In just the past number of days, Mr. Speaker, we have sadly heard of many road traffic accidents and pedestrians killed by a car. I rise today to speak further on how the dangers of our roads cannot be understated. For example, the A5, just one road, has claimed over 50 lives since 2006. In Northern Ireland, particularly in the winter months, we are short on daylight. Drivers navigate many hours in low light conditions, yet too many travel without their lights on. This is a life-threatening risk. I'm asking today that the Department for Infrastructure Minister explore evidence from other jurisdictions which shows that requiring dipped headlights or daytime running lights can really meaningfully reduce crashes and save lives. This is a simple, proven, high-value safety measure that we should prioritise island-wide and is evidenced to save lives in other jurisdictions like Scandinavia. I would ask the Department for Infrastructure Minister to liaise very closely with our Education Minister to educate our teenagers in school. The crashes don't happen in a vacuum. Public behaviour matters, and we need an all-island road safety campaign pushed out on TV and online that is high impact and notifies drivers of the importance of being safe on the roads. Locally, we know we need to implement more speed indicator devices, also known as SIDs. These show drivers their speed in real time and are so important and probably one of the most valued tools that we have. They're cheap, they're quick to deploy, and data from evaluations show that they reduce average speeds in high-speed driving, particularly around schools, rural lanes where many accidents happen. With Christmas approaching, Mr. Speaker, I believe there really is no more urgent time than now. Our roads are icy, paired with the glaring sun at this moment in time in this season, making drivers nervous on the road. Speeding is something we can all do from time to time unintentionally, and I would urge everyone to think twice, particularly in the current weather conditions that we have, and I would ask the Department for Infrastructure to do everything within its gift to end speeding through dangerous driving. Let us act urgently so we can honestly say we did all we did to prevent another funeral, another family destroyed, and lives are saved not just through policy wins but through our shared responsibility. Thank you.
Cathal Boyle.
I want to take my time today to highlight homelessness in the Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon council area. Like all MLAs across the Assembly, my constituency office is often contacted by those most in need of housing, but who continue to find themselves grappling with the crisis in terms of housing supply versus overall need. And while we see it every time a person comes through our office doors, the insecurity and indignity of becoming homeless is often unspoken about, even though it can have a detrimental and traumatic effect on those impacted. In the Housing Executive's 25 update to Armagh, Banbridge, Craigavon Council, it stated that for the council area, figures show a total of 4,148 applications for social housing. Of the 4,148 applications, 2,760 of these are lodged by people who are in housing stress. The people who are on housing waiting lists not only deserve a home, but they also deserve the correct support in the here and now. I therefore welcome the work of my colleague Colm Gilnew, who intends to bring forward a private member's bill on homelessness prevention, extending the time to which housing executives should support people for, is a positive move to ensure those most at risk of becoming homeless are supported. Not just in Armagh, but across the board, everyone recognises the need to build more social and affordable houses. Increasing the overall supply of homes and working towards tackling homelessness and supporting those currently relying on temporary accommodation. As the Minister responsible for housing, the Communities Minister must step up to deliver more social and affordable homes. I and my party colleagues will continue to work with our local housing executive staff, housing associations, others across this Assembly and the Executive to ensure we see the delivery of housing supply that is needed, including and in Newry and Armagh.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Public Prosecution Service made the unusual step of issuing a lengthy statement explaining their decision not to proceed with the prosecution of the individual who had been interviewed in connection with the damage to the portrait of former Lord Mayor Lord Brown at Belfast City Hall. Let us remind ourselves of the sequence of events. As Sinn Féin spokesperson said in October 2024, today, 21st of October, a Sinn Féin employee who works in the Assembly made the party Chief Whip aware of their involvement in an incident regarding a portrait at Belfast City Hall which took place on Saturday the 19th of October. The employee was immediately suspended and we have notified the PSNI today. The employee is now resigned from their employment and their party membership. In the PPS statement issued yesterday, it reminds us that also on the 21st of October, First Minister Michelle O'Neill informed this Assembly, the Northern Ireland Assembly, that a Sinn Féin employee made the party Chief Whip aware of their involvement in an incident regarding a portrait and that they had been suspended and then resigned, and the PPS and the PSNI were working to establish the evidence of what occurred. The statement then says, because of a lack of evidence, it has not progressed to prosecution. There's no CCTV coverage of the attack on the portrait. We're told that the organising group, an Irish language group, failed to provide a list of attendees. There were no eyewitnesses, and the email from the Chief Whip advising the PSNI of the resignation stated, even though it stated that that had been tendered as a result of the incident. PPS say it is understandable that the suspension and resignation of a Sinn Féin member raised expectation that a prosecution would likely follow. However, there was not sufficient evidence. Mr. Speaker, from time to time events occur which remind us that Sinn Féin is not a normal political party. What other political party would have their member attending an event, engaging in a hate crime, then when the person decides to say nothing to the police, the party likewise engages in a cover-up? I see Sinn Féin members smirking here at this. But these events, and smiling, these events expose the reality of Sinn Féin. They do not respect the rule of law. They engage in a cover-up, and this event, as with previous events, will continue to haunt them and expose them as the lack of democracy that
John
they
Burrows.
have.
On International End Violence Against Women's Day, I wanted to acknowledge some of the suffering of women across the globe before returning to what is happening here in Northern Ireland. And I want to touch upon the treatment of Christians in Nigeria at the moment, which gets very little news coverage because it doesn't satisfy an ideology, in contrast to things that happen in the Middle East. We've seen just last week over 300 school children taken hostage. A terrible reminder of the 276 schoolgirls taken hostage by Boko Haram in Chibok in 2014. 100 of those girls are still missing, and every one of them will either have been subjected to sexual violence or be living in constant fear of that. We never hear protests or flag waving or motions here about the plight of women in those countries. In Afghanistan, there is now an elimination of women from public life. Women are banned from education. Girls are banned from education from over the age of 11. Women are not allowed to teach boys in school, which has resulted in primary school girls being withdrawn. Some women are not allowed to even have their voices heard in public. There are no protests, no campaigns, no passion, no commentary. If the Afghanistani cricket team came here, there'd be no calls for it to be boycotted. It's as if that violence against women and girls didn't exist. And here in Northern Ireland, we do suffer extremely high levels of violence against women and girls. And I heard Ms Egan outline the progress that has been made, and I just don't recognise the progress. We still have the slowest justice system in the UK, and that is the biggest enabler of domestic violence and sexual violence, because the perpetrators tactically delay a plea until the very last minute, hoping that the victim drops out, because they don't have the emotional resilience to stay in a lengthy process that takes 2 or 3 years, but there's no extra sentence at the end of it. We have the softest justice system. Only today it is in the news that a man convicted of 3 assaults of women in a park in Cumber got £100 fine for each assault. That's what you would get for a parking ticket, £100 fine. What motive was there for the women to come forward and give evidence and take a day off work? And we have still a criminal justice system that always seems to put the perpetrator first and the victim last, which has the greatest impact on our women. So I just, on International End Violence Against Women's Day, acknowledge the suffering across the globe and in Northern Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, a concerned parent shared their freedom of information response with me from the EA on the use of halal meat in our schools. The FOI shows that neither parents nor even schools themselves have been told that meat served in school canteens may be halal compliant. The EA admits it has no tracking, no monitoring and no record keeping of how much halal meat is being provided to our children. Parents can complain and request alternatives, but how are they meant to complain about something that they have never been told about? Halal meat may be served in our schools. The EA does not know how much. The EA has carried out no consultation. Parents have received no guidance and not even given the courtesy of a warning. Remarkably, when asked what alternatives are available for families who do not accept this method of slaughter, the EA responded, where parents or pupils have specific dietary requirements or objections to halal food, schools can provide vegetarian or other suitable alternatives upon request. In other words, don't like halal meat? No problem. There's the salad bar for you. That is simply not good enough. Traditional halal practices require the animal to be conscious at the moment of slaughter. So beyond religious objections, they are perfectly legitimate ethical and animal welfare concerns held by many families. And there are also those who believe reasonably that religious rituals in which they have no part should not determine how their food is prepared, especially in publicly funded schools. This is not a new dilemma. The Apostle Paul himself addressed Christians in Corinth who were concerned about eating meat associated with religious practices they rejected. The point he made was simple: conscience matters, and people should not be forced into practices that violate it. But there's a difference in this. The Corinthians knew what they were eating. Parents in Northern Ireland simply do not. And that is the heart of this matter. Parents should not have to submit an FOI request to find out what their children are being fed. We need transparency, we need honesty, and we need a system that respects parental choice rather than hiding behind market availability and supply chains. I therefore call upon the Minister to instruct the EA to introduce clear labelling and full transparency in school menus and ensure non-halal options are genuinely available to our children.
And today I rise on this International Day for the elimination of gender-based violence and sharing the sentiments of others on this, the first day of the global 16 days of activism, as we join right across this globe to call for the end of violence against women and girls everywhere. Throughout the campaign, it is a challenge on all of us to remind people of the devastating truths of the world in which we live, the tragic real-life stories of victims and survivors, and take the opportunity with whatever platform we have to raise awareness. These are all not just numbers, they're real lives, real families, and often for many of us, until it hits close to home, many of us don't appreciate the impact on real communities. As chair of the all-party group on domestic and sexual violence in this Assembly, we were proud to arrange an exhibition here which features artwork created by survivors to support the 16 days of action, which is on display currently in the Long Gallery. This exhibition was coordinated by Women's Aid Northern Ireland, and it showcases the artwork of women, children and young people supported by Women's Aid Northern Ireland, reflecting their journeys as survivors and powerfully highlighting the ongoing reality of domestic abuse in Northern Ireland. It is really powerful. The aim of the artwork is to put this campaign here in the heart of our government building for the duration of this time, to raise awareness and encourage all to take time to view it, to be inspired to take action against gender-based violence. And today in the Long Gallery also, the All Ireland Mothers Union are hosting their exhibition, The Soles of Our Shoes. And I've been up this morning, and again it's extremely powerful to see the real shoes of real women laid out there as donated by their families for those who have suffered or died at the hands of partners or their ex-partners. Mr. Speaker, I thank you also for recognising the importance of this day and hosting an event to further raise awareness. Ending violence against women and girls was emphasised as a key priority of this executive, and by working together, the framework is thankfully now in place, but there's still a long way to go to seriously address the problems in our society. Too many women are being murdered. Today we remember the victims of the violence, we think of the survivors, and we think of those who are living with unreported abuse, who are working hard to cope, and we encourage them to come forward. And as we enter this Christmas season, where tensions at home are often escalated for many, I remember my time working in Belfast and Lisburn Women's Aid, the Silent Night, Violent Night campaigns. I think of all of those through this time and ask everyone to raise awareness, look out for your neighbours and stand together strong as women and alongside our male colleagues as a society, calling for the end of gender-based violence.
Pat Shane, a couple of minutes, Mr. Shane.
29th of November marks United Nations International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. This is a time to reflect. This gives an opportunity to reflect on the daily horrors that Palestinian people endure. Genocide, ethnic cleansing, illegal occupation, apartheid, detention and siege. My party colleagues from Sinn Féin, Emma Sheeran and Donoghue O'Leary, recently visited Ramallah to meet and listen to the victims of Israel's systems of oppression. Netanyahu and his regime have crossed every red line. actions anathema to human rights and to international law. For 2 years, Israel has, through its genocidal war against the people of Palestine, obliterated the Gaza Strip, a place now known as the graveyard of children under international law. The reality of life for Palestinians under Israeli occupation represents the international community with a simple choice. Do we stand with the oppressed or with the oppressor? Now, more than ever, is the time for the international community to boycott the divestment and sanction solidarity campaign, to become more strategically focused on bringing an end to Israel's system of oppression. To mark this day of solidarity, the words of the late Mayor of Cork, Terence McSweeney, are extremely poignant to reflect on. It is not those who can inflict the most who will win, but those who can suffer the most who will conquer. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings to conclusion member statements. Point of order.
Appreciate you for taking the point of order. During Mr Aiken's speech, he referenced a Sinn Féin MEP, Maria Walsh. Maria Walsh, just to correct the record, is a Fine Gael MEP and has never been a representative for Sinn Féin. I think she would appreciate the record being said.
Thank you for that. Just before we move to the next item of business, a number of references were made to violence against women today, and I'd encourage as many of you as possible to attend tomorrow's event. I thought it was important that I, as Speaker, in my role, would do something to recognise the violence that there has been against women in our community. And I'm working with Women's Aid for this event tomorrow, and I hope it will be a very significant event, and an event where voices are very clearly speaking out, saying enough is enough. We shouldn't be tolerating what has been going on. So I will encourage as many of you as possible to attend that event. If members take their seats, just for a change of chair.
Members, moving on, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on the Executive's multi-year budget. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the need for the first multi-year budget in more than a decade to support long-term planning, improve certainty on public service funding and public sector pay, and provide clarity on infrastructure investment. Acknowledges that the forthcoming autumn budget will impact executive plans, notes statements by ministers on the insufficiency of funding and also the absence of any concrete plans by the executive to better fund public services through existing revenue tools or new devolved fiscal powers, and calls on the Minister of Finance to bring forward a draft multi-year budget which includes options for new devolved fiscal powers and other innovative means of funding public services in Northern Ireland, which is fully aligned to the priorities outlined in the programme for government before the 9th of December 2025.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you, Matthew. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time of the debate. So, Matthew, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This is the final opposition day of 2025 and comes at a crucial moment because within 24 hours the UK Chancellor will be announcing her budget. Those measures will have a huge impact for ordinary citizens here, but also for the Executive, as it plans what we hope and what we say today must be the first multi-year budget in a decade and a half being released before the end of this year. But what we want to talk about today isn't simply the dry process of budget setting, Principal Deputy Speaker, but rather why there is so little trust and faith in our Executive and indeed our politics generally to deliver for people. The reason for that is the failure to take responsibility for making real change in people's lives. We know The Finance Minister and I agree that too much power lies in London, and we know that all too often that power is not used for the real benefit of people here, that the priorities of successive UK governments are not aligned to our needs and to our citizens. We know what we have now isn't working, but none of that absolves us from using the power at our disposal to make real change, and perhaps more importantly, given the day that's in it, to seek new powers, fiscal powers to deliver for our people. For years now, that has been the stated policy intent of Sinn Féin finance ministers. They even spent £500,000 on a fiscal commission to make recommendations, but none of them have been implemented. We know at least there was a discussion in the Executive on the 6th of November, but the Minister and his colleagues have been pathologically cautious about doing anything at all, because, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it's easier to blame someone else. Last week we had the Finance Minister tell the Assembly, after his officials had already told the media, that he hoped at some point to proceed with reform of vacant property relief and some reform of small business rates relief. This was an opposition proposal more than a year ago, and we support the Minister's intent, but he offered no detail on when it would happen or even when the Executive would even discuss it. It's well over a year since his predecessor, Keith Archibald, said she would remove both the cap on domestic rates and the early repayment discount. Again, not only have those things not happened, they haven't even been discussed by the Executive. No finger of blame can be pointed at others. Under paragraph 24 of the Conduct of Executive Business, 3 ministers can insist an item be placed on the Executive agenda. Sinn Féin have 4 ministers. For whatever reason, they have chosen not to use that power. We don't know yet what will be in the budget tomorrow. We know, however, that the handling of this UK budget has been chaotic. This may be the first time that a British government has U-turned on a budget before it was actually delivered. We know that much of the chaos has been as a result of the fetishisation of arbitrary fiscal rules to meet which then require screeching policy adjustments to meet those rules and satisfy bond markets. Now, they may be dry spreadsheet exercises for officials, but they can have devastating consequences when translated into policies that affect a benefits recipient or a low-income family who have to live with the reality of having their standard of living and quality of life squeezed to satisfy forces beyond their control. That, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is the immoral act of austerity that we talk about so much here. All governments should practice responsible fiscal policy, but it is now widely held that making the less well-off shoulder the burden of meeting arbitrary fiscal targets isn't simply immoral, it's economically stupid. But the term austerity has been shamefully turned into a cliché by politicians, particularly, it has to be said, Sinn Féin ministers, who have trivialised it by using it as an alibi for a bewildering array of delivery failures. This is especially true of the Minister's former department, Infrastructure. Since last February, according to written answers, austerity has been responsible for more than 200 small and medium-sized things. It has been responsible for, among other things, the failure to build a park and ride in Cumber. That was austerity. No Ballykelly bypass. That was austerity. Resurfacing the Crawfordsburn Road in Bangor. That was austerity too. The Dial-a-Lift community transport service not working. That was austerity. Just before I got to my feet, I got an email answer from the Infrastructure Department telling me that a street in Finnehy in my constituency was not being resurfaced because of, you guessed it, austerity. These are all victims of austerity, apparently, rather than ministerial choices and priorities. But even amid such austerity, it is apparently still possible to find well over £10 million since 2020 to subsidise non-existent long-haul flights via zero APD, a policy that the Sinn Féin Economy Minister still stands over, a Sammy Wilson policy. In the last few days, the Infrastructure Minister has released a social media video seeking credit for protecting households and workers from water charges. Who is she protecting them from? I'm unaware of any party in this Assembly actively proposing domestic water charges, and the only person who has the legal power to commence water charges is the Infrastructure Minister. Is she protecting households from herself? Of course, her and the Executive more widely aren't doing anything on water, as we've seen today from the Office of Environmental Protection launching an investigation into the Minister and her colleague. Just look at fiscal devolution and the changes to the rating system on what hasn't happened. Look at the plans or the announced plans or the mooted plans for a developer levy to fund wastewater investment. Nothing has happened. It's been mooted by the Finance Minister now, formerly the Infrastructure Minister. No detail, no timescales, just sound bites, as our water system holds back the delivery of affordable homes and new jobs. But Sinn Féin want credit for not doing something that only they can do and isn't on the agenda anyway. In reality, they are doing nothing, happy to let London or the DUP take the blame while this place struggles. Last week, The Sinn Féin leader of the opposition in Dáil Éireann said the Irish government was a do-nothing government. I hear you, Mary Lou. Just wait till you hear what's happening up here. You've guessed it. Also nothing. Talk about taking one to no one. Of course, the DUP is often cited as a reason for blocking fiscal devolution, and there is no doubt that they have become deeply sceptical about anything that looks like more revenue raising or fiscal power. But to be honest, who knows what the DUP actually wants at all? They hated the last Tory government, which shafted them on the protocol after shafting everyone else here on Brexit. They now hate the Labour government too. Presumably they are now waiting on the next British government in order to hate them too. Not so much waiting for Godot as waiting for Nigel, a leader so committed to the unionist cause that he'll do you an up-the-ra video for the price of a few pints. These are the people we are apparently content to make decisions about our future. The case for raising more local revenue and taking more fiscal powers locally is more than made. It is overwhelming. The biggest obstacle, as well as the Treasury, to doing it is cynicism from a public here who have lost all faith in the ability or willingness of local leaders to take responsibility. And, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, can you blame them? But it doesn't have to be this way. As opposition, despite what the Finance Minister sometimes says, we have published a range of proposals. Indeed, many of them have later been embraced by him and his colleagues. They just haven't been enacted. From curtailing a vacant property relief to ending the early repayment discount. We proposed those measures, and we'll support them if they ever come to the Assembly floor. We proposed a levy on big agri-food companies to help fund the recovery of Lough Neagh and nature restoration. We've called for innovative use of executive borrowing powers to help pay for water investment. But, Minister, the clue is in the title. You are the Minister, we are the opposition. If you want us to do our job for you, we're happy to do that. You will have to give us proper access to official costings. Minister, what powers do you want and how do you want to take them? Do you agree with the Fiscal Commission that income tax should be devolved as it is in Scotland? If so, do you think we should have an intermediate tax rate and a higher personal allowance as they do there? How do you propose to fund essential investment in wastewater? These aren't optional treats. A developer levy? Tell us more. An infrastructure bond? Tell us more. You are responsible for answering these questions. The first ever Republican Finance Minister, Michael Collins, managed to raise a bond worth £20 million in today's money, and that was while operating in secret. You have hundreds of civil servants working for you, so the questions I'm asking aren't unreasonable, and these questions are even more pressing for two reasons. Number one, there is virtually unanimous agreement in this chamber that the UK government cannot be trusted to prioritise our interests. And number two, even more importantly, you and I represent parties which seek to build a new Ireland. A new Ireland is, at its core, about building something new on this island, taking the power into our hands, not simply allowing London to do it for us, not simply blaming others, not demoralising and disempowering people, not insulting their intelligence with drivel and nonsense, but treating with respect the people we serve, treating them with respect as we give them the choices we face now and in the future. That's what we need to do, empower our people to build something new, here in the north now and in the new Ireland we seek to build in the future. Those are our plans, Minister. Tell us yours.
Thank you. I call on Diane Forsyth to move the amendment. Thank you, Dan. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wait, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Dan, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I thank the opposition for bringing this motion to once again highlight the importance of moving to multi-year budgets here in Northern Ireland. And whilst the Leader of the Opposition has put on his last show of 2025, I do think that it is a serious issue, and the positive impact that multi-year budgets can have on our financial governance here is an important topic. As we have an agreed programme for government with agreed shared priorities, it's really important that our budget is set to underpin this and to enable the finances to flow in support of them. We all know that if we have to plan and manage 1 year at a time with a hard cut-off at financial year end, it drives a very different mindset and set of financial behaviours that you would have to apply compared to those you would have with a budget spanning a number of years, where you must spend your budget by the 31st of March or lose it to another department or to the centre. There's often panic year-end spending, which is not sensible, and it's unlikely to deliver the best value for money. For a funded project to slip in timing across a financial year for unforeseeable reasons and then be at risk is not sensible also. It does not provide the ability for strategic planning and puts undue pressure and uncertainty on many services, including our voluntary and community sector partners. A multi-year budget would allow for departments to plan on a longer-term basis, and however, for this to be successful, departments need to transform and cut down on their waste, and that is what our amendment seeks to emphasise. To deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, we need local ministers to spend every pound and every penny wisely. And it can only happen when every department cracks down on waste and when every party in the executive avoids party political pet projects, and that is what this party is about. It's not simply about getting more money, but using current resources better. And look at what Minister Lyons is doing within his department to utilise financial transactions capital for intermediate rent in particular. We need to see reform, we need to see transformation, and we need to see efficiency. And in the DUP, we are focused on delivering the scrutiny and accountability that people deserve. As a party, we have long said the civil service is in serious need of reform. We've called for modernisation in order to improve public service delivery. There are many hard-working individuals throughout the service who on a daily basis contribute substantially within the organisation. However, there are areas where our departments lack the right people, skills and know-how or experience to deliver the transformation and major projects that our communities are crying out for. And we in the DUP want to get to grips with the opportunity to transform public services, to deliver efficiencies and deliver better value for money. We want to see a review of the high numbers of quangos and some efficiencies realised. Also, we've highlighted in our amendment how the Northern Ireland Audit Office report into the delivery of major capital projects showed the civil service lacked skills and expertise to deliver these key capital projects. And this is something that the NICS must urgently address, along with developing capacity and capability to successfully deliver their major capital projects without undue delay or preventable soaring costs. Sitting with projected overspend exceeding £3 billion and rising, the need for transformation is urgent. Look at the eye-watering costs associated with the new regional maternity hospital. The original completion date was December 2015 at £57.2 million. 10 years later, we still have no new hospital, and the latest estimate is £97.1 million. It's appalling that for large-scale procurement exercises to be delivered late and cost so much more than expected. We should not be numb to such a damning indictment. Also, in terms of public procurement, each year in Northern Ireland, around 5,000 contracts are awarded by public bodies, which are together worth between £2 and £4 billion. The Northern Ireland Audit Office found that there's little evidence that the board has been effective in providing the strategic direction to ensure that procurement has operated effectively in Northern Ireland. With a history of recurring high-profile procurement failures that diminish stakeholder confidence in public bodies' abilities to manage procurement, we need to take steps to ensure that all money spent in the public sector is spent wisely. Household budgets are managed closely to deliver value for money. We need to ensure that up to £4 billion per year spent in the public sector is managed closely too. All departments face a long list of issues to address, with limited resources and funding to do so. A multi-year budget can help departments plan long-term for transformation. And finally, on our amendment, we recognise that the UK budget is due tomorrow. We await the news to come from it. The multi-year budgets, which are in draft and departments have contributed to, will need to reflect any significant outworkings, and our call is for the multi-year budget to be delivered as soon as possible to capture all of that. Together we face significant challenge, and we really need to work together to deliver meaningful multi-year budgets for the good of everyone who lives and works here. I commend the amendment to the House.
Thank you, Diane. I call Gemma Dolan.
It is certainly right to state that a multi-year budget will enable better long-term planning and support the sustainability of our public services. So while I share the call for this, it should be remembered that this is just one aspect to delivering better frontline services. For over a decade and a half, our public services have been stripped of resources by successive British governments who have focused on austerity measures, and the Labour government that was elected last summer has failed to move away from that well-trodden Tory path. Just one example of this is when the British Chancellor chose in the spring to prioritise investing in militarisation rather than in public services, in workers, in families and in local communities. The community and voluntary sector, which does tremendous work in supporting people with gaining skills and entering the workplace, and therefore supporting the local economy, was dealt a hammer blow with the loss of EU funding. The initial replacement scheme, which was in fact tens of millions of pounds short of actually replacing European funding, has now been succeeded by the Local Growth Fund, which again fails to recognise our local circumstances, as the funding is more focused on capital investment as opposed to resources, which is the lifeline for our community and voluntary sector. Treasury needs to listen to our local organisations and be more flexible to ensure this funding adequately meets our needs. This is, of course, another unfortunate legacy of Brexit and a clear example of democratic deficit where local ministers are not deciding how these funds should be allocated. I want to acknowledge the work of the current Finance Minister and his predecessor, who, as a result of negotiations with the British Treasury, have secured an extra £1.3 billion for public services here. They prioritised delivering more money directly from the Treasury for our public services, and they delivered upon this. That is also a recognition by the British Government that we have not been funded to the correct level of need, which has obviously had consequences for our public service infrastructure. I do not believe that putting an additional burden on those who can least afford to pay is the appropriate way to address the current challenges in our public finances. Certainly, there may be more various options to be discussed and considered, but my party will not support measures which put those already struggling under even more financial pressure. As a local assembly in recent years, we have managed to alleviate some of the harms caused by the British Government, which would worsen existing poverty levels, such as the welfare mitigation measures. However, the reality is that due to the limitations of devolution, we continue to be negatively impacted by spending decisions taken in London, and I suspect that is likely to be the case again tomorrow in the audit budget. There are several measures that the British Chancellor could take which would support our local economy and ordinary workers and families, such as reduction on VAT. The disparity between North and South is hitting the hospitality sector hard, particularly in border areas that rely on tourism, such as my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The ending of the two-child cap and extension of tax-free childcare are also significant interventions that could be made, which would ease the burden on so many families. As a Republican who believes in political and economic decisions affecting us being taken solely by elected reps here, I also want to see the maximum amount of fiscal devolution and support the Finance Minister in his work on exploring this. Additional powers will provide us with more fiscal levers at our disposal to deal with economic challenges. However, the barriers posed by partition continue to act as an impediment to us achieving our economic potential, which is why there is a growing appetite in all sectors of our communities for discussions on what a new Ireland will look like.
Thank you, Gemma. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This motion recognises something that has been obvious for far too long. Northern Ireland cannot continue to run public services on a one-year budget. The last time we had an agreed multi-year budget was 2011 to 2015. Since then, instability, collapse and short-term allocations have trapped our system in crisis management. The result has been stalled reform of our public services, rising costs and a workforce and public left without certainty. A multi-year budget is not a luxury, it is a basic foundation for credible planning, fair pay and long-term investment. But if we are to be serious about long-term stability, we must also be serious about the evidence. Independent analysis from both the Fiscal Council and Professor Holtham, Principal Deputy Speaker, is unequivocal. Northern Ireland's relative funding is significantly higher than current allocations recognise. The Fiscal Council estimates need at 124%, where there are other estimates around 126 to 132%, with the best estimate of 128%. Delivering on that evidence must be an urgent priority if this executive is to put public finances on a stable footing. Securing a fiscal floor that reflects real need is not special pleading. It is evidence-based policy and it strengthens our case for long-term funding certainty. However, we cannot ignore the reality that Treasury declined to engage with that evidence ahead of the recent spending review. That is disappointing, but it cannot be an excuse for inaction here. In fact, it underlines the need for the Executive to be proactive. For any future discussions must not simply be about asking for more, but demonstrating responsibility, reform and a credible multi-year plan. And that brings me to a crucial point. We weaken our negotiating hand if we refuse to address the inefficiencies in how we spend our money. We cannot demand fair funding while continuing to pour resources into duplicated services, in education, in services shaped around division, and in structures that pull funding into parallel provision rather than shared outcomes. Transformation, particularly in health and education, is not optional. It is essential if we are to spend our money better. A multi-year budget gives us the tools to do that, to shift investment towards prevention, to support service redesign and to move away from annual firefighting and short-term thinking. It also gives us the financial flexibility that has been missing for too long, greater ability to move capital and resource across financial years, but allow us to respond to shocks more effectively. This motion also raises the question of revenue. The Alliance Party has been clear. We cannot continually demand better services while refusing even to explore how our services are funding. In principle, enhanced fiscal devolution can bring decisions closer to communities, incentivise growth and productivity and allow fiscal policy to align with the social, economic and environmental priorities that are set out in the programme for government. So we must be honest about context. Households are under pressure, public services are under strain. Costly interventions such as cutting corporation tax are not palliative nor prudent at this time. And any move towards greater fiscal powers must be grounded in local capacity and administrative readiness, not driven by Treasury's preferred pace. However, we will not be supporting the DUP's amendment today, as we feel that removing any reference to devolved fiscal powers negates really the need for us to have an honest conversation about how we fund our public services here. That said, we fully acknowledge that fiscal powers only work if there's a functioning executive to use them. Our institutions remain one political crisis from collapse. We cannot risk a situation where powers are devolved but no government is in place to respond to a downturn. Stability is a precondition for long-term budgeting, not an afterthought. So finally, any draft multi-year budget must be a genuinely cross-executive exercise. Fiscal strategy cannot sit in a departmental silo, and every minister must contribute. Every department must align with the programme for government, and every decision must be driven by outcomes, not carve-ups. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Principal Deputy Speaker. First of all, I would like to make an apology to correct the record. Earlier on my remarks, and thank you very much indeed for picking that up, Linda, I should have said that the Putin apologies of Sinn Féin MEPs Lynn Boylan and Kathleen Fusion rather than Maria Walsh, and I'll get in contact with Maria and point out my failure to do that as well, but the point remains. I'm moving to the motion today. First of all, I would like to thank the Finance Minister and for his remarks about the Health Minister recently, about how the Health Department has been managing to find over £400 million worth of efficiencies. I think, as the Finance Minister has pointed out, this shows an example to all departments across Northern Ireland's government about their ability to be able to find the necessary efficiencies, what they have to do to make sure we have appropriate budgeting as we move forward. And as well as setting an example, I think it delivers a message to other departments that if our biggest spending department, and the one that has the most pressures that has been acknowledged very clearly in the programme for government and by the Executive itself, if they can achieve those sorts of efficiencies, what are the other departments doing? And it also shows, bearing in mind we're looking at future budgeting in the next 3 years of what we're planning to do, it shows what a degree of foresight and being able to look at your future budgeting plans and how you look towards those things are appropriate levels to do that. And that brings me on to the second point, because the Health Minister has made very clear that his priority is public sector pay. The reason why public sector pay is very important: if you don't have any workers, you're not going to have any health service, or you're not going to have any police service, or you're not going to have any prison service, or you're not going to have any teachers. And I think it's important that by the Health Minister already identifying that he wishes to make an early representation of what the public sector pay award is going to be within the 3-year budgeting cycle, I think that's something that all ministers should be committing to do. Because being able to look at that and putting public sector pay down first as a benchmark, I think that is something that both our public sector workers will really think is important, that the Northern Ireland Executive is putting them first. And it also starts to put a strong fiscal framework on what we're looking forward to the next 3 years. Talking about the fiscal framework, I would also like to talk about the Fiscal Council. And I think maybe in the Minister in his remarks when he's considering this debate, I wonder whether when we start looking at the future long-term programmes that they're going to be over the next 3 years, whether we can get the Fiscal Council in some measure to actually mark the homework, not just of the Executive as a whole, but of the departments. And one of the things we need to look at is measures of effectiveness. And this is one of the reasons we will be supporting the amendment today, because there is a very clear issue: are we getting value for money for the public services and the monies that we have? It is quite clear that we are not very good at spending money in places. And the example of the A5 road, which is an absolute disgrace that it hasn't already been built, we have spent close on £150 million, maybe more than that, on the A5 road so far, and there's not 1 square metre of tarmac has been laid. What do we say to the people who have their friends and family have lost their lives on that road because of our inefficiency in spending money and being able to do that? And may I make a rather sad projection, because I think we'll be spending much more on administration, legal fees, planning, replanning, judicial reviews before we even get to the point. It will probably be closer to, God forbid, 175 million before we get to that point, if we move on towards that as well. Fourth, and we've said this, we need to be able to spend the money we have properly. Sooner or later, we're going to have the appropriate debate. We're going to have to come clean to the people of Northern Ireland that we're going to have to raise revenue in some places. But before we do that, we're going to have to show that we spend the money we have properly. And we need to be able to demonstrate that. And that must be something that is fundamental to the 3-year budgeting process, is that we need to, ministers need to say out very clearly what is going to be their measures of effectiveness, how are they going to determine whether the money is going to be spent effectively. And when we do that, and we can demonstrate to the people of Northern Ireland that we have spent the money we have properly, we then need to be in a position and said, if we don't have the money, how we're going to raise the extra revenue, or how we're going to get better at spending the money we have. Principal Deputy Speaker, that brings me to the end of our remarks, but just on the final point, a 3-year budgeting process is where we need to be. But we will find out a lot more tomorrow, and hopefully that will give us a framework to be able to look forward to. But, Minister, thank you once again for your kind words about the Health Minister, and I hope you're able to say the same thing about other ministers as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I now call on Deirdre Hargey.
Deputy Speaker, for too long our public services have been forced to work within the limits of short-term, uncertain 1-year budgets handed down by various British governments. This approach consistently undermines planning, delays essential projects and makes it harder to meet people's needs. Tomorrow we see the British Chancellor announce her autumn budget, which will have a direct impact on the Executive's finances. And the Finance Minister, John O'Dowd, has previously outlined his intention to bring a multi-annual budget to the Executive after that autumn statement. The spending review that was announced in June set a 3-year funding allocation and 4 years for capital. This provides us with an opportunity to set the first multi-annual budget in over a decade. Sinn Féin has consistently championed multi-year budgeting, as we know that can lead to better planning and better outcomes for people. And of course this will still be challenging as we continue to operate within significant pressures and demands, and a legacy of policies at Westminster that drove austerity, divesting from public services and of course Brexit, while offering bailouts to bankers and tax breaks for the super rich, and of course the continuous funding of wars. And of course the opposition leader doesn't want us to focus on these, and maybe I wouldn't either if I worked for the Tory government during that period of time. Notwithstanding these challenges and the policy and fiscal climate we operate in, there is an opportunity with introducing multi-annual budgets to prioritise, to plan
and of course to deliver. Our Sinn Féin executive team, working with partners, is focused on delivering real and meaningful change. We have blocked water charges, prevented unfair hikes in student fees, and we have prioritised health and, of course, the cutting of waiting lists. Through the Good Jobs Bill, we will strengthen workers' rights, end zero-hour contracts and deliver secure employment. We will bring legislation to help tackle holiday hunger and extend free school meals during the holiday period. In shaping a responsible, fair and long-term budget, Sinn Féin has been clear. We need a budget that supports workers and families, backs our small and medium businesses and ensures that if we are ever to have tax increases, the burden should fall on those with the broadest shoulders. We will continue to do all that we can within our stretch budget. Many of the financial pressures that we know that people face here come from decisions taken at Westminster. And Sinn Féin have been clear and consistent in calling for a reduction of VAT on domestic energy bills to help ease the cost of living burden, to end the two-child tax limit, which pushes families and children into hardship, and to cut the insurance premium tax, which inflates home and car insurance costs. It's clear that if we are to deliver strong, fair and accessible public services that people in our communities rightly expect, then the Executive must have the proper funding arrangements and the real fiscal levers to do so. Fiscal devolution has to be part of that. If we're serious about managing our finances in a sustainable and responsible way, then we need the ability to make decisions here in the interest of the people. And of course, this builds on the positive work that Sinn Féin ministers have delivered on. We established a fiscal commission to bring forward key recommendations on devolution. And of course, our previous Finance Minister, Kiva Archibald, brought forward the fiscal framework, which for the first time did recognise and indeed fund our budget on the basis of need. And of course, there's more work to be done in this area. So we will continue to stand for workers and for families through this period. We will continue to stand for fiscal devolution so we can do more whilst we plan for the change that is taking place on this island, where the people here can determine our own future.
Thank you, Deirdre. Sorry. Thank you. I call Harry Harvey. I thought you were saying something. I wasn't sure. Go ahead.
Standing orders, but I'm sure the Speaker's office have a view on whether smearing civil servants who obviously work for every minister, including the Minister himself, is appropriate. But I understand why members want to do that to deflect from their own record. A previous minister wouldn't smear her own civil servants in the department's community, but she's just done it today. Pathetic.
So you know it's not a point of order, Matthew, but you've got your concerns on the record. Yeah, and like everything in this place, if you're not happy, go and see the Speaker. And I would also remind members that during the cut and thrust of politics, they need to be respectful and they also need to be correct and accurate across all fronts. Okay, thank you. Without further ado, I'm going to return to Harry Harvey.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. Multi-year budgeting has long been called for in this House, and it would be difficult for anyone to deny the very obvious benefits that multi-year budgeting brings to the functioning of government as a whole, and that of individual departments specifically. Many points have already been eloquently made in the debate thus far, but for me the focus must be on transformational reform. Whilst no one should be in any doubt as to the impact multi-year budgeting would have, there is a tendency to frame the conversation in such a way as to present it as the silver bullet. The importance of other tools, arguably more readily available, cannot be underestimated. Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter how long your budgetary period is if you fail to implement robust guardrails to ensure you remain within it. If public procurement and major capital schemes emanating from this place over the past decade can teach us anything, it is a fundamental reality. The York Street interchange still remains on paper. The RVH maternity hospital already 10 years late, and some 40 million over budget are just two examples of where the system is failing the people of Northern Ireland. Significantly delayed and over budget capital projects shouldn't be accepted as the norm. They should be the exception not the rule, and the fact that they are the rule points to a serious lack of capacity within our civil service. This is something that we as a party have been continually highlighting and seeking to address in recent years. Inability and reluctance to avail.
Sorry, Harry. Mark has already indicated he's not prepared to. I know, so please be respectful. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. This is something that we as a party have been continually highlighting and seeking to address in recent years. Inability and reluctance to avail of expertise within the Home Civil Service has hampered knowledge sharing and skill transfer. Programmes within the Safeguarding the Union command paper, designed to facilitate better collaboration and exchange across UK civil service, will undoubtedly assist transformation once implemented. The Procurement Board, tasked with ensuring the effective operation of public procurement, has been unable to achieve what it was commissioned to do. The sheer scale of projects falling outside of their procured targets demonstrates that a rethink is urgently required if stakeholder confidence is to be regained. The challenges are evident, and multi-year budgeting would undoubtedly play a part in addressing them. In the meantime, efficiency through reform and transformation is our party's focus and will remain so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Harry. I now call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The importance and the undeniable benefits of moving to a multi-year funding position have often been discussed in this chamber and has always been supported by my party. There is no public service that would benefit more from some degree of financial clarity and certainty than our health service. And over the last decade, one reality has become painfully clear. Our health service cannot continue to function, never mind transform, under a cycle of short-term budgets and political instability. And if we genuinely want to provide sustainable, high-quality care that the people of Northern Ireland deserve, then this Assembly and the Executive must be prepared to take a long overdue approach to budgeting. Year-to-year budgeting has repeatedly forced the Department of Health and our trusts to operate in a constant firefighting mode. Funding that arrives late in the financial year or shifts unpredictably with each budget settlement makes the likes of long-term workforce planning virtually impossible. And then when executive departments find themselves in financial deficit, in-year savings plans are often unavoidably much more difficult and counter-strategic than if there had been a multi-year approach. Short-term budgeting doesn't just slow progress, it actively costs money. When executive departments can't plan ahead, especially ones the scale and size of the Department of Health, they end up paying more for temporary solutions, expensive agency staff instead of permanent recruits, short notice contracts instead of strategic investments, sticking plaster fixes instead of long-term reform. The uncertainty created by year-to-year budgets directly affects patient experience. Projects designed to modernise care are unavoidably disrupted when funding stops and starts. Whether in mental health, through the likes of the critical investment we need in inpatient mental health facilities, elective surgery, primary care, or digital innovation. And of course, staff morale suffers when they cannot see a reliable path forward for services they're trying to improve, and the public lose confidence when announcements of progress are repeatedly followed by announcements of delay. We must also be honest with ourselves about the impact of political instability. The stop-start nature of the Assembly and Executive over the last decade, firstly by Sinn Féin, followed by the DUP, has compounded every one of these challenges. When these institutions are collapsed, there is a vacuum strategic direction and zero accountable political governance. And as we all know, health is the sector that suffers most when our politics fails, because it is the sector that relies most on continuity, long-term planning and stable decision-making. A multi-year budget will not on its own solve every problem within our health service, but it will provide the foundation on which real solutions can finally be built. If we allow the Department to plan workforce growth over several years instead of several months, it will let trusts invest in improving services with confidence that funding will be there to complete the work. And crucially, it will help ensure that money is spent wisely rather than reactively. As MLAs, we owe it to patients and to the wider public to break the cycle of short-termism that is strangling our health service. Clarity in budgeting must go hand in hand with stability in government, and so I hope the Executive is able to come together in the coming weeks, especially after tomorrow's budget statement, and set their political differences to the side and act in the best interests of the people that we are elected to serve. But I must say, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, watching the political positioning of some parties over recent weeks, I'm becoming increasingly concerned as to whether the Executive currently has the political desire and the political braveness to even be able to fairly consider a multi-year deal. And if the Executive's ministers aren't able to set their political differences to the side and soon consider a draft multi-year settlement, then it would once again be another example of a catastrophic failure of this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolland. I call Timothy Casson.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And at first glance, this appears to be a shrewd motion delivered with great gusto by the star performer, Mr. O'Toole. In any normal functioning government, who could oppose long-term planning or financial certainty? But then all we have to do is look behind the words on the order paper. The real thrust of this motion before us is a demand that this Executive be armed with new devolved fiscal powers. Normally, opposition parties highlight the failings of the government and warn of the dangers of granting it more authority. But oh no, not our opposition, not the SDLP, a party yearning for the return of ministerial trappings, and a party that is so preoccupied with being constructive that it still hasn't grasped how to be an opposition that will finally land a punch. How could anyone outside the Executive look at this failing, divided and self-interested administration and think what those chancellors need is really more power? Happy to give way.
Just on that, the upshot is if he doesn't want more devolution here, he's happy for all that power to be held in London. I have to say, I haven't heard the TUV praise the British government in a while. Can he say, articulate to me either the last British government he supported or the kind of future British government he would like to support? Because I'm sort of at a loss.
Member for an extra minute.
And I'm looking forward to 2029 when we finally get rid of the Labour Party, and I look upon the next government, and I'll not be putting all my trust in them. We'll have to wait to see what they deliver, but it couldn't be any worse than what we already have. Only the other week we have had the Nationalist Republican Alliance side of the Executive vote no confidence in the Education Minister. And you want us to trust this Executive with new fiscal powers. They can't manage the powers that they already have. Let's recall that Westminster is extraordinarily generous to Northern Ireland, with £1.24 spent here for every £1 spent in England, and yet this Executive still cannot live within its means. But then, of course, the SDLP agrees with the serial wastage that we have. A climate commissioner. Oh yes, we needed one of them. An Irish language commissioner, should I say. And all the legislation and expense that goes with it. How did we get past without either of those positions? We have before us ministers who cannot live within the budgets they already have. Ministers who routinely overspend, who send begging letters to London and who blame everyone else but themselves for their own failures. And do you know what? I've never heard the opposition complain about that mentality. Mind you, we can't manage the money we've been given, so give us more ability to take more from our hard-working households and businesses. That is some election pitch that you put forward today, because that's essentially what you have been proposing in this motion. The TUV has been absolutely clear. We believe Northern Ireland should be governed as fully, as integrally as possible within our United Kingdom, not semi-detached not operating a separate economic model, not drifting further down the colonial path imposed by the protocol and accepted by this executive. The more devolved fiscal powers you give Stormont, the more Northern Ireland's economy and its tax policy diverges from Great Britain. We already have to endure a border in the Irish Sea. We already suffer a different regulatory regime. And now, apparently, the solution is to give Stormont the ability to operate a different tax regime as well. As for the idea of multi-year budgets, you would first surely need to produce evidence that devolution can operate for multi-year periods. I remind the SDLP that for 40% of the time since the sacred text of the Belfast Agreement came down from Mount Sinai, the executive hasn't functioned. Rather than pushing for more powers, it is time to recognise that this place is incapable of even existing for the multi-year periods that the SDLP want it to budget for.
Thank you. Timothy, I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's clear that the current economic and political system is not broken. It's not broken, but is working exactly as intended. The economic system we live under was never designed to tackle wealth inequality. It was never designed to tackle record levels of deprivation, including 1 in 3 children in my own constituency disgracefully living in child poverty. And the current system is unable and obviously unwilling to tackle the ever-increasing cost of food, which is shooting up year on year and leaving it to be unaffordable for people right across the north. And the system that we live under fails and refuses to tackle the year-on-year increase in rent, which sees landlord rip off tenants while the executives say, fill your boots, lads. So it's clear we need a different path and a different system to meet the needs of not only my community, Miss Deputy Speaker, but the wider constituency across the north. And as a start, this executive and the Finance Minister should refuse to engage in the Treasury groupthink, Treasury economics, which counts fiscal prudence and being in the black as more important than social consequences of terrible economic decisions. In recent days, the Finance Minister has referred to, Deputy Speaker, the need for revenue raising, and I agree with him, but with one big caveat. The point is, Minister, and the question I'd ask you is, who will you and the Executive be seeking to raise money from? If you're talking about ending the landlord allowance, which sees millions of pounds going to the pockets of landlords every single year, I'm with you. If you're talking about reallocating and stopping the 80 million or so industrial derating, which is a repeat multinational, handed to multinational corporations, if you're talking about any of that, then I'm with you. If you're talking about tackling, alongside the Minister for Communities, the hundreds of millions of pounds going to landlords, the subsidise increased rents because rents are not capped or reduced, then I'm with you. But if you're talking about kicking working class people again, I think we'll have to say we part ways and no thank you, and we will fight any proposals which do so. Prescription charges are being talked about and touted again, Deputy Speaker, which should be resisted by everybody in this House. Water charges, ruled out by this Minister, are unconscionable when people have paid for water for decades. It's an idea that's not going to work and going to punish people whilst they've already paid for water. There's been some suggestion about paying for GPs, which is another ludicrous idea, which will put in place more barriers for people when they already struggle to get access to their GP and receive health care. There was some flirtation maybe with the current Economy Minister with increasing university fees. But thankfully she backed down after people opposed these, which not only would be unfair, but totally counterproductive. So, and in terms of the need for a multi-year budget, Deputy Speaker, as members have stated, this could, and I emphasise could, bring some ability for departments to plan. However, the devil will be in the budget. If we have a single, stringent, single-year budgets repeated over 3 or 5 years, it will still be insufficient budgets. What this executive needs to do, Deputy Speaker, is to demand and say with one voice, we need to see a wealth tax A wealth tax as a start on 2% of the richest across these islands could bring in £160 billion over several years. Corporation taxes need to be increased rather than reduced, as previous executive parties all agreed on cutting corporation tax. If there's been a Damascene conversion, I certainly welcome that, but they need to be demanding for corporation tax to be increased. We need to see an end to the drive to militarisation and the huge increase on spending on war as well. In closing, Deputy Speaker, it's worth reminding ourselves that billionaire wealth across these islands has exploded over the last 35 years. In 1990, in Britain, there were 15 billionaires. In Britain, there's now 156 billionaires. In the south, we have seen billionaire wealth increase by €13 billion in the last year alone. This is obscene and totally grotesque, and we're long past the time to abolish billionaires. This should be the stated policy of this executive and all governments across these islands, and instead of being in awe and being beholden to not people who are often described as the wealth creators but the inequality defenders, we need to tackle wealth and abolish billionaires to have some fairness and decency in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker is the Minister for Finance. And Minister, you will have 15 minutes to respond to the debate. Thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to respond to today's motion. Since taking up post as Finance Minister, I have consistently outlined my intention to bring forward a multi-year budget. As the motion rightly acknowledges, the Chancellor's autumn budget may have an impact on the Executive's budget. It is therefore only right and proper that I await the outcome of this before I bring the multi-year budget forward to the Executive. The spending review announced in June set out our day-to-day funding for 3 years and capital allocations for 4 years, providing us with the opportunity to set the first multi-year budget in a decade. Multi-year budgets will shape the future of our public services for years to come. This will be one of the biggest decisions the Executive and this Assembly will make between now and the end of the mandate, and it's important that we get it right. Agreeing a multi-year budget and a mandatory coalition will mean there has to be give and take on all sides. The multi-year budget will of course present challenges, not least because the quantum of funding falls short of what we had hoped for, and in my view what is needed to provide the public services our people deserve. We need to be realistic. There isn't sufficient funding to do all what we would want to do or provide any department with the level of funding that it will have requested. But we must also recognise the multi-year budget will present opportunities. It will provide departments with funding certainty, allowing them to plan on a longer-term and more strategic basis, in turn creating the conditions to drive much-needed transformational change in the delivery of our public services. In working towards agreeing a multi-year budget, we must be guided by our programme of government, our plan, doing what matters. I believe that this Executive has shown its commitment to doing what matters most and working in partnership to deliver for people. Since I took up the role of Finance Minister, my focus has been on securing a fair funding model. The Leader of the Opposition referred to the first Republican Finance Minister, Michael Collins, raising £20 million in today's money. Well, I would never compare myself to Michael Collins, but I can go one better. Between myself and the previous Finance Minister, we have raised an additional £1.3 billion for public services here as a direct result of our engagement with the Treasury and our pursuit of a full fiscal framework. So I think the member of the opposition, even on the last day of the opposition in this calendar year, will acknowledge that 1.3 billion does outmatch 20 million.
I thank the Minister for, I thank the big fella for giving way. Can the Minister confirm if that 1.3 billion raised, as he says, by himself and his predecessor, came from the same source that is inflicting all this austerity upon us?
He's absolutely right. We did manage to garner from those who have inflicted austerity over not just this current government, but the previous current government, an additional 1.3 billion. I don't see where the problem is with that, and maybe the member has an ideological opposition to that. If he wants to explain it, I'm more than happy to listen to it. So it is. But the record shows that through our engagement with the Executive, the public services in this community are 1.3 billion better off. Through the 25-26 budget, this Executive has invested in waiting lists and enabling an additional 122,000 patient interventions to be delivered in the first 6 months of this financial year. surpassing the programme for government target of 70,000. Invested £55 million in early years in childcare, which includes funding to support families with childcare costs through the childcare subsidy scheme. Invested in wastewater capacity, contributed to the unlocking of wastewater capacity for over 5,000 properties across the north, supporting future housing and wider economic development. These are just some of the examples how this executive is working together to make improvements to people's lives. And yes, the Leader of the Opposition pointed to a number of issues in relation to DFI where they couldn't do the work they wanted to do. Austerity is a real thing, and the reality is that you can't do as much as you would like to do. But the member didn't read out the list of programmes and investment that is going on across all executive departments and the differences they are making in people's daily lives. So are we doing everything we want to do? No, because we can't. Are we making a difference? Yes, we are. So despite the financial constraints, much has been delivered, but there's still much to do. It's important we are honest with the scale of the challenges facing us. I've said it many times in the House and around the executive table. Our finances are significantly constrained, particularly in the 26-27, as the biggest uplift in day-to-day spending power occurs in later years. With demands for services outpacing funding available, continuing to do as we've always done is not an option. Transformation and innovation are essential to driving productivity and ensuring public sector pay remains both affordable and sustainable throughout the budget period. Each minister must strive to improve efficiency in how our public services are delivered. I know that change is difficult, but we have to do things differently if we are to change our public services for the better. That means embracing technology, it means embracing new ideas, and it means looking at areas where we can raise additional finances. And no, I am not promoting kicking the working class. I have been in the executive in one form or another over this last 15 years, and I don't think anywhere in the decisions I have made have I been accused of kicking the working class. I'll give way to the member.
On the water charges, but can you maybe expand on other aspects of revenue raising? Because I think you said in recent days, when you look at it again, what are you suggesting or what are you proposing we do to raise revenue?
It's worth noting that the executive already raises somewhere in the region of £1.6 billion through its rates policy. All the rates policies are open to review, including the one the member referred to in terms of rates relief for manufacturing and other types of businesses in that field. All those will be reviewed in the next year or so, and members will have an opportunity to contribute towards that. When I talk about revenue raising, I've also added to that it should be done in a fair and equitable way. Those with the broadest shoulders should bear the burden of any further increases across the board, particularly any announcements coming from Westminster in relation to tax rises. Those with the broadest shoulders should bear that. But there's also other ways, and last week I said I propose this in this House, which have the power to raise an additional £9 million through the rating system. These positive and progressive changes could see savings redirected to provide additional support to small and medium businesses, the backbone of our economy. The proposals I brought forward aren't seeking additional funding. Instead, they are focused on better using what we have. I would encourage other ministers to do likewise. Mr Aiken referred to my comments about Mr Nesbitt. One of the difficulties on complimenting a minister from a different party is that someone will remind you about it. So it is. But when ministers act in a way, and act in a cooperative way, particularly in engagement with myself and my officials, I think it's worth acknowledging. All ministers face challenges moving forward, but if we work in a collaborative partnership way, I do believe we will be able to move through those challenges and secure our frontline public services. But that has to be done in cooperation with each other. Turning to fiscal powers, it is vital that the Executive has the funding arrangements and fiscal levers necessary to deliver the type of public services that our citizens rightly expect and deserve. Mr O'Toole seems to believe there's some sort of delay or stall here, but this has been working through a programme of work to get us to a point where I want to be, and I need to convince executive colleagues where we need to travel to. But the engagement with the Treasury thus far has been around our level of need. We have had success in relation to our level of need, and as part of those negotiations, I got agreement from the British Government to continue discussing a full fiscal framework. Part of that full fiscal framework is discussions around fiscal devolution. That engagement has started. It will intensify after the Treasury and the Chancellor has announced the budget. The member, I think, will be a fair statement to say that the Treasury basically goes into lockdown with 6 weeks before a budget because of the intensity of the work they are involved. I have to understand that. But once the budget is announced, I have asked my officials to wrap up or to increase their engagement with officials in the Treasury in relation to full fiscal devolution based on the findings of the Fiscal Commission. So my department will lead those negotiations. I will have to go back to the Executive with recommendations in that regard, and that will require executive engagement and discussion on the way forward. Progressing this important work will require the agreement of both the Executive and the British Government. In Scotland and Wales, this process took a number of years to complete. I believe we can learn valuable lessons from their experiences to help expedite this process, but it will take time. I want to make progress as quickly as possible while ensuring we get the right approach that meets the needs of workers, families and businesses here. Following the Chancellor's announced autumn budget tomorrow, I will bring forward a multi-year budget for consideration and agreement by the Executive early next month. Once agreed by the Executive, this multi-year budget will go out to consultation. This will be an opportunity for everyone to have their say and help us shape the final budget and the future of our public services for years to come. As I have outlined earlier, the need for transformation and for embracing new methods of service delivery has never been clearer. This will require all of us and a willingness across the Executive, the Assembly and society to embrace change. Like all of you in this chamber, I want to see our funding used to continue to do what matters most. We must work together in true partnership to confront our challenges ahead and seize the opportunity the multi-year budget gives to create lasting positive change. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Our next speaker is Brian Kingston to wind on the amendment, and advise you, Brian, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And in our amendment, we welcome the forthcoming multi-year budget for the Northern Ireland Executive for 3 years and 4 years capital. And we await with great interest the budget announcements by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, tomorrow. The Leader of the Opposition in this chamber, in his written speech, asked, what does the DUP want? Well, what the DUP will do is stand up for the people of Northern Ireland, and we will both work with and challenge every government at Westminster in the interest of the people of Northern Ireland. Indeed, it was our party leader, Gavin Robinson, who led the challenge to increase the fiscal floor for Northern Ireland for an extra 24% for every pound spent in GB. Do I get an extra minute, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker? Okay, I'll give way.
Well, thank you for giving way. Well done to you for ensuring you got the extra minute. Can I just can I ask the member? He talks about challenging UK governments, and that's what Gavin Robinson, your MPs do, and you do, etc., etc. Fair enough. Does that not mean, ergo, that you think it would be better for us to take more power here if London isn't to be trusted? If they need to stand up, why don't we just take more power here and do it ourselves?
Well, I will come on to what we can be doing here ourselves and how we can bring more efficiencies. And Diane Forsyth, in proposing the DUP amendment, highlighted the importance that the budget should support the agreed programme for government, how previously these 12-year budgets, pressure to spend money within one financial year, is hampering delivery and resulting in a rush to spend monies at the end of the year. So there will be the ability to plan across multiple years, and that should improve efficiency and delivery. Our amendment focuses on the need for transformations. We think the answer should not be to automatically tax people in Northern Ireland more and to squeeze more money out of hard-pressed families, people struggling to make ends meet. We think more can be done to bring in efficiencies, and that's where the focus should be, to reduce waste, to carry out reform, and to see that efficiency. Northern Ireland Civil Service, whilst there are many people working very hard and efficiently within it, it has a poor record in major capital projects, and we've given some examples of that. A 2024 Audit Office report said that only 1 out of 7 flagship infrastructure projects identified in 2015 had been completed, and a second was completed out of the 7 by the time of the Public Accounts Committee report. That means 5 were not. We do note that the Northern Ireland Civil Service is different to its counterparts in Scotland and Wales, whereas the Civil Service in Scotland and Wales remain part of the UK Home Civil Service. The Northern Ireland Civil Service is a standalone body, and as a result has been unable and at times unwilling to benefit from economies of scale in terms of skills present in the public sector in Great Britain. The DUP sought to tackle this during our negotiations with the government. The Safeguarding the Union command paper sets out a programme for skills exchange between the Northern Ireland Civil Service and the UK Home Civil Service. Encouraging those secondments and movement across all parts of the UK will boost capacity and help bring specific expertise to projects where necessary. The DUP will seek the faithful implementation of these schemes, the expansion of short-term placements and the recruitment of more external experts to achieve better outcomes within our civil service. Northern Ireland is well placed to benefit from greater integration with the Home Civil Service. The members pointed to the fact that both Gemma Dolan and the Minister to the extra 1.3 billion he says he has secured from His Majesty's Treasury. Certainly that highlights that our annual subvention from His Majesty's Treasury is over £19 billion. So while members rightly point out the effects of austerity, we do well to remember that we do benefit from being part of a country, the United Kingdom, which has the 6th largest economy of any country in the world. And our prosperity is based on that. Let us never forget, but let us also remember that there is a national challenge to our country's finances. National debt, currently around 2.6 trillion, no, I won't have time, which has increased under the current Labour government. So we cannot be blind to the wider financial realities, but certainly we in the DUP will work with every government, and our well-being is based on being that large economy, not on being a tax haven for wealthy multinationals. Steve Aiken, in his contribution, shows how the Health Minister has found savings of hundreds of millions of pounds, not least in reducing high spend on locum doctors. So we do recognise that is an example of looking for savings, but of course the Minister's department has shortcomings in capital projects, and as Harry Harvey, my colleague, pointed out, the new regional maternity hospital, £40 million over budget and many years late. So there is much more to be done, and we do thank those members who have indicated their support for our amendment, and we do commend it to the House.
Thank you, Brian. Our last speaker is Sinead McLaughlin to conclude and wind up on the debate. And advise you, Sinead, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and can I thank all of those that contributed and participated in this debate. Northern Ireland deserves a government that plans ahead, not one that stumbles from one financial year to the next. And that's really what this motion is about. For far too long, our public services have been trapped in a system that offers no stability, no long-term direction, and no sense of strategic purpose. When schools can't plan their staffing, when health trusts don't know what they can afford beyond a few months, when universities are warning of financial strain and uncertainty, it becomes obvious that the way we budget is itself part of the problem. Operating a single-year budget forces departments to short-term thinking. It prevents them from investing early in reforms that would save them money in the long run. It limits their ability to redesign services in a way that actually works for people and creates a culture of firefighting instead of planning. A multi-year budget won't fix everything. Certainly won't, and certainly won't fix it overnight, but it will provide certainty that allows departments and the people who work for them to make sensible, responsible decisions. It gives space for innovation, for forward planning, for strategic investment, and for the kind of reform that we all know that this place desperately needs. But we cannot talk about long-term planning without acknowledging the instability at the very heart of these institutions. Budgets, strategies and priorities are meaningless if there is no functioning executive in place to implement them. Our public services have endured repeated collapses of government, some lasting years at a time. During those periods, nothing progresses, consequences pile up and problems grow deeper. Services don't pause because Stormont has paused. Children waiting for assessments don't pause. Excuse me. Families struggling with childcare costs don't pause. Hospitals, schools and community organisations don't pause. When the executive collapses, it's the public. It's them, our people, our constituents. They pay the price. And if we want a system capable of delivering a multi-year budget, then we need institutions that cannot be switched off whenever political disagreements arise. The structures of government must be resilient enough to withstand political turbulence. That requires serious institutional reform because reliable budgeting depends on reliable governance, and without both, progress becomes impossible. A long-term budget must also align with the programme for government. For too long we have had promises on paper with no stable financial plan behind them. The result is predictable. Ambitions fade when budgets tighten. Commitments fall away because there was never any serious, realistic plan to fund them. And Minister, I do get really frustrated that each time we ask about budgets, the response is always the same. If the money isn't there, it's because of the Brits. And if it is there, it's because of you, Minister, or Sinn Féin. And I'll give you an example. I asked the Infrastructure Minister just yesterday about moss on pavements in my constituency. The answer was it was the fault of British austerity. That is just bonkers. It's actual bonkers and it's childish, and we can't keep on doing it. We have responsibilities in government. Now, consider childcare. Northern Ireland has the highest childcare across these islands, and families feel that pressure every single week. For years, the SDLP has called for proper investment to make childcare genuinely affordable. Yet, when childcare Barnett consequentials were available, they were not protected. That decision set us back significantly. If those funds had been ring-fenced, we would be building a childcare system today that actually supports families and strengthens the economy and helps tackle poverty, child poverty, in our constituents. Instead, we remain playing catch-up and families are paying the price. And that is why the SDLP has taken matters into their own hands. And while the Executive continues to drift from crisis to crisis, we have been doing the serious work of policy that government should be doing. We have published detailed papers on childcare, our future relationship with Europe, reform of housing, the arts, and even an alternative programme for government. We are credibly outlining how we would do things differently, not just pointing out what is wrong, but setting out fully formed proposals on how to fix it. And we're not just sitting in the corner getting clicks on TikTok either, like Mr. Gaston. The higher education and skills sector is facing the same short-term pressures. University and FE colleges have been pushed to their limits. Earlier this year, the possibility of increasing tuition fees emerged, a clear sign of how strained the system has become. We challenge that because pushing down on students would damage opportunity and damage our economic future. But without a stable, multi-year funding model, the underlying pressures will simply return again and again. Skills cannot be developed on guesswork, research cannot grow without certainty, employers cannot plan when the pipeline of talent is at risk. Economic growth depends on a skilled workforce, and that depends on sustained investment. Yes, go ahead.
Would the member recognise that current British military expenditure of in excess of £60 billion, rising to £73.5 billion by 2028, has direct repercussions for the ability to deliver services on behalf of workers and families across the British state and here in the north?
The member will know where I stand in relation to spending on defence, particularly if state money here in Northern Ireland is spent on genocide and weapons of genocide. So I'll leave it at that. Regional balance is another area where year-to-year budgeting does real harm. Communities in the North West and other areas with long-standing economic challenges know exactly what it feels like to be promised progress that never materialises. Investment comes in short bursts, projects start and projects stop, and long-term commitments evaporate when budgets tighten. A fair and balanced economic model requires sustained investment over many years, not one-off announcements or short-lived cycles. If we are prepared to press Westminster for needs-based funding for Northern Ireland, then we must apply the same logic on our own borders and invest in those regions that have been neglected. Regions that have been overlooked for decades deserve a long-term plan that does not shift with political tides or indeed dependent on what flavour the minister is. To support better budgeting, we also need better financial oversight. The SDLP has consistently called for the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council to place on a statutory footing. When oversight is optional, accountability is also optional, and it weakens. A statutory fiscal council will provide transparent, independent scrutiny to ensure that financial decisions are evidence-based, long-term, and not driven by short-term politics. We must also be honest about revenue. Northern Ireland cannot expect its services to improve if it refuses to explore the fiscal tools available to other devolved governments. Scotland and Wales have already taken on additional fiscal powers. Meanwhile, we continue to rely almost entirely on the block grant, even as demand rises and pressure intensifies. Even when we are constantly criticising Britain, we do not put any other plans in place to take responsibility ourselves, so we actually must really like the way that Britain throws us the money. A multi-year budget must at least open the conversation about new fiscal powers, not to raise taxes for the sake of it, but to ensure that we have the tools to protect essential services, and that is why we will be voting against the DUP amendment. Their proposed changes actually waters down the intent of our motion and removes any reference to the need for greater devolution of fiscal powers. If we are serious about building a sustainable future for Northern Ireland, then we cannot simply avoid the difficult conversation. A motion about long-term budgeting means very little if we strip out the actual tools that is required to make it work. Ultimately, this motion is about changing direction. Our public services cannot survive in a system defined by volatility, by instability and by short-term thinking. And let me also be clear, if the Executive wants credible scrutiny and credible alternatives, then it must empower the opposition also to deliver it. The SDLP is doing heavy lifting of opposition, and we also demand that we have the same facilities as Sinn Féin receives in the Dáil. Thank you.
Okay, the debate's over. Please behave yourselves. Thank you. Okay. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Diane Forsyth, Brian Kingston and Harry Harvey be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members, please. So the question is that the amendment be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay. Do we have tellers? Good to go. Okay. Members, order. 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 So tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Harry Harvey and Diane Forsyth. Tellers for the noes are Mark Durgan and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Order. Order. Clerk, would you please read the result?
77 members voted, 31 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
So the amendment falls. The question is that the motion be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. I think the ayes have it. Okay, so I've been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27, brackets A, 1A, B, that there's an agreement that we dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to division. So I now call for tellers to vote tellers. Okay, everyone? Okay, thank you. Order, thank you. Okay, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Matthew O'Toole and Colin McGrath. Tellers for the noes are Harry Harvey and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Okay, members? Okay, thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
76 members voted, 53 members voted aye, 23 members voted no. The motion is carried.
So the motion is carried. Could members please take their ease until we change the table for the next item of business? Thank you.
Happy to? Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on free school meals provision. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises that providing free school meals in primary schools delivers multiple benefits, including improved nutrition, enhanced educational attainment and long-term economic returns. Notes that in Northern Ireland an estimated 20% of children living in poverty are currently not eligible for free school meals. Further notes that other jurisdictions across these islands are significantly expanding free school meal provision. Regrets the decision to halt the school holiday food grant scheme, which provided vital support to low-income families during school holidays. Believes that eligibility for free school meals should be significantly expanded, with the ambition of moving to universal access over time, and calls on the Minister of Education to work with the Minister of Finance to publish a funded plan with timelines to extend free school meals to all school children by 2030.
Thank you. I call on Cara Hunter to move the motion on behalf of the opposition. Cara? Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Cara, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to bring this important opposition motion forward. Today, simply put, we will be discussing the needs to fill the tummies of children in our schools, to empower and uplift them with at least one guaranteed meal a day. Hunger is recognised as a marker of an adverse childhood experience. Too often do children struggle with poverty and in hunger in total silence, too pained to ask for lunch money when they know that their parents simply don't have it. This isn't an issue in a faraway country. It's right here at home in Northern Ireland. Our children are literally starving in our classrooms, particularly those who have parents with low income. In my own constituency, Raise has revealed almost 50% of children in the area of Coleraine benefit from free school meals, and the need for more to have access to free school meals is evident. I know more families really wish that they could benefit from this. Today, I stand before you to urge the Minister to commit to a bold, transformative ambition, a serious expansion of free school meal provision across our schools, with a funded plan to deliver universal access by 2030. The proposal before us recognises that by providing free school meals in primary and throughout the school system delivers multiple benefits: improved nutrition, enhanced educational outcomes and long-term economic returns for our society. So why does this matter? We know that growing pressures are on our families and they face struggles with food insecurity. We know families here are under immense pressure with the rising costs of living and the cost of living crisis. Food prices, energy bills, basic essentials are ever increasing, and many working families are stretched to breaking point. The number of children living in poverty in Northern Ireland remains alarmingly high. According to recent figures, around 26% of pupils are eligible for free school meals, but that leaves a significant portion of children living in poverty who are not currently covered. Furthermore, we in the SDLP find it deeply regrettable the decision to halt the school holiday food grant scheme, which previously provided vital support to low-income families during school holidays when children lose a daily meal at school and are at an increased risk of hunger. That policy change has definitely left a gap. There is clear evidence that children from low-income backgrounds and those who qualify for free school meals face an attainment gap in our schools. Providing free meals ensures every child at school is nourished, ready to learn, reduces hunger or stress that damages concentration in the classroom. Past research makes it clear that free school meals improve pupils' nutrition, health, attendance, engagement, behaviour, and ultimately their educational attainment and long-term outcomes. Free school meals should not be viewed merely as a cost, but really as a long-term investment. Improved health, better progression, reduced inequalities, and reduced costs elsewhere in the system. Past studies in the UK have really shown that universal or expanded provision can help, most importantly, reduce stigma, drive up healthy eating, and deliver returns in reduced child poverty and social mobility. Today, we call on the Minister to significantly expand eligibility for free school meals ahead of making them universal. We demand the eligibility criteria, be widened so that many more low-income families and children currently excluded can access free breakfast or lunch at school. We do not accept that nearly 1 in 5 children in poverty currently in Northern Ireland remain ineligible. That is a failure. We call for the reinstatement of a redesign of holiday provision. The previous school holiday food grant scheme provided essential support to children and families during breaks and ensured that our children did not go hungry when detached from school provision. This must be restored or reformed now. We ask that the Minister for Education, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance and the wider sector, to commit to a clear, transparent, funded roadmap. This plan should include timelines, pilot schemes, phased universal access extending to all children by 2030, and resource commitments to deliver it sustainably. So what role can the Executive play? The Executive claims it is serious about tackling poverty and inequality, yet it is clear that we are falling behind other jurisdictions across these islands when it comes to free school meal provision. Other governments are expanding universal or nearly universal access, reducing stigma and closing gaps. Every day, our families in Northern Ireland are being squeezed. Free school meal price increases and rising costs are really hitting our families, and it's time that we prioritise them. Children who should be protected are waking up hungry or skipping meals, and this cannot continue. It cannot stay this way. Free school meals, again, are not an optional cost. They really are an investment in the future of our children. They're a foundational building block for child well-being, their learning outcomes and social mobility. And if we are really serious about ensuring equality, tackling the attainment gap and lifting people out of poverty, we must act now. Mr Deputy Speaker, the motion before you is not just about meals or virtue signalling. It's about dignity, it's about fairness, it's about our children's futures and the importance of equal access to opportunity. It's about parents not having to make those impossible choices, children not having to miss out on the simple right of a nutritious meal and a classroom, of course, where they feel that they can thrive. We call on the Minister to recognise the evidence we've discussed here today, commit to expanding free school meals, restore holiday food support and deliver a funded path to universal provision by 2030. We cannot leave our families and, most importantly, our children behind. And I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Danny Baker.
And I thank the member for bringing forward this very important motion. And sadly, over the past nearly 2 years we've been back, we've had this debate and statistics spoken a lot, and a lot of support comes around this House. But what we don't have is, I suppose, the action, and we can't have any more missed opportunities. There are ministers in post. We do know there is constraints because of the budget, but because of how we're set up, because of austerity. But ministers do have budgets, and they should be prioritising those who need it the very most. And we can't have those missed opportunities. Families are really feeling the cost to education. It was only in the last number of weeks that we had the uniform bill, and sadly that will not go far enough. That will not bring down the cost of the average post-primary uniform. Far from it, and we're going to face this challenge time and time again, rather than working together and listening to those in the sector, giving the evidence and delivering something tangible. And with a fair wind, I'm really hoping that my own private member's bill will be before this House early in the new year, and I hope that everyone can support it, because I do want to end holiday hunger, and that will impact 90,000 children.
And while it's not the panacea of fixing the problems we have in this place, or a silver bullet in tackling child poverty, it will go some way in playing that part. It's one piece of a very wide puzzle. And we do need ministers to be in listening mode, particularly the Minister for Communities as well. His anti-poverty strategy does not go far enough. That has been well documented by those on the cold face of it. And I hope when we come back in the new year, we will see a recommitment, that desire to be partners, to work together, to deliver for people who in all of our communities are suffering. The reason why I really wanted to bring the private members' bill to end holiday hunger was because of my volunteer work that I would do in youth work. And we have run a number of programmes throughout the summer months. When we would see a rise in what would be described as antisocial behaviour, want for a better word, is because a lot of our children are crying out for attention, and they're crying out for help, and it comes down to poverty. And when we do run the schemes, and we've done it in Lagmore, but I know these schemes are running in Monkstown and right across the whole country. And you then really see what they're facing. We had an 8-year-old wee lad in the summer, and he was filling his pockets with food. And that was to bring home to his sibling, because there just simply wasn't enough food in the cupboards. If that's a challenge that an 8-year-old is facing, how do we expect that child to go in to school and achieve what other children are achieving? It's just not going to happen. And what we must do, honestly, is work together right across this chamber to make sure that we prioritise what budgets we have. And I really do hope that members will support me when I'm standing here. And it will cost money to deliver it, but all due respect to the motions that come through here, they're important to highlight the issues. They really are. But it's an action that we need, and that's what families need, and that's what children need to reach their full potential. And I hope in the last 18 months we have in this place, we can deliver legislation that will help people, and then moving into a mandate after that, we can go even further. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. The Business Committee is arranged to meet at 1300 today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 1400. The debate will continue after question time, when the first member to be called will be Gary Middleton. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
All right, members, we'll resume business. We have questions to the Minister of Finance. I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you. Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The Back in Business Rate Support Scheme was reintroduced last year, part of my department's efforts to encourage businesses' ratepayers to occupy long-term vacant retail premises. The scheme provides a 50% rate reduction for up to 2 years once a retail premises which has been operating for more than 12 months becomes occupied. This provides a vital support with operating costs during the challenging early stages of setting up. Our high streets and shops are vital in supporting the local economy and employment. For many, they are essential for not only their daily supplies, but also to meet and socialise with others and are at the heart of our local communities. The Back in Business Scheme aims to help businesses establish or expand into previously vacant premises, breathing new life into these sites and revitalising our town centres. Since its introduction in April 2024, 79 businesses across all 11 district councils have benefited from a 50% reduction in their business rates through the scheme, amounting to almost £500,000 in support.
Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Local businesses here in Northern Ireland are facing some of the highest rates in the UK, combined with rising energy and labour costs, are putting significant pressure on their ability to survive and grow. And given the urgency of the situation, how do you plan, Minister, to ensure that your proposed rates reforms provide both meaningful and immediate relief to businesses, including those on the high streets, rather than waiting until the end of the 27-28 rating year for a full review, which for some will be simply too little, too late under your watch?
The member will hopefully be aware of the statement I made to the Chamber, I think it was this day last week, in relation to how I see business rate support moving forward in the future. And I have brought that proposal forward on a cost-neutral basis, conscious that the executive budget continues to face considerable constrainment. So I have brought forward proposals that we could use other areas of where I'm talking about reducing benefits to those who can most afford to pay, and using those savings to help our small and medium businesses. So I think we could probably raise around £6.8 million from my original proposals. I would like to see a significant proportion of that move towards supporting our small and medium businesses.
Minister, you said about the introduction of the Back in Business scheme and came in 2024. Can I ask if there are plans to reintroduce it next year? And over and above your answer in terms of your proposals, can I ask what is currently being done within the current rating system to help and support business in our high street?
Yes, businesses within our high streets and moving to the Back to Business scheme requires legislation. Officials are already preparing legislation to continue that programme and continue that support for our businesses. We do use the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme as quite an effective support mechanism to our local businesses, and has been seen and said in the original answer, there is considerable support being delivered to our business sector through that. I want to enhance that and increase it, and I want to do it within the spending envelope we currently have. Because there's no point in me as Finance Minister saying to other ministers, you need to look at what you have to be able to move forward. I want to be able to use this as an example of how we can use the spending envelope we have, redirect it in a certain way, and support our small and medium businesses.
And I was wondering, some towns are impacted more than others in terms of vacant properties, and I know Downpatrick in my own constituency is particularly bad hit. And this scheme, which does provide support for 2 years, is very welcome. But I was wondering if there might be, as part of your consideration, the potential to extend that beyond 2 years for some businesses, especially in areas, if it was a criteria, where they're particularly badly hit with vacant properties on the high street.
I think at this stage, the scheme as is currently mapped out for the 2 years is as best what we can deliver at this stage. However, once a business moves off this programme, they will then fall into the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme, which will also offer rates relief to the business if it falls within that category. And as I've said to the previous speakers, I want to broaden that criteria and support more businesses through the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme. And the member mentioned vacant properties. I also have proposals in relation to removing a gradual removal of the vacant non-domestic properties rates relief, moving to a 75% tariff and then to 100% tariff, to encourage property owners of vacant properties to put those properties into use.
Stephen Loughlin.
Question number 2.
Speaker, with your permission, I will group questions 2 and 6 together. In my statement to the Assembly last Tuesday, I outlined my plan to accelerate the strategic review of rates to secure positive and progressive changes to the business rates system. Changes that see enhanced support for small businesses, which are the backbone of our local economy. Changes that tackle the high level of vacancies in our town and city centres. Change that supports businesses starting out, and change that helps accelerate business growth. The current small business rate relief provides vital support to around 30,000 small businesses. The support delivered under the scheme has, however, remained unchanged since 2012. I want to create a fair environment for all businesses and plan to consult before the new year. This will give businesses the chance to share final views before changes are put to the ministerial colleagues on the enhancement to the support. To tackle the high prevalence of vacant units, I believe work now needs to be undertaken to move to the non-domestic rate from 50% to 70%, 75% and then to 100%. Given the Executive's programme for government commitments on housing and regeneration and the work on preventing dilapidation, I think there is a unique window of opportunity to maximise the impact of this change working actively across departmental level. This is, however, a significant change that connects to many strands of policy across departments. Therefore, executive agreement will be required before the change can be implemented. I have instructed my officials to take forward the policy work required to secure executive agreement.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, we appreciate what you want to do. We appreciate what your predecessor wanted to do. But business owners are literally hanging on by their fingernails, and they really need support now. With 4 executive ministers, you can push this right on to the agenda and get this moving as soon as possible. When will you do it?
Politics is the art of the possible, and I think it's better for me to try and attain consensus around the executive table to get agreement to a policy rather than simply driving a policy. In this instance, there is instances where I will use the 3-minister rule, and it is appropriate to use the 3-minister rule, but I don't think we're at that stage yet. We have to engage at political level, at ministerial level, and I want to seek consensus on this issue and therefore get agreement. It might be a useful headline for the member to say, do this, do that, or do the other, but look where it will bring you. Will it bring agreement? Will it bring agreement? And my strong view is that it will not bring agreement at this stage. My strategy is to seek agreement and consensus around the executive table.
And thank the Minister for his answer. And Minister, traders and businesses in towns like Dungannon would warmly welcome any support that's going into regeneration. Can you outline for us how your oral statement, how that can contribute towards regeneration?
As I've said, it progress enhanced support for small businesses, bring forward an increase in liability for vacant commercial units, develop a policy to help businesses expand or renovate their businesses. And I think that in itself is a very important policy, because many businesses do want to expand on their current site, but they are concerned that if they do expand, they will immediately have a rates hike to their bill. I'm proposing that we give them a holiday in relation to that rates hike, which will allow them to bed the new premises in, that expansion, absorb the construction costs, etc. That will benefit that business. I also think this proposal will benefit the construction business in terms of further renovations to properties out there and stimulate the construction industry as well. So I think it's a win-win for everyone, and I want to see it move forward as quickly as possible.
Andrew McMurray.
Possible, the attainable is the next part of that quote. Is the Minister confident that it is attainable within the consultation period that he has to them? And also he referenced the 75% to 100%. If a bit of clarity on that again. I'm out and across South Down, everywhere from Warrenpoint Chamber of Commerce to Newcastle Chamber of Commerce to Kilkeel Chamber of Commerce. It's the rates that are really prohibiting the bustling high street in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Minister.
It's understandable that there is a focus on rates, as it is our only major tax gathering power in the executive, and therefore it's probably understandable that there is a focus on what businesses or homeowners pay for rates. But it's also worth looking at the other side of that equation. The £1.6 billion we bring in through the rates goes directly to delivery of frontline services and the maintenance of frontline services and maintaining those services, which in turn benefits businesses both directly and indirectly through public sector workers doing business with their business. So there is a circular economy in many ways around that. But I have set out how I believe within the funding envelope we currently have that we can reshape our support to small businesses, small and medium businesses, without placing additional burden on those who can't afford to pay. It's about fairness and equitability around the entire issue. So, yes, pressures are there. I have proposals in front of me, and I am confident. I'm confident of this. All the executive parties want to support our small and medium businesses. I've no doubt about that. There may be a slight disagreement as to how we do that and why we do it, but I have to engage with my executive colleagues to seek agreement on that. And I believe if everybody approaches it with an open mind and the objective of supporting our small and medium businesses, then we will achieve consensus.
Mr. McHugh.
Concordia Cash 3.
On the 20th of October, I launched a new pilot recruitment initiative for administrative officers in the North West. This pilot marks a shift away from the traditional annual recruitment campaigns towards a more agile and dynamic approach. The response has been very encouraging. Over 4,500 individuals expressed an interest in the pilot competition. Following this, applicants were invited to complete a self-assessment of their skills and experience. From that process, 1,420 of the highest scoring candidates were invited to submit an application. Just over 950 completed applications have been received. These candidates have been invited to attend one of 2 recruitment days taking place this Wednesday and Thursday in Derry. Due to the unprecedented demand, my department will be inviting further candidates to submit an application to attend a 3rd recruitment event in the North West. Planning arrangements for this are underway, and the next group of candidates will soon receive further details regarding their participation. At these events, applicants will have the chance to explore available vacancies, speak directly with departmental representatives, and complete interviews on the day. Importantly, outcomes will be communicated within days, making this a faster and more candidate-friendly process.
Mr McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer.
Minister, could you outline for us just what criteria was actually used when people had expressed an interest in jobs in the civil service, and that the criteria was used in terms of selecting those for interview?
Sure.
Candidates who expressed an interest in the Civil Service Administration Officer's North West post were requested to submit an expression of interest to assess whether applicants met the minimum eligibility criteria, including age, right to work and pre-agreed preferred experience requirements for the role. This involved a self-assessment, which asked candidates to rate their level of experience against a set of predefined administrative and organisational criteria that are relevant to AO duties. Each criterion carried a predetermined weighting reflecting its importance to the role. The candidate's total score was calculated by combining these responses across all 7 criteria and meeting the minimum eligibility criteria. As outlined in my main answer, due to the unprecedented demand, my department is currently planning a 3rd recruitment event.
Mark Durkin.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Minister, just to welcome it was welcomed or heralded as good news that when we have over 900 vacancies in the civil service in the North West, that we were going to recruit 200 AOs. But feedback that I've been receiving from many applicants shows that they're frustrated at what they perceive as a lack of fairness and transparency in the process. Can the Minister please explain why people have been told that they didn't meet the threshold, i.e. experience, despite having worked in the role as an agency worker for years? And can he give us an assurance that this ineligibility wasn't down to other factors such as age or ability?
Well, it certainly isn't down to age, which that would be discriminatory under employment legislation. In terms, so as I set out, each candidate filled in an expression of interest, setting out in their words the criteria or how they believe they met the criteria. That criteria was assessed. If they met the minimum standard and they fell within the highest scoring 900, then they were invited for interview. If they didn't, and they may remain on the list, they may be invited to the next application process, which will be announced in due course. All recruitment exercises have to be carried out in regard to, with due regard to, employment legislation and equality legislation. So, no, if the member has evidence that someone has been... What? Sorry, do you want to answer the question as well? Sorry. So I was just checking to see if the member wanted to answer the question as well as I asked. So it is, he's seeking assurance, so perhaps if he listened, he might have assurance, or maybe he won't, but that's up to him to decide. I'm satisfied that I have not been presented with any evidence that would suggest to me that the system that we are currently operating is anything other than fair and equitable. If the member has substantive evidence, please share it with me.
Right.
For Mr. Speaker.
When setting the budget, the Executive collectively agrees a funding envelope for each department. typically comprising baseline funding, earmark funding and a general allocation. Earmark funding must be utilised for a specific purpose, which in some instances may include statutory functions. Baseline and general allocations may be spent at the discretion of respective ministers in line with their own departmental priorities. Each minister is responsible for ensuring that the department's statutory obligations are fulfilled within the funding envelope agreed by their department by the executive. It is important to note that there is often a degree of flexibility and scalability within statutory functions, and it is for each department to determine the suitable level. Similarly, departments should also consider whether improved outcomes could be delivered through legislative changes. In this context, it is not appropriate to put a percentage on the level of discretionary spend in a department.
Mr. Fruit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his question. But his question contained everything but the terminology around discretionary spend, which our ministers are increasingly using daily. So, can I ask the Minister then, when he's deciding a budget or considering a budget, does he take discretionary spend into consideration before he would allocate that funding?
I think it's important to clarify, I do not decide a budget, and as much as perhaps I would like to on some days. I make recommendations to the executive. I bring a draft budget to the executive. The executive either agrees or disagrees with the draft budget, but let's say they agree. That draft budget goes out to consultation. I then bring the consultation report back to the executive, seek agreement on a final budget. The executive agrees it. It's brought to this House. And Mr. Frew, I know Mr. Frew knows this process very, very well. This House passes the Budget Act. I am bound by the Budget Act, as is every minister of the Executive bound by the Budget Act. So in terms of discretionary spend, I cannot micromanage every minister's department. Ministers have in relation to statutory spend. It is up for each minister to decide as to whether the level of expenditure they are giving to statutory spend will cover their statutory obligations. If they feel they cannot cover their statutory obligations, then they have to review that, in my opinion, or they perhaps have to make legislative changes to the statutory provision. So ultimately, and that should be done through the scope, in my opinion, as to whether any statutory changes will improve services rather than reduce services.
Ferguson.
Difference between baseline, earmark and discretionary. Do you consider pay to be a discretionary cost?
I think public sector pay, and we've done this in the civil service, for the branch for which I am responsible for, should be decided at the start of the calendar year, financial calendar year, rather than midway through the calendar year. And I will be bringing recommendations to my executive colleagues as part of the budget process that public sector pay is set at the start of the year in their departments rather than awaiting mid-term or end of year, in the hope that they may receive borne consequentials or wherever it may be. We cannot deliver our public services without our public sector workers, and we shouldn't leave them in a position where they are awaiting or becoming frustrated because their pay settlement hasn't been dealt with at the start of the budgetary year.
Dr. Aiken.
Minister for his answer so far. Minister, one of the big issues about discretionary spending is it tends to disappear into the ALBs, and one of the biggest issues we have about is controlling, looking what's in the ALBs. Can the Minister update us on any progress there's been to have more openness and transparency in ALBs? Because I think that would be a real issue to the Minister as well as ministers. Minister.
Well, all ALBs, to a greater or lesser degree, are answerable. Well, firstly, to a greater degree, they're answerable to their board, and they're answerable to their chief accounting officer. But also, I would argue that they're also answerable under the legislative basis upon which they've been established to their sponsoring minister. And I certainly, when I was in departments that had ALBs, I had no difficulty in making inquiries and making sure that they were all aware that there was a minister present and sought clarification and assurance around public spend. There's also the committees here, who I think do an excellent job in terms of scrutiny, and they also have a responsibility, in my view, in terms of questioning ALBs about their expenditure. But the member raises a broader point in terms of ALBs and the amount of public funds that actually go to them. I think that, and this has been debated and discussed many times, and ministers have the authority to do this at this stage. I think there needs to be an urgent review of the amount of ALBs we have, their functions and responsibilities, and whether they can be done in a different way and a more effective and efficient way, which delivers frontline public services for which they have been mandated to do.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With the Speaker's permission, I intend to answer question 5 and 8 together. The autumn budget tomorrow must be used as an opportunity to support workers and families. I recognise the scale of financial challenge the Westminster Government is facing, but investment in public services is key to growing the economy. Economic growth and improved public services cannot be achieved without meaningful investment. The Chancellor has political choices to make. I would encourage the Chancellor to do the right thing and use the autumn budget to help hard-working families by increasing the tax-free childcare threshold, reverse the two-child cap, recognising the harmful impact it is having on families and increases the level of child poverty, back hospitality businesses by making changes to the VAT rate, and support the community and voluntary sector by changing their approach to the local growth fund. As the cost of living crisis continues, I have consistently urged the Chief Secretary of the Treasury to avoid further austerity measures that would place an unfair burden on people, businesses or public services. The Treasury has an ideal opportunity to support public services, workers, families, small and medium-sized businesses, and I hope to seize this opportunity.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for restating his press release that I've already read. The question did ask what engagement he'd had with Treasury on the respect of the forthcoming budget, but in light of that, if there are any measures which are directly related to the cost of living, can the Minister give a guarantee that he'll work with the Communities Minister to ensure that families and households here are supported through the cost of living?
Minister.
Well, the member can be assured that my press release says exactly what I've done, because the press release sets out what engagement I've had with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. So hopefully that satisfies the member in a sense that when he reads a press release he realises that the Minister is doing what he says he's doing. So in terms of working with the Communities Minister, I will work with all executive ministers in supporting them to deliver effective, efficient frontline public services. What decisions individual ministers make in terms of their departments are decisions by and large for the individual minister within the funding envelope they have. When ministers make decisions or choices to fund project A or B, they have to be conscious that if they fund project A or B, they're not funding project C or D. So each time a minister makes an announcement about a project, it would be useful and worthwhile, I think, for people to also ask the question, say, well, if you're funding that, what are you not funding? And that's not to criticise the minister, open the minister up to ridicule. The reality is, when you make a choice, there's two sides to that choice.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Minister. And you're right, there is a political choice tomorrow for the British Government to protect workers and families. And to that end, could you outline the specifics of what other issues you've raised with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury? Thank you.
I, along with finance ministers from Wales and Scotland, attended the FISC meeting in October, and we had a wide-ranging discussions around the budget and how Westminster interacts with the devolved institutions, and how sometimes, quite often it has to be said, that decisions are made in Westminster that have no true reflection on the reality of life for people here and how we run public services here. And two examples of that in terms of the national insurance hikes, which had a significant detrimental impact on government departments here and elsewhere, and also in relation to, if you look at the family farming inheritance tax issue. Another decision made in Westminster, which has significant impacts here, more so than it has perhaps in other places. But as I've said, I have asked them to directly in relation to tax-free childcare. I think this is an important issue in supporting hard-working families out there to help meet the costs of childcare. The two-child benefit cap, again, this issue has been raised time and time again. As one issue, if the government was to deal with, they could lift millions of children, across these islands, out of child poverty. Why would you not make that decision? Is my view on that. Yeah. And again, another specific issue here is the local growth fund. A decision in England and Wales is to have the local growth fund in relation to regenerating town centres and villages. Worthy in itself, I have no difficulty with that. But how we supported the previous SPF was through different schemes, largely resource, which mainly and strategically helped people furthest away from the workplace back into work. And I would like to see the Treasury and the government recognise that and give us the tools to do that.
Yeah, and Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, with so many things going on side by side, it's important that we get clear, accurate numbers out to the public. And I just want to ask you, so Finance Committee, we've got our latest outturn figures in our papers, reference to December monitoring round, obviously the budget tomorrow, and then subsequent Barnett consequentials. When do you think that you will be in a position to outline what exactly this means for us here in Northern Ireland and be able to present that to the House?
Minister.
Well, obviously I have to wait on the announcements tomorrow. There may be Barnett consequences as a result of any announcements made tomorrow, though I'm not expecting a significant amount for Barnett consequences tomorrow, but I do have to wait for the outcome of that. Once that is announced and I have the information directly from the Treasury, it puts me in a position, and I also require information back from our own departments as well. It puts me in a position to present the Executive with a monitoring round paper, and I want to do that as quickly as possible. That will be a separate paper from the budget paper, but both obviously are aligned and should be cognizant of each other. So when I have all the data in front of me I require, I will not waste any time in presenting that to the Executive for decision.
Kate Nicholl.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister mentioned that he raised the Local Growth Fund with the UK Government. Is he able to clarify if there's been any discussion about a transitional arrangement as we move from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund to the Local Growth Fund?
Yes, there has been engagement directly about that. My officials, on behalf of other departments, in conjunction with information received from other departments, are engaging with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, along with the NIO, about a transition moving forward. But it has to be constantly recorded. As far as Whitehall is concerned, SPF is finished. The transition was last year. They're now moving on to a different programme. So whatever happened in the past, that's in the past as far as they're concerned. Our view is that the SPF was quite successful here. It achieved many of the goals we wanted it to achieve, and there should be at least a transition from that to the new programme. And the responsibility for that transition, given the lateness of engagement by the Whitehall departments and the NIO, rests with them in terms of transition. So my officials are engaged with them. There's another meeting this Thursday. I updated the Executive this morning, and I've committed to update the Executive colleagues following Thursday's meeting.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I think lots of people will be sympathetic with the priorities you've outlined. Certainly the two-child limit is immoral and should never have existed. It needs to go. Are we to understand that if the UK Government doesn't act on any of those priorities you outlined, that you will seek either to devolve new fiscal powers or to find revenue to do those things yourself, locally, if the UK Government won't do them?
Minister.
Well, the members are aware of my position in relation to fiscal powers. I outlined it again this afternoon during a debate on the budget, so that's on record. In terms of the Executive's ability to continue to mitigate against British Government's decisions, that is very, very restricted. Very, very restricted. And it'll obviously be a decision for the Executive when I bring forward budget proposals to them. But every pound we spend in mitigating against British Government's decisions, detrimental decisions, is £1 we can't spend elsewhere. So we have to balance all those decisions up. But it'll inevitably or finally be a decision for the Executive on the way forward.
Topicals, Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, if you look from your department window, you can see Belfast Lough, a precious body of water which the Office for Environmental Protection now says is experiencing serious degradation and are investigating. The department you used to lead. You're now Finance Minister in both departments. You have refused to give a plan for funding Northern Ireland Water, but it is leading to the degradation of our watercourses. What is the plan, Minister? We accept it's not going to be domestic water charges. I don't think anybody in this chamber wants that. But what's the alternative? What is your alternative? If not that, is it a developer levy? Is it bond funding? Please tell us, because we need to know.
Well, the member will be acutely aware that NI Water receives around £500 million annually in public funds. So that's stage one of the plan. Stage two of the plan is that we have seen significant investment, additional investment in NI Water as a result of strategic use of the monitoring rounds. We now have connected over 5,000 homes to wastewater infrastructure in this last 2 years, and plans which will move beyond that. So there's another part of the plan. The member will be aware that the Infrastructure Minister is bringing forward legislation in relation to developer contributions. I believe it's at second stage, or certainly maybe it's first reading, or I thought it was introduced to the House. Maybe the consultation's coming to a close. Maybe that's where it's at. But the Infrastructure Minister will be able to confirm that what progress there is in that regard. So I'm open to suggestions from the member. Eventually now he's ruled out water charges. That's good. If he has any other suggestions which do not involve water charges, then I'm happy to listen to him in terms of moving forward. But the member told me that earlier this afternoon he had produced a number of documents, and perhaps in one of those documents there's a suggestion.
Minister, to be absolutely clear, I've never advocated for water charges. I'm not sure if it's clear to any other party. This is a weird deflection from your party because you are doing nothing. In Dáil Éireann, Mary Lou MacDonald said the Irish government was a do-nothing government. My God, it takes one to know one. Your plan is no plan at all. Social houses cannot be built, jobs cannot be created, factories cannot be built, and our natural resources, Lough Neagh, Belfast Lough, are falling into degradation because you will do nothing about NI Water to fund it. Is there any plan at all, or are you content to literally do nothing?
Mr. Speaker, if £500 million is doing nothing, I don't know what world the Leader of the Opposition lives in. If connecting 5,000 properties to wastewater treatment works is doing nothing, I don't know what world the member lives in. If the DFI Minister bringing forward a legislative process in relation to developer contributions is doing nothing, I don't know what world the member lives in. So again, if in one of those quite thin documents he produced, if there's a suggestion within those documents which does not involve the introduction of domestic water charges or the privatisation of NI Water, then I'm happy to listen.
Dr. Aiken. Thank indeed for the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you've got many broad responsibilities, including some towards civil service reform. We've had 2 full sets of COVID reports have come through very clearly recently, and it shows that indeed our civil service has not seemed to learn the lessons about openness and transparency. Could the Minister give us an update on what he expects the civil service to be doing about this?
Well, there has been a number of, and the most latest, obviously, the inquiry report, which deserves to be studied very closely, and recommendations within it studied very closely, and any of those that relate to the role of the civil service, I'd play my role within that. And there's clearly lessons for us all to be learned from the COVID experience, and I'm committed to working with others to ensure those lessons are learned.
Reagan. Indeed. Minister, I know it's not your particular responsibility, but because you're looking at civil service reform, I've been waiting for well over a month now for a response from the senior civil service about how they do their criteria for bonus payments, and indeed how they whether they look at measures of effectiveness in terms of reference. Could the Minister inform me if there is any indication that, because it's a part of his department, that we're progressing at pace towards this, or are we just staying, allowing the civil service to set the agenda?
Well, I'm not aware of any bonus scheme for senior civil servants. I think that came to an end a number of years ago. But look, the civil service is easy to take pot shots at, and they do make mistakes, and there is errors, and there is lessons to be learned, and there's learning, and there's skill sets to be reviewed, and all those sorts of things. But at the end of the day, 99.9% of the time, civil servants are out there delivering public services, engaging with ministers and committees, and trying to do their best to improve the lives of all the people we serve. And do you know why they're doing it? Because they're stakeholders here. They live here. They use the services, their children use the services, their parents and grandparents use the services, so they are stakeholders in our society. But I will play my role in terms of minister responsible for the civil service and ensuring that where lessons are needed, they will be learnt, and that where we have to make improvements, improvements will be made. I have no qualms about that. But let's not concentrate. And as I said earlier on, whether it's the COVID report or the RHI report, we all collectively have lessons to learn.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you. Thank the Minister so far for his answers. Minister, my question relates to LPS more broadly and valuation of agricultural land. I'm going to use the example of A5 or any road, and I appreciate there's a legal case going on with that, but there's a big disparity between an LPS figure per acre and what it actually takes to replace that. What can your department do to bridge that gap or look at that gap?
I think it's important that LPS remains independent in this matter, and there's no ministerial interference in valuations of land, etc. That there is an independent role for LPS to carry out in that. They engage with the agents as appointed by the land owner, and there is, as understandable in these scenarios, there will be a negotiation around to reach the agreed price of land. There will be expectations on the landowner's side, and there will be expectations on the side of LPS, but I don't think the Minister should directly interfere on it.
Mr Buchanan.
Thanks so far for your answer, Minister. Minister, there's a big disparity, which I've touched on earlier. Some of those farmers have offered 16, 17, 18,000 an acre, but to replace that land's 30 or late 20s. What would you say to farmers in that area or landowners? Based there's over 300 of them, inheritance tax looming down on them, and the land take from the A5 or indeed other roads. There's a massive disparity of figures there, and something has to be done because it's not possible to run their business and to replace land based on the possible money that they're going to get to recover.
I think in terms of, well, you know my views on the inheritance tax. I think it is an unfair taxation policy, particularly here. I think in terms of individual cases, I don't want to interfere in. I want to just to be assured that the policy and legislation is being adhered fairly. And as I say, I do deal with a number of correspondence cases from members, some historical lands cases, and my response to my officials is you need to reassure me that everyone has been treated fairly. In terms of ongoing engagement and negotiations, they should continue, and the land agent, as appointed by the owner, should fully engage with LPS and try and reach a settlement which is agreeable to all sides.
Shane.
I've got a Cian Corla. And given the ongoing budgetary constraints, could the Minister tell us how important is it for each department to have an estate strategy?
Minister.
I think it's vitally important. I think somewhere it's estimated that the executive and its agencies own land some comparable to the size of County Armagh. Now, a lot of that land and property we have to use and is used on a regular basis for the delivery of the services that are required. But also within that portfolio is land and property that, in my opinion, we should be disposing of in a managed way. And when those capital receipts come back into the executive, we can use those capital receipts to again reinvest in modern infrastructure for the delivery of public services. So it's vitally important that each department has a strategic management plan.
Mr Shane.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answer so far.
Could I ask the Minister what steps has his department taken to progress community asset transfers in terms of underused or unused buildings that are in public ownership?
We have progressed changes to the policy to try and make it simpler and easier for the community sector to access unused property which they believe can be brought back into community use and for the benefit of the community. I continue to engage with elements of the community who raise questions with me about this, who inquire about this, and we continually seek how we can improve this. There's a piece of quite outdated legislation, I think it dates back to 1931 or 1933, which somewhat ties the hands of the executive in terms that it has to be disposed of with without any loss of benefit to the public finances, which on the face of it is sound, but it's how you measure loss to public finances, and I think that legislation needs updated, and I've asked officials to look at that legislation to see if we can make meaningful progress in updating that legislation, whether in this mandate or at the start of the next mandate.
Randy Allen.
Mr Speaker, on foot of his recent announcement around shared property management, can I ask the Minister when he anticipates the Department being in a position to take forward any legislative reform required?
Given that we're at the start of this process, I don't think we'll be able to change legislation in this mandate, but I would hope that we will leave the groundwork and a lot of preparatory work available for the next mandate so that legislation can move quite quickly.
Mr Allen.
Can I thank the Minister for that answer? And does he anticipate that that reform will include strengthened protections for homeowners facing unclear service charges, disputes or indeed poor management?
Yeah, I think the requirement for change in legislation, or indeed the introduction of legislation in this area, is driven by the need that there is a feeling, and this is coming through in some of the initial evidence reports that were done on this matter, is that property owners in shared accommodation are at a disadvantage, or certainly feel they're at a disadvantage, and there's evidence in some cases where I think backs that up. So we're going to bring forward legislation which is aimed at protecting the rights of the property owner, or insured property facilities, or renting insured property facilities. As in all these things, in terms of changes to legislation, you also have to balance the rights of the other side of the equation. So, and again, this legislation will be open to inquiry and debate in this chamber and elsewhere, and we want to bring forward a piece of legislation that is workable but particularly protects the rights of those people who feel they've been disadvantaged thus far.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One thing everyone in this House agrees about is the need for childcare to be treated as economic and social infrastructure. Is the Minister able to detail what engagement he has made to the UK, to the Treasury, surrounding an increase to the tax-free childcare from 20% to 30% ahead of the budget tomorrow?
I've made representations both in writing and verbally to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury in relation to this matter for the very reasons the member outlines. I think it is important that we support hard-working families with the cost of childcare. This is a way that the Treasury can help and assist, and the Executive, as the member will know, has invested quite significantly in this field, and that investment will continue, I would hope, through the multi-year budget.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for that answer. What more can the Executive do through the education? What more can, what further support can you give through the Education Department in relation to childcare and supporting people with these astronomical costs?
Well, the Education Minister delivers the childcare policy on behalf of the Executive. The Executive has from almost a standstill start on this and on other areas of child support invested £55 million in this last financial year. I'll be making proposals to the Executive about hopefully increasing that over the next 3-year budgetary period to assist in the further support being delivered out there to hard-working families.
Thank you, Minister. And that concludes topical questions to the Minister of Finance. We move back now to the debate. And the next speaker is Gary Middleton. Gary, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today. I don't think there's a single member of this House who does not want to see our children healthy, well-fed and ready to learn. We all recognise the statistics before us, that 13% of children live in food insecure households, and we understand that nutritious food is the fuel for educational attainment. However, Mr Speaker, while we share the compassion behind this motion, we must also share a commitment to reality. I want to begin by commending the Minister for the action that he has already taken. Whilst others deal in unfunded wish lists, this Minister has dealt in action. He has recently announced that from the 2025-26 academic year, the eligibility threshold for free school meals and uniform grants will rise to £15,390. Crucially, he is also committed to linking future increases to inflation. This is targeted, sustainable intervention designed to support what many describe as the working poor, those families who work hard but struggle to make ends meet. The opposition's motion mentions the comparisons with other jurisdictions, noting that they are expanding universal provision. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, they are being selective in that situation. They fail to mention that for families outside those specific age groups, the eligibility criteria in Great Britain are far less generous than our own. In England and Wales, the earnings threshold for families in universal credit is just £7,400. In Scotland, it is roughly £9,500. Compare that to Northern Ireland, where under this minister, the threshold is over £15,000. We are already targeting a much wider net of low-income families than our counterparts across the water. Of course, we recognise that there is more to do. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, we then come to the central issue, which is funding. The Education Authority currently faces an overcommitment of some £280 million. The department is chronically underfunded. The Independent Investing in a Better Future report has made this clear. The motion calls for a roadmap to universal provision by 2030. But let us be clear about the price tag. Extending universal free school meals to all pupils from nursery to year 14 would cost the public purse an additional £202 million every single year. That figure does not even include the capital costs. We have over 1,100 schools, nearly 800 of which are primary schools. A massive expansion in meal numbers would require new kitchens, new dining halls and significant infrastructure upgrades. Where is the budget for that capital investment? We hear calls from the benches opposite for subsidies and expansions, but we rarely hear where the money should come from. If we are to find the extra £202 million for this specific policy, which department do the opposition suggest that we take it from? Do we take it from health? Do we take it from infrastructure? Or should we further stretch the education budget that is already at breaking point? Poverty, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a scourge, but it requires a whole system approach. It is not the job solely of the Department for Education to solve these issues of inequality. That is why the Minister for Communities has stepped up, recently extending welfare mitigations to 2028 to provide stability for families. But in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, we support the Education Minister in his fight for additional resources for education. But until that funding is secured from Treasury and allocated by this executive, we must be realistic. We cannot spend the money that we do not have. I will give way to Mr Allen.
The member highlights about where will we take the money from to provide this required investment, but would he also acknowledge the importance of investing to save right across departments? You know, health inequalities, for example, if we invest to save.
And the member has an extra minute.
I do agree that we absolutely should invest to save. It's particularly relevant to the Department for Health. That being said, the scale of this particular initiative, whilst it would be a good one to do, over £202 million would be required an additional resource each and every year. And those of us who sit and have the privilege, if you like, sitting on the Education Committee, we know the challenges that exist within our education system, not to do additional things which all are very much worthwhile in doing, but to even stand still. We're in a very, very dangerous situation when it comes to finances. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, I want to support the Education Minister in doing what he can, but we do need the wider executive to provide that funding support, to allow us to take forward all the initiatives that we want to see to improve the outcomes for our children. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Sadiq. I call on Nick Matheson. Nick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of the motion, and notwithstanding a challenging budget picture, which I have no doubt the Minister will speak to, as Gary Middleton has also. Alliance has long been supportive of wider provision of free school meals in Northern Ireland and are happy to support the motion on that basis. Last year I was pleased to sponsor the Unison Free School Meals campaign event, which took place here in Parliament Buildings and which recognised the work of that campaign, which began back in 2021, and in many ways the motion today is very much indebted to that Unison Free School Meals campaign. We all know the importance, and I think every speaker has highlighted it already, of ensuring that children are in school properly nourished and ready to learn. Unfortunately, that is not a reality that can be guaranteed for all children in our schools. And teachers will regularly speak of children who they know will come into school not having had breakfast or who arrive at school without an adequate lunch being provided. And there is no doubt that has a hugely detrimental ability on a child's ability to learn and to concentrate, and that is not an acceptable scenario that we would want for any of our children. The current system that we have in Northern Ireland for free school meal provision is also not ideal. Parents must reapply each year, even if their circumstances haven't changed. And eligibility is based around receipt of social security benefits and income thresholds, which often don't reflect the true impact of the cost of living crisis or indeed reach all of those children who are most in need. There have been a number of reports which reflect that current provision for free school meals often does not get to the children who need it most, and the research commissioned by the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People set out concerningly that 41% of children in poverty are not in fact eligible for free school meals, and 66% of children eligible for free school meals are not in fact in poverty. This is not a picture any of us should be relaxed about in 2025. Those are incredibly concerning statistics. And I would add that despite assurances from both the Ministers of Education and Communities that work will be undertaken to properly scope out auto-enrolment for those eligible for free school meals, one of the things that could, a practical intervention that could address some of the difficulties around the need to reapply every year. It's not clear how this has been progressed, if at all, and I would welcome clarity from the Minister if there is any live work on that issue ongoing, because while budgets are tight, practical and pragmatic interventions that can improve the picture are always welcome, and I don't think that data sharing or bureaucracy should be a barrier at getting free school meal provisions to those children who need it most. Now, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the extremely challenging budgetary position the Department is facing, and Gary Middleton has already set that out. But the Children's Commissioner's briefing on free school meal eligibility does set out some key recommendations of how we could begin to distribute provision on a phased basis, looking at perhaps interventions that could impact younger children first, ensuring that the youngest children in our school system could receive at least one nutritious meal a day at school, and to also help overcome the stigma associated with free school meals. This could then be expanded to older children as budget allows. And I don't pretend that any of this can be delivered overnight. I don't think anybody here believes that we are in a budgetary position that sort of money is available, but setting a direction of travel and planning to deliver over a planned phased period is work that we should surely all get behind. And I do think we've had it raised by a member already around the financial challenge. I do think it is important that the Minister doesn't just set out the scale of the challenge in his budget, but that we also hear about his plans for transformation within the education system that would deliver savings and would deliver approaches that would deliver our education system more effectively. And it will come as no surprise to anybody that in the Alliance Party we consistently highlight the issues of a divided education system and of a school estate that we know simply has too many schools, and those schools are not in the right place, and that we need to see an agenda of how we can run that system more efficiently. And I think the issues around the Children's Services Cooperation Act are also relevant. This is not simply a matter for the Education Minister, and I have no doubt that he will set that out today in his remarks. This is something that requires an approach across all of the departments, and I would highlight health and communities in particular on that. And I think that Andy Allen's intervention was very helpful around taking an invest to save approach, and this for me feels like one of those issues where that is entirely appropriate. So I am happy to support the motion today. I hope that it gets support across the House. Don't underestimate the scale of the budget challenges, but would ask that we look at ambitious plans for transformation within education and a planned phased approach to deliver on this issue.
Thank you. I call John Burrows. John.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is an important motion, and it's not one that I'll use in any way to score points over. I think it raises a real issue about how we can better support our young people. And I do agree, this cuts across many different departments: education, health, communities, justice. And I suppose in the very long aspirational term is a real test in the long term whether as an executive and as a body politic we're committed to real prevention, really improving life outcomes, health outcomes and society outcomes, that we can commit to something that's really ambitious, even if the money isn't obviously available right now. Let me just preface that by saying that free school meals are very, very important. I've been going around schools in the last number of weeks, meeting schools, particularly primary schools so far, and it is very clear how important the free school meals are. But it's also clear that there are those who are just outside the eligibility who suffer significantly. And that's why I think the argument to raise the eligibility for free school meals is an important one. But one issue that I just want to touch upon whilst I'm dealing with the issue of school meals is this, and this is a very tangible thing if the Minister could give it some thought. When I spoke to two principals, they told me that children who applied for free school meals, they had to wait 6 weeks or so for the checks to go through, and then it would come back that you were eligible for the school meal. That in the intervening time, the parents who couldn't afford the meal, the school were actually paying for it themselves, and there was no mechanism to recoup the money. Now, I think in the broad scale of things, that wouldn't be a significant cost if there was a policy tweak, that if you apply for school meals and you're successful, that any outlay, whether by the school or the parents, in the intervening time could be reimbursed. Now, that's what's been explained to me, and I think that's a small thing, but it's probably not a huge cost, but it would certainly help. The recent increase in school meals, and look, we're not a party that lives in a utopia of this is free and this should be free and that should be free. Inflation goes up, food prices go up. We understand that that puts pressure on school meal prices, but it should be the last thing to increase. And in particular, I think a 20% increase at once is very difficult to budget for. And I know, probably with laudable effort of trying to avoid school price increases, school meal price increases, then we almost get to the point we have to increase them by bigger than the cost of inflation. And I think maybe there's learning in that if we are going to increase them, it would actually be better and easier for families to budget if it was done incrementally and gradually, even if it was the same amount. That said, I still think the increase in school price should be reviewed. What I think the real ambition, though, that I would really love to get to is this. And I spent some time with the one union and several teachers, and we talked about the inequalities in our society, that there were children who will live much longer than other children, children who will have much lower life opportunities. And if somewhere we could get to that leap of faith as an executive, perhaps it's not going to be today, tomorrow, maybe it'll not even be for some time, but that we actually are a real ambition about trying to fund through many different departments the opportunity for children of all ages, and particularly primary school children, to sit down all together and have a free school meal of different types of healthy food. I wonder whether we would actually transform the impact on health outcomes in 20 or 30 or 40 years' time, of opportunity outcomes, of reliance and benefit outcomes. And that's why I just look at this motion with ambition. It's not about hammering the Minister, who's a very difficult job to do. The money's not immediately there to do this, but there is an element of aspiration, that if we can find a way of increasing the provision of school meals, make it something that's very sociable and about learning, and actually create that sense in children away from screens of sharing food together on a greater level, it would not just help nutrition, it would actually help a range of social things that would be really powerful. So I think there's some good things in the motion. I will say it is an aspirational motion, I think it's fair to say, and it's not something we're certainly expecting the Minister to suddenly come up and write a cheque for £200 million.
Could the member draw his remarks to a close?
That's me concluded.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a motion I wish we didn't need. And echoing the comments of others, I feel confident that there isn't a member in this chamber who doesn't want to see universal free school meals. It goes right to the heart of pressures facing families and the pressures our education system is facing. From the start, it's important to recognise that free school meals are not simply a welfare intervention. They are an educational intervention. They improve nutrition, they enhance attainment, and they deliver long-term social and economic benefits. And yet in Northern Ireland today, around 20% of children living in poverty are not eligible for free school meals. It should be a cause for alarm for every one of us that 1 in 5 children from low-income families are deprived of this support. Every MLA hears the same stories from parents in their constituency. Families doing everything they can to cope with the cost of living and still falling behind. Right now, the department is investing in curriculum reform, in literacy and numeracy initiatives, and new approaches to teacher training and professional development. These are worthy, they have value, but none of that will achieve its full potential if thousands of children are sitting in classrooms too hungry to learn. The Education Authority's plan to increase the cost of school meals by 20% is simply not sustainable for families who are already on the brink. And Minister, I have to say I was disappointed in your response to my written question asking about your assessment of the impact of these increases on children just outside the threshold for free school meals. Signposting struggling families to PHA guidance entitled "Are you packing a healthy lunch?" feeds into the stigma that struggling parents are simply making bad choices. We could argue that successive education ministers have been the ones to make the bad choices by not reforming our education system to ensure that we are not duplicating resources. I also have no doubt that cross-departmental working will be crucial to expand free school meals given the health and economic benefit it delivers alongside educational benefits. We know the cost to implement free school meals for pupils from nursery to P7 would cost over £100 million extra. I'm not naive to think that a programme of transformation would result in freeing up this kind of money in the short term, or even within the 2030 timeline proposed in the motion, but we could make progress. We could bring more children within the threshold of free school meals, and that would bolster the impact of the reforms the Minister is introducing. Without this investment, the risk is that we undermine their impact. And the children we are talking about are not abstract statistics. They are children across Northern Ireland and in our constituency of Lagan Valley. The organisations working on the front line understand this. Lisburn Food Bank, for example, have provided insights for this debate. They see the direct consequences of food insecurity daily. They highlighted the predictable spike in need every school holiday, exactly the gap that the school holiday food grant once addressed, and they expressed their deep regret that this scheme has ended. They told me of an 8-year-old girl who receives free school meals during term time. With her mum working part-time, the loss of the holiday payment means an additional £20 to £30 weekly food bill. The result is meal rationing and snacks stopped. Atlas Women's Centre stressed that universal free school meals would ease pressures on families at a time when food banks are overwhelmed and community groups are stretched far beyond capacity. They emphasised the need to reduce stigma and to ensure no child is made to feel different because of their family's income. The evidence supports what these organisations are telling us. The free school meals pilot in England showed significant improvements in attainment, the equivalent of 4 to 8 additional weeks of progress at key stages 1 and 2. That must be one of the most cost-effective education interventions on these islands. Minister, if we are serious about raising standards, serious about tackling underachievement, and serious about giving every child a fair start, then universal free school meals must be part of that vision. The motion calls for a funded plan developed with the Minister of Finance and published within timelines to extend free school meals to all children by 2030. This is ambitious, perhaps too ambitious, but ambition is what our children need. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
Across the north, there are over 100,000 children at least living in poverty. 1/3 of children living in my constituency of West Belfast are living in poverty as well. This is totally, absolutely unacceptable, immoral, and the proposed increase to the cost of school meals by 20% will only harm those families in poverty and on low incomes who aren't eligible for free school meals. And as it currently stands, as members have stated, only 59% of children in poverty are eligible for free school meals. This means obviously 41% of children living in poverty are being denied free school meals simply because they don't count and because they don't matter. Alarmingly, the number of families eligible for free school meals and uniform grants, Mr Deputy Speaker, over the last 2 years has fallen by £3,000. Not only has this exacerbated the conditions being faced by working class families in my own constituency and elsewhere, but also put immense pressure on food banks, which these families depend on more and more and more year after year. This level of reliance on food banks to meet people's basic needs is totally immoral, but also unsustainable, and it cannot continue. Universal provision of free school meals would be a far more effective and efficient approach than means testing. It would alleviate the pressures on working class families, as well as provide a far broader group of children with a nutritious meal each and every day. This is the bare minimum what is necessary for children to stay focused and learn. Alongside this, it would be beneficial, ideally, to introduce sustainably sourced school meals which support local food production and reduce food waste as well. Universal free school meal provision, Deputy Speaker, is entirely feasible. It's been introduced in Sweden and Wales as well. And until universal provision is achieved, there should be price caps as a bare minimum on school meals to provide support to the children who need it the most. In addition to this, the Holiday Hunger Grant, which was first introduced in the North during the COVID pandemic, should be immediately reinstated. I think the member for West Belfast is proposing to do this through a PMB, which we would obviously support. Over 100,000 children benefited from these payments. We cannot allow, Deputy Speaker, working class children to go hungry over the holiday period, and we will not accept the excuse that the money simply isn't there. Those who say the money isn't there, or to talk about it being utopian, I would say absolutely the contrary. The wealth of the world's billionaires grew by $2 trillion. That's $5.7 billion per day in 2024. And we have got the cheek, the nerve to say there's not money for free school meal provision. Pull the other one. Yet we tell working class families that they must pull themselves up by the bootstraps as they struggle to choose between heating their homes and feeding their children. Poverty for children and for pupils is a choice. This executive must choose whether it will opt in or opt out. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on the Minister. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker. First of all, I welcome the opportunity to respond to the motion on free school meals provision. Let me just start by recognising that school meals do play a vital role in supporting children and young people's learning and health. A nutritionally balanced and healthy lunch helps pupils to concentrate and be in the best position to learn. That in turn helps with their well-being, development and educational outcomes. But let us be clear, the benefits of a nutritious school meal extend to all pupils irrespective of whether it's free or paid for. Currently, around 90,000 pupils are able to access a free school meal each day. This support is targeted towards those who are most in need, children and young people from low-income families to whom this support can make a real difference. Free school meal entitlement is largely based on households being in receipt of relevant benefits. For those who choose to apply for these benefits, the Education Authority continues to actively support families in the free school meal application process to ensure their children are able to access free school meals as easily as possible. Over the summer, my officials completed a review of the eligibility criteria for free school meals, and I took the decision to raise the income threshold for those on universal credit to £15,390. For the first time, I have ensured that this threshold will automatically increase in future years in line with consumer price inflation. In making my decisions, I recognise the importance of free school meals to many low-income families. I also took into account the views expressed during the public consultation, including the broad support for increasing access to free school meals, including universal provision. Of course, I would have welcomed the opportunity to introduce universal provision. But currently, budgetary constraints facing both my department and the wider executive meant this is just not achievable at this stage. Deputy Speaker, I listened to the Minister for Finance speak at the weekend on Saturday. He talked about this Assembly and this executive having to get real, having to take big decisions when it came to raising finances. And I say to members, whilst this motion, aspirational in nature, has merit, no doubt, but I believe members need to get real. And I think it adds to the cynicism by which the public hold these institutions, that whenever we bring forward these motions, a motion that would lead to well in excess of £150 million, we know that that is not achievable in the short term or the medium term, leading to the pressures that exist. I will give way to the very member who has been absent from the chamber for the last half an hour, having proposed a motion. But I will give way to the member, despite her not being in the chamber for the past period of time.
God forbid a woman uses the bathroom, Minister, and I certainly wasn't gone for half an hour, only a matter of minutes. Minister, let me be clear. I'm an SDLP MLA elected to this House to advocate for children, and I will be cold and dead in the ground before I don't use my platform and my opportunity to put to this House, Minister, the right for children
Ms Hunter,
to be fed.
intervention please, not a polemic.
That's my intervention. Minister, I understand you're facing financial pressures, but it is our duty, our moral and our professional duty, to bring this to this House, to put it to you as an Education Minister, about the right for starving children to be heard and families who are under pressure to be listened to. And I categorically was not gone for half an hour. Thank you.
Listen, the members give her explanation. In terms of the points that she makes, I say to the opposition, if you're going to be taken seriously, you have to bring forward motions that are fully costed. You highlight to the public what services you're going to cut in order to deliver it, because what is in this motion outlines, well, the member says that's my job. That exactly is the problem with the opposition. They don't see it as their job to act responsibly. Unfortunately, or indeed
Sir,
fortunately...
Members, no chundering from a sedentary position. No, we don't. We don't do that. Not when I'm in the chair. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The opposition need to bring forward fully costed proposals. They need to act in a responsible way and speak to the public about the real-world consequences of motions like this if they were to be introduced. Universal provision also relates to those who are multimillionaires in this society, getting free school meals for their children. It wouldn't be targeted towards the most needy if we went down a universal approach. And if you were in a position in our society to make universal provision available, who wouldn't want to give everybody everything for free? But if the priority is universal provision, including for multi-millionaires' children to have a free school meal, as opposed to the most vulnerable in our society, children who are struggling, working families who are struggling, children that have special educational needs that require significant investment, and I published a plan that requires £570 million over the next 5 years to help those children with special additional needs. If your preference is universal provision for multimillionaires as opposed to those young people, then I do say to the opposition, you have got your priorities completely wrong. I'm not going to give way. I've given way to the member twice. I give way to the member as well. No, I'm not going to give way again. The opposition have done enough in terms of damaging the position that they've outlined today. So let me make some more progress in terms of outlining this particular response. What cuts to the heart of this issue, and I agree, is about the value in terms of the value of school meals to children. But unlike the official opposition and some members, I don't have the luxury of virtue signalling on this issue. I deal with the financial realities of the world as it is, not as we would like it to be. My department and the wider education sector are under very severe financial strain and are currently facing a significant budget shortfall this year. I can only make changes that are affordable and unfortunately a significant expansion of access to free school meals is not affordable and is unlikely to be so in the time ahead. We're facing unavoidable cost pressures, rising service demands that the current budget does not meet. It would therefore be irresponsible for me as a Minister to commit to expanding access to free school meals in this financial context. I'll give way, yes.
In his earlier remarks, the Minister highlighted the increase in the threshold for those in receipt of universal credit from 15,000 to 15,390. Can he perhaps inform the House how he arrived at that increase?
The rise that we provided, that I took the decision on, was based on the Consumer Price Inflation Index, and we have linked that to automatic increases that would take place. So that is the rationale for the approach that we achieved. And what I would say to members, we currently offer more support, rightly so in my view, than other parts of the United Kingdom. They have indicated, however, that they wish to expand and ultimately try to get to a place of universal provision. But as it stands today in Northern Ireland, we are providing levels of support which currently isn't available. But I am, of course, concerned that as other jurisdictions make progress on this, that we would be left behind. But I am highlighting to members that if we're going to do this, it requires additional resource and it has implications for the current services that we're providing. And I think it is not unreasonable for me to say to those who advocate for this, what would you do if you were in my position? What priority would you place when it comes to the universal of free school meals in comparison to many other pressures that currently exist within the Department of Education? So as the official opposition, of course, they can bring forward aspirational motions such as this, which all of us can support in terms of agreeing with the sentiment behind it. But as Minister, I must ensure that any policy changes are financially sustainable and practically deliverable. Unfortunately, I believe that the opposition's proposals in this motion are neither. I'm fully aware of the evolving nature of free school meals entitlement in England, Scotland and Wales, and I've spoken to that in terms of the approach that they are taking and where I want us to get to. But as mentioned in this debate by other members, the financial reality is stark. The Department, as a result of the Education Authority having an overcommitment in excess of £280 million this year on inescapable and pre-committed pressures, there therefore simply are not the resources available to me to expand access to free school meals. Both today's motion and a number of members have also referenced the school holiday food grant scheme, and similarly the issues that I have highlighted pertain to that. But the motion does say, can the Education Minister work with the Finance Minister to develop this plan? I am quite happy to work with the Finance Minister. I would, however, point to colleagues, including within his own party, the comments of the Finance Minister only this weekend in terms of the financial pressures that are facing this executive. I believe we should be honest with the public when it comes to the financial choices that need to be made and the realities of what we're having to deal with within the Department of Education. I will continue to prioritise those who require support. First priority has always been children with special educational needs. That is my priority. Universal provision for multimillionaire kids in terms of those families and their children is not my priority. It may be the priority and aspiration for others in this House, but it's not mine.
I call on Mark Durkin. Mark.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As we draw this debate to a close, I want to bring us back to the heart of what today is or should be about: children and the basic right to food, not party interests, not posing or posturing, not budget spreadsheets, but ensuring that children have access to a healthy, nutritious meal, if the Minister was listening. The sad reality is that far too many don't. He obviously isn't. Welfare reform, designed by the Tories, delivered here by the DUP, by Sinn Féin and Alliance, has seen a 143% increase in food bank usage in the last 5 years. The approach of the Christmas period now heralds food bank drives and collections for community fridges, demand for which has soared year on year. I've never seen so many people in need and in need of the basics. As we've heard today already, 1 in 5 children living in poverty in the north don't qualify for a free school meal. 20% of the poorest children here are excluded by policy design. Working families, low-income families, were better off under the legacy tax credit system. They got a wee bit more bang for their buck in a system where the welfare safety net could catch you when you fail, when the cost of living was lower, when parents could access school meal support and uniform grants more readily. All of that was stripped away almost overnight when people were moved on to universal credit. The entitlement threshold that we've heard the Minister and his colleagues congratulate him for increasing from 14,000 to 15,400 almost, had actually been slashed prior to that from 16,000 to 14,000. How is anyone meant to square that? Certainly.
I thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree that, and you've mentioned my comments and the Minister's comments, would it not have been better for the proposer of the motion to have listened entirely to the Minister's response rather than leaving the chamber to do a media interview?
Would the member agree with me that the Minister didn't listen to the first 45 minutes or 45 seconds, of my speech, nor did he, because they seemed deeply engrossed. I don't know what their obsession is with what my colleague was doing, be she the proposer or otherwise.
Is it in order that a member would give an explanation as to why they weren't in the chamber, only to be found that was actually conducting a media interview outside of the chamber? Didn't give that as the reason. Is that in order for the member to have said what she said in respect of that? And can she verify whether or not she was actually out of the chamber doing media interviews? Were you doing media interviews?
Could the Minister resume his seat? Yes, your point has been made. Your point is there for the record of the rest of it. Mr Durkin, could you resume your wine, please? Thank you.
There takes some brass neck from someone to question the reason someone gives for being somewhere or not being somewhere, given the reasons that they gave for being in occupied territory recently against international law. Sorry, Deputy Speaker.
Members, please. Let's not have the chuntering from sedentary positions. I want to listen to what Mr Durkin's going to say. I was even going to admire his new November moustache. So, Mr Durkin, could you continue with your wine, please? Other members, could you please stop chuntering?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it shows the Minister's interest in hungry children when he clearly doesn't want to listen to what I have to say. Might not be that interesting, to be fair, but he's more interested in the toileting of my female colleague. What a weirdo. That's borne out by figures, Mr Deputy Speaker, with 3,000 fewer children entitled to school meal support in just 2 years.
Members, sorry, Mr Durkin, please resume your seat. Can we resort to actually talking about the motion, and instead of what Mr Durkin, back to you.
Now, where were we? That's borne out by the figures, Deputy Speaker, with 3,000 fewer children entitled to school meal support than just over 2 years ago. And frustratingly, the 4-week assessment period for universal credit here actually sees people ineligible for 1 month and maybe eligible the next. On top of that, we've now seen a 20% increase in the cost of school meals. Families already wiped out by increasing household bills are now forced to pay more for the most basic ingredient of learning, a full stomach. And yet this region, the Minister's outlined the more generous eligibility criteria here, but has acknowledged himself that this region will begin to lag behind other regions on these islands. Scotland has universal meals for primary school children. Wales is rolling out universal provision, and England is expanding access to all universal credit claimants. But here we've seen thresholds tighten despite the Minister's efforts and claims. Fewer children are being supported than they were a couple of years ago, and meal costs are rising. Last week, during the cost of living motion, we raised a lot of similar talking points: poverty, food insecurity, holiday hunger, and the plight of working families on universal credit. We talked about our underpaid public servants, EA staff, health workers, civil servants, whose delayed pay rises and back payments are pushing them into debt, money they've earned but can't access under the current welfare system. This isn't a single department problem, it's cross-departmental. It requires cooperation. Yet, while the Finance Minister assured me in the Chamber last week that he would work with his executive colleagues to find a solution, when I followed up in writing, his response was, "Not me, it's the Health Minister's responsibility." I wrote to the Health Minister, who cited a bad budget. But let me be clear, it appears that the Executive does not value its own workers, poorest workers at that, enough to even cooperate, and that's an abdication of responsibility. This is a cross-cutting issue, and it will require collaboration. But how can we count on ministers here to do that, especially when the Education Minister himself doesn't even view other ministers as partners? People here are paying the price, the same people who keep our schools running, our hospitals open and our communities going, the same people who have been stripped of support under the new threshold for free school meals and who will now be hit by a 20% increase. Certainly.
Again, despite the Minister's attempted deflection again and sort of all sorts of red herrings, would he agree with me that there's a cost to not implementing free school meals, both financial, health impacts and emotional, social and other impacts on children and young people as well? Would you agree with that point?
The cost of not doing this to those more vulnerable children, not the multi-millionaires' children, and there aren't too many of them, and people don't have to opt in to this. People will make their own choices. There's a huge, immeasurable cost that it has. But where does the money come from free school meal provision? That's the big question that the Minister, others have asked, and it's a fair question. But this Minister himself isn't averse to coming here and outlining ambitious and grandiose plans with absolutely no indication of where the money is coming from. Childcare strategy, anyone? Capital Builds programme, announcing new schools that we will never, ever see. The SANE programme has priority, £1.5 billion. And he is the Minister. We're the opposition, but he is actually raising expectations, including among families of children with special educational needs. In response to a recent Assembly question, the Minister told my colleague Daniel McCrossan he estimated the cost of £142 million for the introduction of universal free school meals. That had gone up by £60 million to £202 million by the time Mr Middleton spoke, but then back down again by the time the Minister did. So he can't accuse us of not doing costings when his own costings are all over the place. But this isn't something that we would see happening overnight. It's about setting out our stall, setting out a direction of travel, and taking a staggered approach. Start with younger years, primary schools first. Early intervention is crucial, guaranteeing a healthy start, offering meals to those who need them, while recognising that not every family is going to want to take up the offer. The key is to make it an option and remove any stigma early on. I commend the motion. I regret very much how this has gone, but as is the way with the Education Minister, he just can't help himself. Or anyone else.
Thank you, Mr Dorkin. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Just take your ease while we hand over the top table and move on to the next item.
Okay, members, moving on to the next item of business, which is a motion from the opposition on policing resources. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the recent report from the Office of the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland into the handling of a high-profile child sex offender case, which found that the PSNI did not have the capacity or capability to manage the risk posed. Expresses grave concern about the implications of these findings for the protection of children and for wider ambitions to tackle violence against women and girls. Regrets that police officer numbers continue to fall even after the restoration of the executive. Expresses concern that sufficient funding has not yet been secured to support police recruitment and workforce recovery, and calls on the Minister of Justice to set out what steps she's taking to support recruitment and retention, including measures to ensure that the PSNI better reflects the society it serves.
Thank you. I call on Patsy McGlone to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Malta, opposed.
Gormagat, Patsy. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and also 5 minutes to wind. As 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 16 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So, Patsy, please move the debate on the motion.
The SDLP has brought the motion today on policing resources because of our concerns at the impact of the consistent under-resourcing of policing. At the start of this debate, I wish to put on record my and my party's support for the police and to thank those officers who work in often very difficult circumstances without the resources that they need and deserve to have available to them. Frio Lashkan Kolya, in 1999 the Patton Report stated that we needed a police service with 7,500 officers. At the start of October this year, almost 25 years since the establishment of the PSNI, there were only 6,223 full-time officers. A Frio Lashkan Kolya in 2020, the parties in the executive gave a commitment to increase the number of police officers to finally match the figure in that Patton report. But sufficient additional funding was not provided to enable the target to be achieved, and when numbers did rise to a high of 7,100 officers, what additional funding that had been provided fell away, and the additional police numbers fell away with it. So, it is not that efforts have not been made in the past, they just haven't been sustained. Overall, there has been a long-term underfunding of the criminal justice system. That's the result of decisions made by successive DUP Sinn Féin-led executives over successive years. And as a result of those decisions, the PSNI is under-resourced and the officers and staff are consistently under extraordinary pressure. Frio Lashkan Kolya, just over a year ago, this Assembly declared its support for the Chief Constable in his campaign to secure additional resources for the PSNI. The Assembly re-endorsed the recommendation in the Patton report that the number of full-time police officers should be 7,500, with the ambition of increasing that number further. In January, the PSNI said it needed 200 million over 5 years to increase its workforce to 7,000 officers from its current all-time low. That would still be 500 fewer than the Patton figure from 1999. To date, there are no firm commitments from the Executive, no guarantees that the required funding will be delivered or that the funding will be sustained over that 5-year period. Indeed, funding has yet to be secured for the Police Pay Award this year. The Treasury has repeatedly refused to pay the compensation bill for the PSNI officers affected by the major data breach in August 2023. The Justice Minister, we still await the legislative consent motion for the new legacy arrangements because of the additional cost to her department. And while the Justice Minister has ruled out overspending her budget, unlike the Health Minister, the Finance Minister has predicted this week that the Executive will overspend its budget this year by 400 million. That's the background to today's motion. Our motion also refers to the recent report from the Police Ombudsman into the handling of a high-profile child sex offender case. It's a disturbing report on a very disturbing case. The Ombudsman's report found that the PSNI teams tasked with detecting and investigating online child sexual abuse were under-resourced and under pressure, significantly compromising their ability to detect and prosecute offenders and to keep children safe. In the particular case that was the subject of the Ombudsman's report, the offender was first arrested in February 2016. He was interviewed by police and released on bail. It was more than 2 years later, in May 2018, before he was interviewed again about 1,100 indecent images of children found on his phone and other devices seized in 2016. That delay was due to the time taken for the PSNI to produce evidential reports on those images. In those 2 years, he continued to engage in abusive online communications involving at least 7 other children. He was on police bail throughout this time. He was also arrested then in March 2018 after the PSNI received information from the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children. And by April 2019, he had been arrested for a third time after the PSNI were alerted to his consistent and continued offending by Police Scotland. Reports on 4 devices seized in March 2018 had still not been completed when he was arrested for a fourth time on the 30th of July 2019. Mr. Speaker, just 5 days before the police interview in May 2018, a 12-year-old girl he had targeted, Simran Thomas from West Virginia in the United States, took her own life after he had contacted her. Later, in January 2020, Simran's father, Benjamin J. Thomas, also took his life. Finally, in October 2024, the person responsible for these crimes was convicted and sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison. It's important to note that the Ombudsman's investigation identified no misconduct whatsoever by any individual police officer. The Ombudsman did find that under-resourcing resulted in the delayed police inquiries and the ineffective management of the offenders' bail conditions. The investigators found there was significant pressures on the PSNI team responsible for investigating online offending involving children and indecent images, and they found that sufficient investment was not allocated to reduce these investigative delays.
Fáilte Patsy. I call on Doug Beattie to move amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you, Doug. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. So, Doug, please open the debate on amendment number 1. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Protection and safeguarding of our citizens must be the main priority for the police, for this Assembly, for the Department of Justice. The findings of the Police Ombudsman in regards to the activities of Alexander McCartney for online child sex offences is concerning, and it outlines grave failings. The motion is right to outline the lack of police capacity and capability in this area, and that is a resource issue. The report also finds that there were serious delays in the investigation that was due to the backlog in the PSNI Cyber Crime Centre, where they forensically interrogate electronic devices. Again, this is due to a lack of resource, that is funding, and it creates a direct risk to victims. However, there were other issues, and those other issues was, first of all, bail. The bail conditions given to this individual were absolutely weak. This man was still allowed to go online, and yet online is where he was doing all of his abuse. And the police only carried out cursory checks. But I've seen some bail conditions which I think are absolutely scandalous, and that needs to be looked at. Allowing him to go online during this investigation, I think, is staggering. Secondly, one of the issues it raised was prioritisation. In 2018, at the heart of this particular investigation, the priorities were paramilitarism and serious organised crime over online child exploitation. Now, of course, paramilitarism and organised crime is extremely serious, but to prioritise it over child online exploitation is a difficult one to stand over. And of course, this is an operational matter for the PSNI and for the Cyber Crimes Unit. However, the strategic oversight still sits with the Chief Constable and the Department of Justice, with the latter giving policy direction. The PSNI have now moved to a THRIVE risk model: threat, harm, risk, investigation, vulnerability,
to rectify disproportionately prioritisation of paramilitarism over child exploitation. But yet again, they're unable to do this fully unless they get the resource. And again, resource means funding, and the Minister has said this on many, many times. As far as the motion is concerned, on the wider implications of violence against women and girls, I share the motion's concerns and have raised them on multiple occasions. Remember, politicians are the legislators, police, the investigators, PPS, the prosecutors, and the courts give the verdict and sentences. I have genuine concerns, and I know the Minister will disagree with me, that in order to speed up justice, cases are going to the Magistrates' Court instead of going to the Crown Court. This is a particular issue for non-fatal strangulation, where victims are predominantly women and girls. In the year 23-24, there were 329 cases of non-fatal strangulation. 344 cases of non-fatal strangulation. 229 went to the Magistrates' Court, only 15 went to the Crown Court, and of them all, in total, there was only 20% got a custodial sentence. Not the Minister's issue, this is the courts, this is the PPS, but it's worthwhile mentioning it. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, our amendment brings a bit of reality to the issue of police resourcing and asks important questions. Firstly, the money has not been made available for the Workforce Recovery Plan, which was first agreed in June 2025, having been submitted in January 2025. So we're already behind in our workforce recovery. And bearing in mind about 300 to 400, I just haven't got time, Minister, sorry, the 300 to 400 officers leave the service each year. We're actually down to 6,200 officers. But listen and remember this figure. Only about 4,500 are deployable. That's all. 4,500 officers are deployable. Have we allowed this to happen? Lack of funding, lack of prioritisation, lack of scrutiny, lack of strategic questions and honest answers. Police numbers continue to fall. So the simple question for the Minister is this: is the 3-year target now achievable? Is it still viable? If the answer is yes, Minister can give us what is achievable measures. When will we hit 6,500? When will we hit 6,750? Alternately, if the answer is no, and it's fair to say the answer may now be no, not because of the Minister's fault, but because we haven't provided the resource, if the answer is no, what are we going to do about it? They're important questions, and that's why I've added them as an amendment to this very important motion.
Thank you, Doug. I call on Linda Dillon to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you, Linda. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. So Linda, you have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. And just to remind all other speakers, you have 3 minutes. Linda, proceed with amendment number 2.
I rise today to move this amendment because while resource and pressures are absolutely and undeniably affect policing capacity, this debate cannot simply be about numbers of police and staff. It must also be about how priorities are set, how responsibilities are shared, and how the wider system responds to vulnerability, risk and harm, as was outlined by the previous speaker. The Ombudsman's report into the handling of the high-profile child sex offender case of Alexander McCartney was deeply alarming, and previous members have talked to the fact that there were at least 2 deaths as a result. Those are only the children and young people that we know about. There are many, many children and young people that we will never know about that Alexander McCartney affected. So I think we need, all of our thoughts need to be with all of those families today. It highlighted not only the gaps in PSNI capacity, but also the consequences when risk is not managed effectively. There were serious delays in the case being fully investigated because PSNI made choices about the use of resources, choosing to prioritise organised crime and paramilitarism above violence against women and children. Those findings carry profound implications for safeguarding of children and for our collective ambition to tackle violence against women and children. PSNI have a strategy, and in fairness to them, we're ahead of the curve. They had a strategy before we had a strategy in this Assembly or in this Executive to tackle violence against women and girls. But from that strategy must flow the prioritisation of resources, and that is not what happened in this case. But I also recognise that if we're serious about addressing these challenges, we need a cross-departmental approach, because policing alone cannot solve societal failures. PSNI cannot continue to pick up where other services have failed, expected to respond to everything from mental health crisis, children in care and distress, people in acute vulnerability, gaps left by overstretched departments and services, and whilst they must always be available to ensure that people are kept safe, we must see the full implementation of the right care, right person approach to ensure the best outcomes for all of our people, that who, when they need help, that the right person responds to those individuals when they need them. The right care, right person model must ensure the right professional, not just the available professional, respond to the issue at hand. And that does put a responsibility on our health department, on our education department, actually on every single one of our departments. Where a child in a foster care placement who's struggling is met first by a social worker, not by a police officer. Where a person in mental health distress is met with clinical expertise, not with a uniform. So yes, it is about resources, but it is not only about resources. It is about how those resources are used and allocated, and ensuring we do not default to to where other agencies should be leading. The Department of Justice must lead a collective vision for policing and justice, one that recognises that harm occurs across systems and that responses must be equally joined up, and resource and pressures are not limited to PSNI. With a rise in mental health related cases, neurodiversion, people coming into contact with the system and increasingly complex investigations, the Police Ombudsman also requires the capacity and specialist support necessary to carry out their vital work. Proper oversight is not a luxury, it is an essential part of public confidence. Our amendment rebalances this conversation. It recognises that while funding is crucial, we must work towards a smarter, more coordinated, more humane approach, one that keeps women and girls safe, supports vulnerable people and ensures policing is focused on where it makes the greatest difference. And we will not be supporting the UUP amendment today, not because there is anything wrong with your amendment. It is a good amendment, we have no issue with it. But I do think that our amendment is important. It is about accountability of how the finite resources available to PSNI are used. And members across this chamber in their member statements this morning talked about today being the International Day for Elimination of Violence against Women and Girls. Well, if you mean what you say, support our amendment. So I'm asking that everybody in the House today support our amendment to this motion.
Thank you, Linda. I call Trevor Clark.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure that I can add much to what's already been said. I suppose it sounds a bit like a rehearsal we've been having this last 2 to 3 years about the resourcing issues within the police. But I must put record and recognition from the Justice Department and others and the executive, the work they have done to recognise the underfunded position that the policing is in. Now, whilst we're saying that, we're disappointed that the finances haven't come from the Department of Finance currently, but there is a commitment from the executive to fund the police in terms of the recovery plan. We don't know what that will look like in the next 2 to 3 years, but certainly in terms of the recovery plan for this year. But when I look at this motion today, I think it's a wee bit opportunistic from the opposition party and in the way they've drafted this motion and some of the content, because none of us waited or would needed to wait on a report from the Ombudsman to see the state of policing is currently in. We all know from different aspects within policing of the pressures they're facing. It's interesting, we're focusing on one aspect of that today, but there's one thing that we all see day in daily within our own communities, and that's the front of policing in terms of neighbourhood policing, where we all want to see policing to get to. So when I look at the motion and the amendment, we're minded to support, obviously, the All Students Amendment. We're not against the amendment down in the name of Linda and others from Sinn Féin. However, it's difficult that we actually overemphasise one part of policing without recognising all of those. And it's the line where we actually must prioritise the women and girls over everything else. How can we decide today which one area of policing is more important than others? Oh well.
The wording says must prioritise more effectively. So just to say it should not be prioritised, and we have never said that it should be prioritised over organised crime and paramilitaries, but more effectively.
I accept that, and I'm happy to put that. That's what, for the record, that's what it does say. But I suppose it infers that we're looking at one side of policing as opposed to looking at all of policing. And as already been said by the member from Upper Bann in terms of the numbers and the 4,500 effectively what we've got on a day and daily basis, how can we actually emphasise one area of policing without looking at all in totality? But as I go back to where I started in this conversation, the pause for recruitment has been lifted. What we need is a bit more responsible conversations, even from opposition and others, where they come along with these wonderful wish lists of everything they want to do. But if there was a big case today for funding for police, would they get behind it, or what would they substitute to allow to be spent on policing to get us to the policing numbers that we require, the 7,500. And always what's been left off the 7,500 is the 2,500 reserve officers that was a commitment from the Good Friday Agreement. And that would also allow to the pressures that the policing faces when it comes to overtime, because it would have that flexibility to scale up and scale down at short notice in terms of those numbers. So as I've said, we're minded to support the amendment number 1. We are less favourable to amendment number 2 because there is that prioritisation over that. But I will say this. We all need to be honest. We all need to be careful what we wish for. I mean, I've been defending policing for some time. I'll defend the current Chief Constable, and indeed the previous one made the calls for finance, additional finance. But meantime, when that conversation was going on, every other department was putting pressure on finance to get the money for their departments. So at some stage, we're going to have to mature as well and say, we need to give something up because we recognise policing numbers at an all-time low. We're going to have to say what's going to go within another department, and we're going to have to offer that money to the finance department to allow for policing to be resourced. So I will.
Member for giving way, and I actually agree with much of his contribution about the need for a whole of an executive approach. Does he believe that his colleague, the Education Minister, has been adopting that approach in relation to his finances?
Time's up, even with your extra minute. You're way over. It's three minutes. Yeah, and you got an extra minute as well. So it's just so others will know. It's not really for asking for interventions when the time's so short. Okay, Trevor? Sorry about that. Okay, I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I will try to be as quick as I can with the time that's been allocated. I rise today to speak on this motion from the opposition with particular regard to the Police Ombudsman investigation into the handling of the devastating child abuse case and the need for collaborative steps across this chamber and our executive to support the full resourcing and recovery of our police service. The latter is vital in ensuring the extreme harm endured by the estimated 3,500 children targeted by this predator is prevented from ever happening to another individual again. This case was only able to be progressed due to the bravery of the young girls whose testimonies made it possible. They are nothing short of inspirational, and I think in particular today of Simran Thomas, a young girl who died by suicide following contact and subsequent abuse from the predator. The findings from the Police Ombudsman's investigation are extremely concerning, as is the growing proliferation of online-based sexual abuse. The NSPCC revealed in February of this year that crimes involving images of child sexual abuse have risen 98% over the last 5 years. Much of this illegal material is being repeatedly shared and viewed online. The problem of online sex abuse, particularly with regards to children, is a growing problem. Alliance Party shares the concerns of the motion and on the need for greater funding to support police recruitment and workforce recovery, and those concerns have been echoed most vocally by our Justice Minister, and I'm sure she will reflect on that in her own comments. And I know the work that she is doing to support recruitment and retention of our police. This case is a grave reminder that crime committed on a device connected to the internet can just as easily create serious hurt across the world as it can to the person next door. This debate feels particularly relevant as today we mark International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, of which the theme is No Excuse for Online Abuse. Ultimately, this case may have opened in 2016, but as the motion recognises, its lengthy timeline and shortcomings are still incredibly relevant learnings for today. I want us all to work towards a society where everyone is safe and respected, whether it's in public places, at home, in the community or online. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. We are united in our determination to build a police service for Northern Ireland that is open to every section of society. But let us also be honest. The Ombudsman's recent report makes for harrow reading. It lays bare the tragic consequences of under-resourcing in our police service. A prolific abuser was able to operate online and a young child lost her life. That is a failure which must never be repeated. The PSNI cannot do this alone. They must work with the Executive, the Secretary of State, the National Crime Agency and others. Yet collaboration without capacity is meaningless. Staffing remains a fundamental issue. Without sufficient officers and staff, the PSNI cannot meet public expectations. Recruitment must be based on merit. It should be ability, not religion background or religious background, gender or orientation. That principle is a fundamental to fairness and public confidence. Whether tackling violence against women and girls, as previously stated, and obviously in the amendment, safeguarding the vulnerable, fighting organised crime or maintaining community policing. We commend the Chief Constable's detailed workforce recovery plan for this and other stuff. But approval is not enough. Funding must be delivered. Since the restoration of the Executive in 2024, police numbers have continued to decline. Chronic underfunding has real-world consequences. Crime becomes harder to tackle when officers' numbers fall. The Chief Constable rightly took his concerns to the Prime Minister. As a counting officer, he is entitled, indeed it could be argued, is obliged to seek resources at the highest level. The facts are stark. Between 2010 and 2022, police budgets in England and Wales rose by 20%. In Northern Ireland, the PSNI budget fell slightly and in real terms declined by 36% due to inflation. Despite the Northern Ireland block grant growing, since 2010, the police budget has dropped from 903 million to 892 million. This erosion of priority inevitably comes at a cost to services. The PSNI has statutory obligations to protect life and property, maintain law and order, prevent crime and bring offenders to justice. They also face the ongoing threat from dissident Republicans. Without adequate resources, these obligations cannot be met. We stand with the Chief Constable in his call for investment to rebuild officer numbers and secure a visible, accessible, community-focused service. Our officers put their lives at risk daily. They deserve not just gratitude but the resources to do their job properly. The time for delay has passed. A fully staffed police force is in all our best interests and the Assembly must make that case with one voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. I call Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the proposers for bringing this motion forward. I think it is an opportunity to have a good debate in the Chamber, and I think it's great to see that everyone's getting along so well. It's almost like everyone had their Weetabix this morning and a good lunch, but it's an important issue. Funding and resourcing the police is an important issue because it's about the safety of our community, the people that we all represent in this chamber. And I also want to recognise the comments that were made by the proposer of the motion and indeed some other members in the chamber, that when we do talk about funding of the Department of Justice and ultimately funding of the police service, it is inadequate. It's simply not good enough. And that's not for want nor trying of our minister in the Executive or, to be honest, our Executive at this time as a whole to the UK Government, and I think we do need to reflect that it is on the UK Government as well. However, we also need to reflect and be realistic of the fact that the Department of Justice's entire budget has seen a downward fall, while other executive departments have seen an upward trajectory, and some things have to change. It is timely that we are having this discussion on International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, marking the 16 days of activism. An important part of tackling violence against women and girls is ensuring that the community is safe, and where that safety fails and where there are crimes committed, that we have police action and an overall criminal justice system to take that action. And I, at this point, want to recognise the many steps that the Justice Minister took in the last mandate to introduce new offences that would become tools for the PSNI to use. I think, for example, of coercive or controlling behaviour, an offence introduced in the Domestic Abuse in Civil Proceedings Act 2021. We've seen 747 recorded instances of that. In the same period, there's been 201 recorded instances of stalking, another offence introduced in the previous mandate, and 91 instances of image-based sexual abuse. These are just a few of the instances and tools in which the police can use, just because there's not enough time, into tackling violence against women and girls. I want to turn to the case of Alexander McCartney because it's right to point it out. There were failures because of policing resources, and the gap from the first arrest, the second and indeed the third, resulting in the death of young Simran, and I do pay my sympathies to her family. Online sex offences against children are scary, and we rightly need to prioritise them. But let's be honest, if resource is an issue, then we have to have a serious conversation about the way the police use their resources here in Northern Ireland, not through their own faults, but through the faults of many here in Northern Ireland. And it's something that Alliance are serious about tackling and something that we all need to prioritise.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
I'm Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support this motion. There is grave concern felt on these benches following the Ombudsman's report, but also concerns with police resourcing into the handling of one of the most horrific high-profile sex offender cases. Behind a computer screen here in Northern Ireland, this sick man ruined countless people's lives, and today, when we discuss this important matter, my thoughts will be with all those impacted today by what we discuss and all those who have been impacted by this type of crime. The findings are stark, and the Ombudsman has confirmed what many of us already knew. The PSNI simply did not have enough capability or capacity to manage the risk posed by a highly dangerous child sex offender. That failure has had a devastating consequence for victims and their families, and no one in this House, I'm sure, and we've spoke today, is comfortable with that at all. What happened in this case is not just a procedural weakness, it was a fundamental collapse in a system that should exist first and foremost to protect the most vulnerable, our children. The PSNI itself has acknowledged these failures, but words of acknowledgement are of course not enough. The truth is, for too long, the service has been under-resourced, understaffed and stretched beyond what is acceptable, and it is good to get that collaborative agreement today. You know, our police service is there to support us and to protect us, and it hasn't been funded to the way it should. And nowhere is that pressure more evident than tackling online child exploitation and abuse. And as a parent, whenever I read the story in the Ombudsman's report, it is absolutely heartbreaking. I don't think anybody could read that without being truly devastated to see and hear that happened here in Northern Ireland. But members will be aware, and obviously recent reports have also reinforced that crimes involving child sexual abuse have almost doubled in the last 5 years. And officers are now dealing with the explosion of online offending, with increasingly sophisticated digital platforms being used to target children, and they are difficult for the PSNI to engage with and even get responses from in some times. But yet the dedicated teams dealing with these threats are working with limited manpower, limited specialist capability and delays that are not compatible with protecting our children. But I want to be absolutely clear. We support proper, sustainable policing budget, not sticking plasters or one-off allocations, and we cannot talk about protecting our young people in this very complex and dangerous digital age when we don't...
Remember, give way.
Yes, I will.
Thank the member for giving way and talk about the systems that are there to protect these people. But one thing that goes missed in these conversations, will you agree with me, is there's no system to protect the officers who are viewing this material on a day and daily basis also. And an under-policed resource actually makes that even worse for those as individuals, men and women.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. And thank you to the member. We actually did go and visit as members of the policing board, and we've seen the environment that the officers were working in. And quite clearly the PSNI is trying to support those officers as much as possible. But the reality is the images that they are seeing day and daily are having an extremely negative effect on their mental well-being. And for any officer to be in that environment is extremely difficult. And we heard about the high staff sickness rates because of what people are having to endure. But this motion today really matters, and I really do welcome that this has been brought forward onto the Chamber. It sends a clear message about safeguarding our children is not optional, it's our duty, and it sends a message that we need to identify those gaps and prioritise with real investment and recruitment.
So on these benches, we will continue to press this case in this House with the Executive and, of course, the UK Government, and support the Chief Constable in his pursuit. Because no child in Northern Ireland should ever be at risk because the system meant to protect them simply didn't have enough people or enough support. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Principal Speaker, there's an old cautionary saying that you get what you pay for. The motion being debated today highlights the fact that the PSNI didn't have the capacity or available resource to manage the risk posed by a recent high-profile child sex offender case that had hundreds of victims across the world and led to a young girl in America tragically taking her own life due to the activities of a twisted and evil member of our local society. We complain about the lack of police officer numbers, and we watch as the Chief Constable tries his best to secure the budget he needs to properly police Northern Ireland by breaking many established administrative conventions and processes to achieve his goal. I admire his tenacity, but feel that this Assembly has failed him and his officers. As per my opening sentence, we are getting exactly what we have paid for. A police service that is so underfunded and subsequently seriously under-resourced that many serious crimes will not be investigated or solved in the target timescale the PSNI would like to meet. The Patton Report into Policing, written 25 years ago, recommended 7,500 full-time officers and 2,500 part-time and locally recruited reservists. The reserve element has just been ignored and is never mentioned in current debates. As a proud member of the RUC part-time reserve, I saw at first hand the added value to local community policing provided by my reserve colleagues. The current figure of 6,200 PSNI officers is an indictment of this House and the Executive that nothing more has been done to address this situation. Hollow words and empathy just don't cut it. 1,000 of these officers are currently on restricted duties and not on the front line. Between 500 and 800 are off duty due to sickness, injuries and stress on a daily basis. This leaves the Chief Constable with 4,500 officers available for duty, with shifts, rest days and leave, reducing the number of officers on the ground even further. This is an appalling and unacceptable situation. The call in this motion and in my party amendment calling on the Justice Minister to set out her plans to urgently address the resource shortfall are both timely and entirely valid. Unless action is seen to be happening in regards to this, retention figures will continue to fall. In relation to Amendment 2, I share the concern of Trevor Clark that it does stray, or at least there's a perception of straying into operational matters. In the meantime, let this House and the Executive hold the thought, you get what you pay for. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Timothy Gasson.
The Ombudsman report into the handling of the Alexander McCartney case concluded that the PSNI did not have capacity or capability to manage the risk posed by this offender. Yet, the motion before us somehow manages to take that difficulty and reduce it to a mixture of aspirations, vague comments, and regrettably, a suggestion that we should return to the sectarianism when it comes to police recruitment. PSNI specialist teams were under-resourced, overwhelmed and unable to keep pace with the threat posed by high-risk offenders. What the report doesn't say is that the PSNI failed because it had too many officers who were Protestants. The motion rightly expresses concern about violence against women and girls, but the only meaningful protection is an effective and robust police force with recruitment filled by merit for doing the job. What it doesn't need is a headline-grabbing policy from the Executive Office handing out money to councils who in some cases literally didn't know what to do with it instead of investing in policing numbers. You don't tackle this blight on society by handing some of the money earmarked for groups dealing with violence against women and girls to her NI, as happens in Belfast, an organisation which, as they told my colleague Councillor Ron Madole, includes trans women in the category of women. It is shameful that this Assembly and the Executive Office is using money supposedly to combat violence against women and girls to fund groups which think men should have access to female-only spaces. The motion regrets the fall in police numbers. When the draft programme for government was published, the Police Federation described its policing commitments as woolly and containing no cast iron promises. On page 7 of the New Decade New Approach, the commitment is unequivocal. The Executive will increase police numbers to 7,500. 6 years later, where are we? The current number stands at just 6,278, a deficit of 1,222. The motion also calls for measures to ensure that the PSNI better reflects the society it serves. We all know what that is code for. The return of a discriminatory, sectarian, anti-Protestant policy which denied young people career opportunities solely based on religion. The PSNI will only reflect society when every capable candidate is free to join on merit, not because of sectarian engineering.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be the Minister for Justice to respond to the debate. And Minister, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And it isn't every debate that I come to in this chamber that I wish could last longer, because I actually think that the issues that have been raised in this debate actually require more detailed interventions and expression, because I think they're really important. I apologise I won't be able to respond to each individual member's contributions, but I do want to thank them for them. I think on the whole they were really helpful. I want to begin, first of all, by acknowledging what were very serious findings by the Police Ombudsman into the PSNI's handling of offending activities of Alexander McCartney between January 2016 and March 2019. His actions were abhorrent, and my thoughts and my sympathies remain with the victims and their families who have endured what is an unimaginable trauma. I also want to acknowledge, however, the dedication and professionalism of the PSNI officers who pursued McCartney and other predators, secure the evidence and ensure that they face justice for those despicable crimes. Their work does protect children, disrupts abusers and demonstrates the very best of policing, even when under significant pressure. The Ombudsman's report did find failings that have to be addressed, but it did not find the police officers were failing. In fact, it concluded no individual police officer engaged in any form of misconduct. Rather, the failings arose from a significant deficit in capability and capacity within the PSNI's cybercrime teams, as well as resourcing pressures that limited their ability to manage the risks that McCartney posed. In terms of that report, it is important to highlight a number of details that are often missing from the public debate to date. The Ombudsman found that reduced capacity in the PSNI Child Protection Team in 2016 was due to absences and other factors and was not a simple issue of wider police headcount. Secondly, the report found that the PSNI Cybercrime Centre used a prioritisation process in which terrorism and serious crime offences received priority, and this impacted on the examination of devices submitted by the Child Internet Protection Team. So there are lessons to be learned about how we prioritise in these issues, but as members have rightly said, those are matters for the Chief Constable to reflect on as he responds. Taken together, they demonstrate that challenges were much broader than recruitment, but I'm in no denial about the issues that we face currently. We also have to recognise that for much of that period examined, we didn't have Justice Minister. We didn't have an Assembly. We weren't actually here to be able to do the work that needed to be done to hold these issues to account. PSNI has accepted the findings and said that lessons will be learned, and I'm confident that the Chief Constable is working swiftly to do so, and that the Policing Board will support and hold him to account. We have to protect the most vulnerable, not only in our own communities but globally, who may be exposed to the actions of online predators, and I think of Simran Thomas and her father when I talk of that. In terms of online safety, I'm committed to doing everything I can to keep children and young people safe from harm. Social media and online platforms are central to young people's lives, but they present serious risks. The McCartney case highlighted criminal justice responses alone to this are not enough. Safeguarding children online requires a coordinated cross-government approach, and that's the basis of the Executive's online safety strategy. My department plays an active role in that oversight and delivery. The Online Safety Act at Westminster was a marked step forward. Ofcom's regulatory role, including guidance on age assurance, represents progress. Strong age verification shouldn't be optional. It's essential to keep young people safe. However, the responsibility for the Act is with the UK Government, as telecommunications legislation is not devolved. But I've worked to try and influence its development, strengthen accountability and ensure that Northern Ireland's interests were being represented. I've also engaged directly with Ofcom, who are the designated regulator when it comes to implementation. Members are already aware of the significant legislative reforms that we brought forward in the last mandate, whether that was new offences such as upskirting, downblousing and cyber flashing, new grooming-related offences unique to Northern Ireland and mainly perpetrated online, where adults are pretending to be a child for grooming purposes. We also strengthened the law on abusive possession of trust to enhance protection for young people from inappropriate grooming in those areas, and I think those reforms have delivered tangible protections. We keep that under review. That's why I sought the Assembly's consent for extending a number of provisions of the Crime and Policing Bill to Northern Ireland and intend to seek consent for some further provisions. Proposals include strengthening sex offender notification requirements, particularly around restrictions on notification of a new name, and requiring child sex offenders to notify in advance if they're going to stay for 12 hours or more in a household where children are present. I also propose extension of the new offence to criminalise the creation of child sexual abuse image generators, a new offence of pornography depicting strangulation and suffocation, and updating the current offence of possession of a paedophile manual to bring AI-generated imagery within scope. Further new reserved matters in this space include the new offence of online facilitation of child sexual exploitation and abuse, and a new power to scan devices for child sexual abuse images at the UK border. Locally, I want to legislate to criminalise the creation and sharing of sexually explicit deepfake images, which I will do by tabling an amendment to the current Justice Bill at consideration stage. Alongside that, we are leading a strategic approach in the Department in a cross-departmental way to all forms of child exploitation. Safeguarding can't sit in silos. It has to extend into homes, schools, communities and online spaces where young people spend their lives. People have referenced that today marks the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, and so it is a timely opportunity for us, I think, to discuss these issues. The Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy, through that, Justice and Health and the Executive Office-led Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy are providing comprehensive coordinated frameworks for prevention, partnership and victim-centred support. When it comes to police numbers, which is the crux of the debate, I want to focus on some of the issues around capacity and funding. Rebuilding policing capacity is my highest priority. That is why PSNI's workforce recovery business case, developed by the service and submitted to my department, was approved by me and the Minister of Finance. It sets out a clear plan to stabilise workforce numbers, recommence sustained recruitment and rebuild capability across the organisation. That process has already started, and the overspend that is projected by PSNI is accounting for the money that has been spent to deliver the first year of the plan. However, when you get your business case approved, it doesn't mean you have the cash to deliver it. And so investment on the scale of the entire business plan over 5 years, and it will be delivered in an annual tranche, can't only be done by Justice alone. It has to be prioritised at executive level. I'm optimistic that that will happen. We have first call on 7 million in the next monitoring round this year to support PSNI recruitment, a commitment reaffirmed again in October. That 7 million, I hope, will materialise after the budget statement tomorrow. Short-term injections can help restart recruitment, but they don't resolve underlying workforce and business as usual pressures facing the PSNI or my department. What we need is a sustained multi-year funding so the service can plan, recruit, train and retain with confidence. The Finance Minister's recommendation that the remainder of the recovery plan is fully funded in the pending 3-year executive budget is a significant and welcome step, but it will only be meaningful if it is additional to the baseline amount that the budget already has for PSNI. If it's simply ring-fenced and taken from the Department of Justice's budget, it will be utterly meaningless in terms of delivery, and so it's important that that is noted. Safer Communities is also a cross-cutting priority in the programme for government, and it's not, again, only for the Department of Justice. We need to work with other departments to ensure we can deliver it. But it is a huge scale of a challenge that I now face in terms of my budget. Police officer numbers during the period covered by the Ombudsman report were higher than the levels we face today. But the collapse of the executive actually led to that decline. When we had no executive, the numbers fell. I came back into office and I secured money for an additional 100 officers to take them back up to 7,100. We collapsed again, which is why it wasn't sustained, as the member mentioned. We got back to 7,100. We collapsed again. And the Chief Constable then did not have the political cover and assurance in terms of funding to be able to go ahead and continue recruitment as he would otherwise have done. And that led to us coming back into the office with a really dire situation that now needs to be recovered. And I have to say that recovery is far more expensive to deal with than it would have been had we had measured amounts of recruitment during the period of suspension. But I understand the decisions that were taken at that time. My department has had to take tough decisions to live within budget. We're now at the point where less than 0.5% of the DOJ budget is truly discretionary. We have not deprioritised the police within justice. 65% of my budget goes to policing. 35% runs the entirety of the criminal justice system outside of policing, and that includes probation, prisons, courts and everything else. So it isn't just a policing issue. All justice organisations need to be properly funded. If we are to do child protection properly, if we are to have proper public protection sentences and interventions, and if we are to have a police service that is capable to deal with the increasing complexity of online harms and to protect both us locally but also those internationally who these predators will seek to damage.
Thank you, Minister. So, Deirdre Harkin, I'm going to invite you to wind on amendment number 2 and just advise you've got 3 minutes.
Yeah,
thank you.
So we debated earlier the importance of budgets and the forthcoming multi-annual budget. These are important steps for the Executive and indeed this Assembly. And of course there will still be challenges as our budget doesn't meet all of the identified need and pressures. It will also bring to focus, though, on how budgets and providing longer-term certainty and planning. This will include how they're managed and how we will work together in order to prioritise need. It also presents an opportunity to be more innovative and joined up in how we approach delivering public services to meet that need. This includes the policing budget, which is a sizeable part of the justice budget which the Minister has just outlined. And whilst work is ongoing to address the underlying issues around funding, recruitment and retention, these discussions must also point to budget management and prioritisation within policing. There's no doubt that the case raised in this motion is one of the most serious in recent times. It again shines a light on the tackling violence against women and girls and the direct impact that it has on victims, their families and indeed the wider community, as well as showing the importance of the Police Ombudsman's Office, who has obviously highlighted some of the failings and shortcomings. Whilst resource and pressures present impacts on policing capacity as highlighted in the recent Ombudsman's report, we also know that prioritisation and culture too play key roles in tackling these issues in a consistent and systemic way. Of course, this cultural shift is not just for policing alone, it's for society as a whole, but our key public bodies leading on public safety should be leading the way in this area of work. A recent Criminal Justice Inspectorate report also highlighted the need for the criminal justice system to have a collective vision and shared priorities. The Executive and indeed the Programme for Government prioritise tackling violence against women and girls. It's therefore important that this systemic issue is highlighted and reflective in that collective vision and shared priorities document. In turn, this must also be a priority for the PSNI, which should be reflected in their work programme and also their budget. And I know obviously that case was some time ago. There has obviously been improvements, but we need to keep doing more. There are important areas of work to ensure we're breaking down the siloed approaches that can result in delays that we know are in the justice system. And it's also important that we're innovative, especially looking at emerging technologies and AI, to ensure that we're not only dealing with the challenges today, but we're also future-proofing this work. We also believe that policing with the community is the foundation to the policing dispensation here, as it's often the early alert system for emerging issues and trends, and to the needs of priorities in terms of dealing with these issues.
Time's up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. So now calling John Burrows to wind on amendment number 1 and advise you, John, you have 3 minutes. Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. Alexander McCartney was an evil and depraved man. In my view, should never walk the streets again. I know a little bit about his offending. We talk about sextortion and blackmail. This was a man who got children to do things to themselves for his sexual gratification and tortured them to keep doing it, sometimes abusing their own siblings. That's how evil this man was. And he caused the death of Simran Thomas and her father, Benjamin. But it's unquantifiable, the scale of harm that he committed. The reality is the police in these cases, because of resources, actually get to a point where they identify enough victims to get a case across the line. Someone makes a policy decision, we're going to have to stop. They will then go into a safeguarding mode of trying to actually identify some vulnerable victims just to try and safeguard them. And then they'll come to a decision that there's thousands of victims maybe we won't even try and trace, because policing has to go on and the suspects in prison. So we don't know the scale of harm this man has committed. I want to pay tribute to the Child Abuse Investigation Unit that did track him down. It was a global case. It was an industrial threat. I know one of the investigators. I know the impact it took on him, DS Neil McGuinness. He doesn't mind me mentioning his name. 5 officers at least have been medically retired as a result of the investigation. 2 from cybercrime, 3 from the Child Abuse Investigation Unit. Image after image, video after image of things that you never even want to have in your brain. But one of the problems was that the team is so small and under-resourced that they don't get sufficient breaks. They can't take a gap between viewing images. They're against a ticking clock. None of them got to see the OHW department during this, whereas actually there should be routine screening of police officers who are watching that level of image. These officers didn't get to see OHW at all. So resources are at the heart of the failure to catch McCartney, but they're also at the heart of our police service, which is suffering attrition rates of 300 officers a year. That is a problem. We talk about recruitment, but you can keep recruiting until you actually get to the stage where you're supporting officers. You'll never get to retain them. And also we talk about prioritisation. You know, our police officers work in a job where every decision has more consequence than you can possibly imagine. If there's 3 phones, one, if you don't examine it first, there's going to be millions of pounds worth of drugs flooding our community. One, if you don't do it, there's going to be a police officer shot in the next 6 weeks. And the other one, if you don't do it, a child predator is going to continue offending. That is the reality of policing. So that's why we need resourcing. It's why we should support our police service, and it's why we should remember that there are thousands more victims out there, and we need to get dealing with them and support our police.
Thank you, John. I now call Colin McGrath to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and advise you, Colin, you 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And today's motion comes from one of the most disturbing policing failures in recent years, and I welcome the contributions from across the House. A young girl, Simran Thomas, lost her life. Her father later took his own life, and both deaths were linked directly to the actions of Alexander McCartney and to the delays that allowed him to keep offending while he was on PSNI bail. That is the essential point. It's not every detail, just the simple truth that a child was failed, a family was devastated, and an offender was left free to harm others because the system could not keep pace. The PSNI's internal review and the Ombudsman investigation, just for the purposes of Mr Clark, that was 2 weeks ago that was obviously published, and maybe if we change the rules when Opposition Day have to give their notice of motions a little bit closer to the day, we wouldn't have had to have picked something from 2 weeks ago to discuss. But it does paint a stark picture. There were serious delays, there was poor prioritisation, there was failure in risk management and bail supervision. And the key conclusion is unavoidable. This was not a failure of will, but a failure of capacity. The PSNI has said outright that it simply did not have the resources needed to respond as victims rightly expect, and what we have just isn't working. And let's be clear, for the avoidance of doubt, police resources and funding levels is not an operational matter, but a strategic decision by the Minister and the Executive, and the buck stops with the Minister and the Executive regarding police funding. People have been promised more by this Executive, and yet the Chief Constable has been warning for over a year that policing numbers are at an historic low and that public safety is at risk. His warnings are not vague. In March, he said he was worried that it would take a catastrophic event to wake people up. In July, he warned that without £200 million, visible policing would disappear in some communities and murder investigation teams would fall below UK standards. In September, he said bluntly, and I quote, "We have in effect broken the workforce." Those alarm bells are deafening, and yet the Executive has done nothing meaningful in response. Today is White Ribbon Day, has been referenced, a day to highlight the impact of violence against women and girls and recommit to ending that violence. And yet this Executive cannot even fund a police service to cover the basics. You are letting women and girls down in the biggest way possible by not providing a viable, visible and properly funded police service. In June, after the racist riots in Ballymena, we heard big declarations. Funding would be signed off. £200 million would be a game changer. And 6 months on, not a single pound has appeared, not one. Instead, the Executive mismanaged the data leak liabilities, ignored the inevitable cost and made it easy for Treasury to turn down emergency reserve funding that should be available for genuinely unforeseen and unavoidable pressures. And the result, a workforce at breaking point, recruitment collapsing, communities left with fewer officers and a risk to the public increasing. And we cannot ignore the impact on representation. Catholic participation rose to almost 28% under 50-50 recruitment, which was a major achievement. But since the policy was scrapped, progress has stalled. The Chief Constable himself has said that legacy headlines remain the biggest barrier for many young nationalists who might otherwise serve. Recruitment and legacy are intertwined, and pretending that they are not is part of the problem. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can do so much better. So today the SDLP sets out 4 clear actions for Stormont, London and Dublin. First, that the Department of Justice must stop dodging the officer number issue. Commit now to 7,000 officers by 2028 and pursue the £230 million required for the data leak liabilities. Second, reintroduce 50-50 recruitment as part of rebuilding a representative and effective police service. Third, begin a serious process to renew the rule of law, reviewing what has worked from 1998 and what now needs strengthened. And fourth, let's get legacy right. Truth is the only route to reconciliation, not avoidance, not political theatre. The failures that contributed to Samaran's death show the consequences of a system that has been allowed to be weakened, underfunded and for financial drift. If we are serious about public safety, if we are serious about the rule of law, if we are serious about protecting the vulnerable, then let's finally face the reality of what policing needs and then fund it accordingly. That is the responsibility of this House, and we cannot afford for it to fail again. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And I think, just for clarification, on Opposition Day, it's up to the Opposition to pick which motions they wish to discuss and time limit allotted to it. It's not up to the Business Committee. So in fairness to the Business Committee, that's not their decision, that's yours. Excuse me, yes?
Just on that point of order, because it's important and we have a live proposal to the Business Committee, I think the point my colleague was making was not about selection of the motions, it was about the timing. We have to submit ours 2 weeks in advance. Every other jurisdiction on these islands, Dáil, Éireann, Westminster, Scottish Parliament, have 1 week. Other parties in this chamber do not want us to operate as a proper opposition.
Okay.
That's their business, not ours.
Okay, Matthew, so first of all, you know it's not a point of order, but you've got your point on the record. Secondly, it's not for the Business Committee, it's for procedures to change standing orders. I thought you would have known that. Anyway, I'm going to move on. But no, it's not further to that, because that's not a point of order, so there's no further to it. Okay? So I'm gonna press on. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Doug Beattie, Alan Chambers, John Burrows and Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. Aye. Think the ayes have it. Okay. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. Members, we take your ease for the next debate, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Michelle McIlveen to raise the matter of traffic flow in Newtownards. I call Michelle McIlveen. Michelle, you'll have up to 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And firstly, may I thank the Minister for attending this evening. In debates such as this, I don't like to come into this chamber with just a list of problems to complain about. Where there are solutions, I want to outline these and hope that these can perhaps be taken forward. I'd like to put on record my appreciation to the Minister's predecessor for the action he took as a result of my previous adjournment debate on the dangers of the Portaferry Road. Where he could, he directed a number of key projects to be actioned. These included safety measures and, importantly, the upgrading of the footpath between Teal Rocks and Old Shore Road. This is evidence that adjournment debates such as this can deliver where there's a solution-based ask and a minister willing to take the necessary action. I want to take this opportunity to highlight a number of pinch points in the town which are only going to worsen as Newtownards and Cumber continue to expand. First and foremost, there's the congestion on the Cumber Road and Messines Road as traffic tailbacks from the Cumber Road roundabout in the town. Despite the responses coming from the Minister regarding these issues, this traffic is constant at all times of the day and every day of the week. A Sunday afternoon could be as bad as a Monday afternoon. Peak times are even worse, with queues on the Cumber Road at a standstill halfway down the dual carriageway. Queues on Messines Road stretch 3/4 of the length of that road. Both roads meet at the Cumber Road roundabout at Castlebon. The impact isn't just on waiting times for those commuting to or through Newtownards. There are those living off Camborne Road, Lansdowne Road and the West Winds Estate struggling to get in and out of where they live with the constant stream of traffic. This is a particular problem for parents dropping children off at West Winds Primary School in the morning. Lines of cars waiting to leave West Winds in the morning is commonplace at drop-off time. The requests by the school leadership for an alternative access have fallen on deaf ears at DFI Southern Division. I previously requested a meeting with officials from Southern Division, but this was refused because a review had been undertaken in 2021. A traffic survey for traffic lights at the junction with Blenheim Drive, which I requested was to be carried out, but we are yet to find out if that has taken place or what the results are. Certainly, West Winds residents have advised that they've seen no evidence of a survey taking place. I've asked the Minister a number of questions regarding traffic flow at this location, and disappointingly, I was told there were no plans. I've asked whether there are plans to widen the Messines Road. There are no such plans, according to the Minister. And I've asked for traffic lights at the offending roundabout, but there are no plans to consider this either. There seems to be a belief that this is just normal traffic flow. It isn't. Anyone familiar with the area will know that it's not, and is something that's become a daily problem in the last few years. It appears that the department is placing its trust in a partial dualling proposal attached to planning at the Crep Weaver site. However, multiple grants of planning permission have been made since 2013, with no progress made on upgrading the road. And the delay is reminiscent of how the department was waiting for a developer to upgrade the path on the Portaferry Road, and eventually it had to step in because it just wasn't happening. It would appear that the sums don't seem to be adding up for the developer in this case. It's arguable whether such a dualling would be of any real effect anyway. It may be of assistance for those entering and leaving the site, but I don't see how it will improve the existing problems. We need to be looking at upgrading the roundabout, and it's not just about road markings at the roundabout. That hasn't solved the problem. There needs to be some real investment at this location. There are considerable problems coming down the road, if you pardon the pun. Her department has passed planning for 1,000 homes at Enler Village in Cumber, and it's not unreasonable to assume that a number of those will be travelling down the road to or through Newtownards, either for schools or for jobs. And if the Crep Weaver site is developed, or the other areas along the Cumber Road which are zoned for development are built out, this will compound the current difficulties. It's better to act now than wait for the inevitable. The alternative route which more people are now taking because of the traffic problems is along the Killynether and Scrabo roads. These are narrow and windy and totally unsuitable for heavy traffic. And the last thing that needs to happen is additional traffic being enforced along these roads because nothing was done to address the problems on the Cumber Road. We should also be considering where the traffic is coming from and where it's going to if it isn't going into Newtownards. We know a significant portion is going down the Ards Peninsula. There are many cogent arguments for a bridge being between Portaferry to Strangford and diverting unnecessary traffic going through Newtownards, and this should be a factor which is taken into that consideration. Newtownards is the gateway to the Ards Peninsula, and there are many who drive through the town to travel to the other side of Strangford Lough rather than use the ferry. A bridge could remove that unnecessary traffic from the roads of Newtownards, and I'd ask the Minister to look into the economic feasibility of such a scheme and potential sources of funding for such a scheme, which would not only benefit Newtownards but be transformational for the Ards Peninsula by massively improving connectivity. There are a number of other pinch points around the town that need to be addressed, and I want to consider these next. The first is the Zion Place roundabouts, and in particular the junction with Francis Street. Zion Place has been identified as a problem for some time, and the Eastern Distributor Road, which is being built by developers as part of the expansion of the town at Beverley Garden Village, Rivenwood and Ballyray. This scheme, it's hoped, will divert traffic away from the centre of Newtownards, and I'll come back to that later. The Eastern Distributor Road is a number of years away from completion. In the meantime, traffic grinds to a halt from about 4 p.m. each evening at the top of Francis Street as cars try to exit onto Zion Place. This is a particular problem for buses, and I've spoken to TransLink about this. It causes real difficulties for them providing reliable services. One solution which has been suggested is the widening of the top of Francis Street to allow for a bus lane. This would result in the loss of a couple of parking spaces at the top of the road, but could free up the movement of traffic at this point. I've raised this with DFI Roads, but they're not minded to look at this again because previously they had received some objections. The traffic, however, has worsened, and I would respectfully ask that the Minister requests her officials to look at this again as a means to improve public transport through the town. Coming back then to the Eastern Distributor Road, it's envisaged that this scheme will link the Bangor Road with the Donaghadee Road and the Mavilla Road and ultimately the Portaferry Road. This will mean that traffic can avoid Newtownards Town Centre. However, this will result in a significant increase in traffic onto the Bangor Road in Newtownards. It wouldn't just be the current level of traffic, because to build that road, developers will be building in and around 1,200 new homes. If this increased traffic is going to end up on the Bangor Road, where is it going to go? The North Road in the town is already heavily congested in the mornings. This morning, for example, the cars were nose to tail for over 3/4 of its length. That's before any traffic has been diverted away from the town centre. So there needs to be an assessment of the potential impact on this road and what can be done to address the consequences of the distributor road and this additional development. A further pinch point is the roundabout at Portaferry Road and the stretch of Portaferry Road that runs from that roundabout to the junction with New Road. Roundabouts appear to be a continuing theme as either a symptom or a cause of problems for the town. We do need an assessment of traffic flow in the town with a range of solutions to improve this flow. There had been a Newtownards Town Centre Sustainable Transport Working Group which brought together a range of stakeholders with the view to a pilot scheme being adopted for the town around active travel and modal shift. This was considering a number of options that may have assisted in alleviating a number of the problems which I've raised, but sadly it stopped meeting in June 2022. The Minister's confirmed in response to questions I have raised that there's no intention of reviving it as the Department decided to work on a regional plan. However, it didn't tell any of the stakeholders that was its plan to do. I think this was a missed opportunity, not just for Newtownards, but for the Department to learn from a pilot scheme, and I'd ask the Minister to revisit this decision. The final roads issue I will raise is Mavilla Road. There's a recurrent issue with parking around Abbey Primary School. Cars park along both sides of the road and around the residential area. The cars parked along here obscure the views of drivers as well as impacting on traffic flow along the road. I've been raising this with both the local office and the divisional office. A scheme has been developed to include a site realignment of the road, the installation of parking bays and much needed resurfacing. But it does need to be done, but given the funding calculations for my constituency, we're falling short of what we need, even for issues such as this, which involve the safety of school children going to and from school. So I'd ask that this is looked at and funding made available for this important scheme. I am pleased that there has been progress on the Newtownards Park and Ride, and it's an important piece of the transport jigsaw for the town, and it's something that both myself and my brother, who's a local councillor for the town, have been working on alongside TransLink for a number of years. And I'd hope that once the business case is with the Minister, that we can see a quick funding decision on the project progress. However, what would also greatly help is progress on the Cumber Park and Ride. And I appreciate that there is a site identified on the Belfast Road, but progress seems to be slow on this. We need to offer alternatives to the car, and investment in public transport is key to this, as well as recurrent support to our public transport providers to make it an attractive alternative. So in conclusion, there are a number of key issues that need to be addressed in Newtownards. Newtownards and Cumber are both expanding towns. This is causing traffic flow problems for Newtownards, which will only worsen as more houses are built. We're already seeing problems along the Cumber Road, Francis Street, North Road, Portaferry Road and Zion Place. There needs to be a focused and coherent plan to address forthcoming issues as well as what is currently a problem. And I'd ask that the following is looked at again. The re-establishment of the Newtownards Town Centre Sustainable Transport Working Group, swift progress on both the Newtownards and Cumber Park and Ride facilities, funding for the Mavilla Road scheme, a focused department-led scheme to address particular problems of Cumber Road and Messines Road, a feasibility study into a bridge between Portaferry and Strangford, an assessment of the potential impacts on the North Road of the Eastern Distributor Road and development associated with that scheme, and finally, and last but not least, a bus lane scheme for Francis Street. I look forward to hearing the Minister's response now that we've done a canter around Newtownards, and I look forward to maybe having the opportunity to meet with officials to look at these options. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle. All other speakers will now have approximately 5 minutes, and I call Kelly Armstrong. Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and my apologies to both yourself and Ms McElveen for being late here. Unfortunately, there was a group of children talking to me about roads and public transport before I came here. I can't disagree with anything that Ms McElveen has said this evening. The traffic around Newtownards at times has to be seen to be believed, and I'm stuck most evenings when I go home, whether I leave here late or whether I leave my office at an earlier time, particularly around the Portaferry Road. There is just no absolute consideration made to how many of those roundabouts are blocked by static cars trying to move into the town. The route to Bangor was, I believe, not conceived appropriately. There is an issue with the amount of damage that this is doing to businesses. My office is in South Street in Newtownards, one of the busier streets in Newtownards, and I have to say that the retailers within that area have made comment on the difficulty that there is at times for shoppers to get in and out of the town. So there has to be something done. When was the last time that Newtownards traffic was effectively reviewed? I have said on several occasions, I welcome park and rides. I think that the park and ride in Newtownards is in the wrong place, and it will add traffic into the centre of Newtownards that will decimate some of the routes through. There will be such an amount of traffic trying to use that park and ride at a place that's within the town centre that we're going to see difficulties for retailers within the area, and to be honest, we will be at a worse standstill than we were before. It should have been on the Scrabble School site, but we lost that site, so it's put in a position in the town instead of being outside of the town, where a junction very close by will not be able to cope with the amount of traffic. And we've already heard from Ms McElveen how the traffic flow is impacted in other parts of the town. There needs to be a review on the one-way system. There needs to be a consideration made of the amount of pedestrianisation that there is in the town. Is there another way of doing this that we can improve the flow through and around Newtownards that makes it a more effective town for everyone who wants to use it? Of course, I absolutely think that there should be more public transport options so we could take people out of cars to begin with. But when there's no park and ride between you, for instance, down Portaferry or Cumber, the first one is Dundonald that you hit, well then you're encouraging cars to go that far. The delay in the park and rides is unbelievable, and we need the next phase of park and rides to actually come out, because if cars don't have to go into Newtownards to use the park and ride there, then it will actually take some of that rural traffic away. I have to say the one thing that I don't agree with is the bridge idea from Portaferry to Strangford, because of the connectivity and the destruction it would have for both of those villages. They would end overnight because the bridge would not be where the ferry currently crosses, and we all know that taking a road away from those villages means that they will die in the vine as time goes on. But I do agree that we do need to look at the park and rides and why they are taking so long. I know that there has been issues with the old Ards Leisure Centre site in Newtownards, that asbestos was a consideration there. The planning permission, I believe, has progressed. What is taking so long? That is a valuable piece of land, to be honest. I think should have been used for much needed social housing in the area, but if it's going to be used for a park and ride, then make it a park and ride, because while you're planning for that, you're going to have to look at redesigning the road network around that area, because if people are going up to 400 or 500 cars are going to be going there every morning, on top of the issues that Ms McElveen has raised, we're in trouble in Newtownards. It is a town that is growing. Cumber is growing. There's villages down the Ards Peninsula growing. There's a heck of a lot of people transferring from those areas through Newtownards to Bangor or Belfast. But what we're finding is the standstills. I can leave my office and in less than a mile be sitting in a 45-minute traffic jam to move another mile. It's unbelievable. I think that we need to have a consideration, Minister. Now, I have a great working relationship with your team down in the area. They work extremely hard and are quite flexible in their approach, and some of the ways that they have managed to fund road repairs is excellent, and I welcome them for that. But I wish that a town planner would have a look at the transport and the way it works in Newtownards, or rather it doesn't work in the area. The new roundabouts that were put round from the Mezzanine Road out to Portaferry have worked as a blockage more than an enabler for traffic to stay out. There are more people driving through Newtownards in order to avoid the Mezzanines Road. So it hasn't worked. The new road that Ms McElveen talked about that will connect Movilla to the Portaferry Road, that, to be honest, is going to have NIMBYism written all over it, because the people who are buying the houses there are not expecting the traffic flow that there will hit that area. So I expect a lot of objections, and that's where we need to step in now and take leadership on an issue before it gets worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call on Harry Harvey. Harry.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can I thank my party colleague and fellow Strangford MLA Michelle McElveen for bringing this important issue to the floor of the House this evening. She has worked tirelessly to raise the issue of traffic flow across Newtownards for many years, and I want to pay tribute to her for continuing to battle with the Department on this matter. Anyone who lives and works in Newtownards, or indeed anyone who has had the pleasure to visit the beautiful market town, will be aware of the traffic pressures being experienced at all times of the day, but particularly at peak periods and on Saturdays. Over recent years, Newtownards has seen a huge increase in chimney pots, with large amounts of out-of-town residential developments springing up. While development is to be welcomed, and the town has inevitably benefited economically from increased footfall, pressure on the town's infrastructure has continued to build, with little or no response from the department. Residents find themselves in daily gridlocks, spending unacceptable amounts of time sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic merely to get around the town, let alone go through it. The Cumber Road and Castlebawn roundabouts have already been raised in the debate. It isn't an exaggeration to say that this area of the town comes to a complete standstill every weekday, with queues along the Messines Road often tailing back to the main A20 dual carriageway. Journey times, particularly for those coming to and from the peninsula from Belfast, have continued to increase in recent years. Despite this, the department has been unable to come up with any meaningful solutions or attempts to alleviate the traffic congestion experienced by motorists on a daily basis. In written correspondence dated June of this year, the Minister stated that her department was aware that traffic can build up on the Messines Road Newtownards for short periods at peak times, which is consistent with traffic patterns and conditions in many towns and cities across the north. Such a statement fails to appreciate the enormity of the congestion which manifests itself for significantly long, not short, periods at peak times. Yes, happy to give that.
Sorry, thank you, Harry. I was just going to say to you, last Christmas, for a number of days on end, it was a 2-hour traffic jam at the very place that you're talking about. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member for her intervention. Very useful. It isn't acceptable that the main arterial route to facilitate the bypassing of the town remains a single carriageway, with no traffic management solutions being proposed, and the congestion this is placing on the Newtownards community. Whilst we all appreciate the constraints of departmental budgeting at this time, and we don't expect miracles, the Newtownards community do not find it acceptable that absolutely nothing has been achieved or even attempted by the Minister's department in addressing these issues. In other parts of the town, road safety continues to be a concern for many. Along with other colleagues in this place, I have been highlighting the issue of pedestrian safety at Teal Rocks and motorist safety along the Portaferry Road more generally for several years. It's shameful that DFI officials have been unable to reduce the national speed limit along this section of the road, which is used by school children to board school buses, and I would call again on the Minister to rethink the department's position on this issue in particular, and it is one that everyone in this chamber, indeed every councillor, has made a request about. Residents, traders, visitors are all calling on the Minister to intervene on this issue and to work with the local community to establish what can be done to ease an ever-increasing problem. The long-awaited park and ride facility will be of immense benefit, but cannot be viewed as a silver bullet. We must see the road network improvements that will support transport resilience for the future, and I trust the Minister will act for the benefit of Newtownards, and of course I also look forward to our exploration of the Strangford Portaferry Bridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I call on John Stewart.
you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Strangford for bringing this along today and for so eloquently setting out the position. My party colleague Mike Nesbitt, the Health Minister, had hoped to be here today but has a prior and unavoidable engagement with a constituent and on a health matter and sends his apologies, but I'll say a few words as infrastructure spokesperson if that's okay today. Many of the points have already been made, undoubtedly, but I'm happy to share a few of his concerns and a few of my own as well. Newtownards is a successful market town, one which has grown substantially in recent years. It is not served by rail and is entirely dependent on the road network for both residents of the town as well as those from the Ards Peninsula, to which Newtownards acts as a gateway. I know from my colleagues in the area, both at council level and at assembly level, and from my own experience, that the traffic does not appear to have worsened. It does appear to have worsened significantly in the locality in recent years, partly due to the success of the town, which has won the High Street of the year on a number of occasions, and partly due to the growth in population which is scheduled to continue, with Newtownards being the only significant area of housing growth in Ards and North Down area plan. These are particular issues at Messines Road and Comber Road, which has already been said, with substantial waits being a regular occurrence coming into the town from both Belfast and Comber directions. Not only is this affecting commuters, but also the residents of the many homes in the Comber Road who are having to try to get into town doing school runs, all taking much longer than would have been the case in the past. I know the previous speaker or previous speakers had said about 2-hour waits at certain times of the year, which is just totally unacceptable. So far, the Department of Infrastructure appear unwilling to seriously review what can be done to alleviate this situation that continues to get worse year by year. We would appeal to the Department today, and I do thank the Minister for coming along, to take the matter seriously and to do all that she can to influence this. There are a number of other areas that are struggling due to the congestion, both in the town centre generally and particularly on the Bangor and Donaghadee roads. A significant cause of many of these issues is the nature of the zoning in Newtownards in the 1980s and 90s. It is acknowledged and planned for the need for the town to have a ring road due to the population and traffic growth. It provided the government of the day an opportunity to step in and build a ring road and charge each developer as they develop the housing area. Instead of this, it was left to each developer to build their own section as they built out the homes. A number of developers, as you'll be aware, have done this. They have built their sections to a high standard, but what good is just one section of the road if it doesn't go anywhere? That is the scenario that Newtownards finds itself in, an incomplete ring road with new homes being built year on year, but they are totally reliant on the same small infrastructure of the town centre. Sadly, we cannot undo, as we are aware, the errors of the past, but there are measures that can be taken forward by the Minister and her department in the interim. One such measure is completing the park and ride infrastructure at William Street and on the other locations that the proposer of the motion has already said, which have been long promised but sadly still undelivered. In fact, despite the department investing on the site some years ago, it is yet to pay the local council for the purchase of the site. I'm not sure, maybe the Minister can update where that is now. This new park and ride would have the potential to take so many cars off the road, supporting sustainable public transport, better linking Newtownards with the popular glider network from Dundonald. The current inaction, Mr Deputy Speaker, is simply not good enough, which is why I am happy today to add my voice to the voice of my Ulster Unionist colleagues and obviously everybody else in the Chamber who are quite vexed about this, rightly so, to the call for the Department of Infrastructure to take the matter of congestion seriously and do all the Minister can in her power to alleviate it. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, and I call on Justin McNulty. Justin.
And I thank the member for bringing this important issue to the Assembly this evening. I rise to speak on the matter of traffic flow in Newtownards. I agree with the member that traffic flow issues are at a peak and are causing this immense disruption, delay and danger to drivers, pedestrians and cyclists. I spoke to my colleague Joe Boyle, SDLP Councillor Joe Boyle, who everyone knows as a hard-working, long-standing representative for Ards and the Strangford Peninsula. Joe said to me in his very joyful and positive manner that Newtownards, the Ards Peninsula, are victims of their own success. People, families, communities are getting up in the mornings, rolling their sleeves up and going to work, going to school, going to study, going to shop, going to farm, going to fish. So he described that from 7 a.m. in the morning, traffic is a mile and a half tail back from the first roundabout coming to Newtownards from the peninsula, and remains so for the next hour to 2 hours, and then in the evenings it's reversed. He says this traffic is the unfortunate result of positive inputs of many people heading to work in Newtownards and in Belfast, mostly in Belfast, and schools are also causing pinch points. So Newtownards as a town, as I said, is a victim of its own success. Great shopping, great businesses and hospitality, and they ensure people want to go into the town. And the lack of parking is also exacerbating the issue. We have to circle around to look for parking spaces, and that's further causing pinch points and traffic congestion. But I want to stress as well that these problems are not restricted or unique to Newtownards. They are felt across the north. The current mess around traffic flow are the results of policy and action from the Department of Infrastructure. And while the Minister may often refer to British austerity, Sinn Féin's favourite term, as binding her department's capacity to undertake projects, issues like traffic flow and road safety are a direct responsibility of her department. These responsibilities, and failures of government departments here in the north cannot continue to be blamed on Westminster, especially by so-called Republicans. This Assembly has the duty to serve the people living here, ensuring they have the roads built for safe and efficient communities. I urge the Minister for Infrastructure to take up her responsibility and explore traffic flow solutions like the possibility of a fixed Strangford crossing to distribute traffic more evenly instead of the current unsuitable system of bottlenecking.
Thank you very much, Nadine Justin. I call on the Minister. And Minister, you have about 10 minutes.
And I too would like to thank Ms McElveen for bringing this debate to the House this evening, and to thank you all for your very honest and it's very obvious that you're all working at the cold face in Newtownards. And I suppose just from someone who lives so far away from it, I worked in Newtownards for a while. I did my first social work placement there, so it's been reminiscent for me to hear of the town and the roads and the links in and out. And I very often would have travelled that road from Convert to Newtownards many years ago now, but I am familiar with it, and I think that has been helpful in terms of trying to get to grips with the issues that have been raised. And I have listened to the issues that have been raised by those representatives of the constituency, and I hear the concerns. And I know that whilst officials have looked at this in the past, I think it's very evident that there is a rationale for us to look at this again. And I have, on many of the issues you have raised, asked officials to monitor this very closely. But I am happy for a meeting to take place, Michelle, with you to look at that in greater detail. There's been a huge amount of suggestions and challenges and issues identified here today, and I don't intend to go through every single one of them, but I think it is important that we are hearing that here today. It's reflective of how the community feels, how local businesses are feeling, and the real challenges that they're facing, and something I would imagine will, as Ms Armstrong has outlined, in terms of the Christmas period and how that will have an impact on congestion. Because I do know that investing in our roads is critical to ensure that we not only see the safe movement of people and goods, but also to allow the growth of our economy, which is absolutely important. And a town like Newtownards, as others have said, is thriving, but we need to ensure that we enable the conditions for it to continue to do so. There's no doubt there are funding challenges, and the member who brought this debate has been a minister herself and will understand that. And at this point in time, as ministers, we have to take decisions that prioritise road safety and other things that are critical. And there's so many competing priorities. And I'm not using that as an excuse. I think that it's fair to say the majority of members here will recognise that is a reality, as their colleagues who sit around the executive table are facing similar challenges. But I'll never shirk my responsibilities. and I will continue to do what I've been doing, is that is working with people, with other MLAs and with communities to try and find solutions and do the best what we can with what we have. I know that members have outlined very clearly the impact of traffic congestion and how it can build up quite significantly in many of those areas that have been identified, particularly at peak times, whether it's in the morning times when people are going to and from work and school, and likewise in the evenings. I think Ms Armstrong had mentioned the importance of looking at some sort of transport planning, and that is something, that work is underway right across all the 11 councils, but particularly in conjunction with the local development plans that councils are currently working on. So my department, we have the overarching transport strategy, which the consultation closed at the end of September, but we're also working on the transport plan specific for those council areas, and Ards and North Down are one of those that are included. And I think that's an important opportunity for all of these issues to be fed in, but also for us to try and identify solutions, because I don't think that the solution is just purely in relation to roads. It is about providing those other options that mean that people don't have to use their car, and they have other options there, be it active travel, the park and ride, and I really welcome the positive feedback in relation to the Newtownards park and ride. I appreciate there's maybe further information we need to get on the other one, and I'm happy to respond to members on that as well in writing, but also around public transport. And I think, you know, these are the conversations I'm having with officials all the time. We are very ambitious about what we want to achieve in terms of transport planning and the future, but we have to ensure that if we are taking steps to try and discourage the use of the private car, we have to have the options in place to enable people to make other choices, be it walking, wheeling, cycling, or using our public transport. And those are the competing priorities that we are constantly grappling with. But I'm an eternal optimist, and I think that none of this is unachievable. The local input and knowledge is invaluable, and people that are living this every single day, I think it's key for us and for officials to hear what the reality of that is like and how we can look at solutions. So I think that's something that we can potentially take away and come back, or meet on site as I've suggested on the back of your request, Michelle. I suppose in relation to some of the more specific points, and I think Harry Harvey had mentioned around the national speed limit of a specific road, so apologies if I've missed this, but we are reviewing speed limits overall, and that's something I'm looking at. It's something I've raised for many years as well in relation to national speed limits, particularly where there's roads that are near schools in our rural communities, as well as looking at permanent 20-mile-per-hour zones in more urban areas as well. I've made loads of notes here because there's a lot of specific issues raised, but I think, so on the bridge to Portaferry, that's not one I'm familiar with, and there's obviously a difference of opinion on that, so we'll maybe leave that for another time. But I think it's really good to have a debate in this tone where we're not saying these are all the problems, go away and sort it. Members are putting forward some suggestions of what could work. Let's test it, let's look at it, let's see if these are options. And I know Ms McElveen had mentioned looking at things like temporary traffic lights and other options, particularly around the roundabouts. And maybe we can look at that again with officials to see if there are opportunities around that. Mavilla Road is another one I'm not specifically familiar with, but happy to look at that, I think, around the parking on either side of the road as well. And in relation to the Newtownards Park and Ride, I am due to see the business case potentially in spring of 2026. So I'll hopefully know more around that from Translink are currently working on that. So hopefully by then we'll be able to give a further update in terms of where that's at as well. I'm generalising over a lot of things here, but I'm just trying to remember some of the key points and what I can come back to as well. But I suppose to say, I mean, happy to take away, there's a lot there that we need to look at, and if there's key issues that we can come back to, or specific site meeting, happy to arrange that through yourself, to Michelle. And look, I suppose what I want the message to be from here is that I'm hearing you, I'm listening to what the issues are, and I'm keen to find solutions and see how we can improve it. It might not be what we think at the outset, but there are lots of things I think that the department are consistently looking at, not just for Newtownards, but right across the board in terms of all of our transport planning and how we have to adapt to the future. And I think just this morning I was talking about even the state that I'm from, in Barcroft in Uri, and I can remember as a child growing up and there was one car per house, or one maybe per two houses. When I'm going to pick up my kids in the evenings, there's potentially 3 per house, and you can't get parked in a very small council estate. So society has changed drastically, probably when a lot of the transport planning and local development plans were originally done in terms of accessing our towns and cities right across the north. And we have to look at that and say, do we continually build more roads to adapt to ever increasing number of cars, or do we provide people with the options to enable them to get out of their cars and maybe move differently? So there's a lot to work with there. I think for me the key thing is that we are actively working on these things and developing a plan that I know needs to follow with action, and hopefully with the continued engagement with you all, that's something we can do in the not so distant future. So I just really want to thank everybody for the real kind of the nature of this debate. I think it's been a really good debate, and to offer my support and my commitment to working with you all to find solutions, and hopefully we can alleviate some of the issues that have been identified this evening. So,
thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Thank you very much, Michelle, and thank you everybody who came from this debate. The Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.